West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Into the 7 o'clock hour, a few texts before we get into D'Amico Ryans at the owners' meetings. This goes back to, we read some of the bullet points from the Tiger Woods police affidavit from his DUI arrest and his car crash that he had last week. And there were people, according to Tiger, reportedly told the police that he was looking down at his phone while changing the radio station, and that's how he got distracted. Text message. This is from Middle Screen Seth. Sorry, Tiger. Being able to rewind using the rewind feature on the Odyssey app and texting into 610 while driving is only for trained professionals like me.
That's right. Yeah. You think you got the hand-eye coordination and the mental capacity to do what so many of our listeners do?
Of a middle screen? Not. Hell no. Yeah, no, middle screen's elite, man.
Not when you're on pills. I mean, middle screen doesn't take, I don't know, maybe takes half as many pills as Tiger.
Yeah, we don't know.
But, Tiger is, it's at the very least, he needs to get his issues under control, obviously, but he needs to first and foremost not get behind the wheel of a motor vehicle when he's using those pills. Well, he's a menace to society, man.
And for those who missed it, that was the other thing that came out this week from People Magazine. Had an exclusive source in Tiger's inner circle that says the reason he doesn't have a driver is he likes his privacy and he doesn't like people knowing where he is.
Yeah,
which I can appreciate, actually. I don't like being tracked on my phone either. Yeah,
you can say about pretty much anybody who's got a substance addiction issue who's trying to lead a normal life. Yeah, they tend to be pretty private individuals about certain things.
Right.
Yeah.
Now he makes with that he makes it sound like he's going to some really seedy parts of Florida to get his drugs. I don't need you knowing where I am. All right.
Well, that was one of our other texters said, who would have thought that if you had to predict 30 years ago who was going to be in the news more often for issues with substance abuse, would it be John Daly or Tiger Woods? But John Daly, I can't remember John Daly ever being involved in a motor vehicle incident.
No, he's got an RV.
He's honest with himself.
Yeah, he's got an RV that I'm fairly certain he's not driving.
God, I hope not. Yeah, he understands his weaknesses.
That's right.
He's not trying to pretend. He doesn't. You know what? He doesn't have the burden of having to wear this mask of a superhero.
Yeah.
He can just he's just, I am who I am. I know I got flaws, and I'll take measures. Whereas Tiger's probably still deeply in denial about who he is. And there's nothing to be ashamed of, but it's obviously he's in a different position in life.
Text message. I'm feeling this from the Base Power text line. I'm feeling petty about Alex Cintron, former Astros hitting coach, because even the guys that aren't on the team anymore, like Dubon and Sanchez, are hitting way better than when they were Astros.
Oh, wow. So it wasn't even if they hadn't hired Victor Rodriguez, if they had just gone without a hitting coach.
Yes.
We might be better off.
It turns out the best hitting coach hire you can make is not Alex Cintron. That's the best hire you can make.
The two worst things, one happened before Cintron was let go, and the other happened afterwards. But it was last year when Bregman got to Boston, ironically enough, and Boston, they said that, the hitting coaches there really figured some things out, some glaring issues that Bregman just didn't realize he had.
Yeah.
And then when Sanchez went up to Toronto, the hitting coach up there basically said, they were really asking him to do too much, think too much at the plate, et cetera, et cetera.
He basically said they ruined him without saying they ruined him.
Yeah.
So it's bad luck. It's bad luck. But we're in a better place now, man.
Something to be said for sometimes the best advice is no advice.
That's
when
exactly
you're
right.
Hitting coach or a swing coach or something.
Don't think it can only hurt the ball club. He said it in Bull Durham back in the day. All right, you can keep texting in 713-572-4610. That's the Base Power text line. NFL owners meetings in Phoenix this week, and obviously most of the head coaches and the GMs are there. Hey, by the way, Seth, before we get to D'Amico, did you happen to see the story about the head coach's picture, which you and I broke down in some somewhat excruciating detail yesterday on the show, was missing a couple coaches? I believe there were only 30 coaches in the picture.
I remember I was looking for Todd Monken because there were a couple guys in there like Joe Brady. I didn't realize Joe.
It's a big dude.
If I looked just at his face, I might have realized it was Joe Brady. I didn't realize Joe Brady was as big as he is.
Yep, he's Joe Brady.
Like a hulking brute.
Joe Brady and Nick Sirianni were the two guys in that picture who surprised me as to how big they are.
Yeah.
One of the guys that didn't make the picture was Todd Monken, but he wanted to be in the picture. He was just getting a haircut for the head coach's picture, so he missed the picture because he was getting a haircut for the picture.
He was late to the picture because he was getting a haircut for the picture.
He is going to make a great Cleveland Browns head coach.
That sounds exactly like what you're hoping for in a head football coach.
Yeah.
Somebody who can juggle multiple tasks and everything.
Right.
Sounds like a confused old man.
Where you been? Getting a haircut for the picture. Oh, the one we just took 20 minutes ago? Yeah. All right. So owners meeting, D'Amico Ryans, who was, I would imagine, 10 minutes early for the picture, if I had to guess. D'Amico Ryans.
He definitely didn't have any haircut issues.
He definitely did not need a haircut, no. Here was D'Amico Ryans. This was interesting. D'Amico Ryans, we know Gerard Johnson parted ways with the Texans, quarterbacks coach for the first 3 seasons of C.J. Stroud's career. Jerry Shaplinski, who was on the staff last year, gets promoted to quarterbacks coach. Here was D'Amico Ryans speaking on the departure of Gerard Johnson.
Why was it time? Yeah, just looking at everything where we were, the past 3 years and how we finished up the last season. For me, sometimes, everybody says sometimes change of scenery is good. Sometimes just a change of voice is good. So how can we help CJ the best? Like maybe it's a changing of the voice, right? Who's leading that room? Who's really giving him the information, who's coaching him up, can that move the needle a little bit more? So everything that we do, from my perspective as a coach, is a lot of tough decisions that have to happen. A lot of people don't always agree with it, and that's okay. But for me, it's my role to really make sure the Texans are in as best position as we can be in. And so some change has to happen for that, and hopefully change helps us out.
Okay. I mean, something had to change.
Right. Well, and you know what? On my YouTube channel, Abigail, who also watches on our YouTube stream for Sports Radio 610.
Shout out Abigail. Hey.
She made a great point.
Yeah.
And it was one of those points where I'm like, you know what? Thank you, Abigail, for seeing things clearly. I honestly felt stupid after I'd done a long video on this very comment by D'Amico. Abigail said in practices and sidelines, it was Shaplinski already talking to CJ last year. Gerard was talking more to Mills and Mertz. And she's 100% correct, at least. Just by, the eyeball tests and everything, kind of watching during game days, Shaplinski was talking to CJ a lot. CJ was gushing about Shaplinski and how he's kind of like an older uncle and all of that. So I think in terms of the way things operate on a day-to-day basis, a lot of this change had probably already been made, and that it's a formality more so than anything else.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. Now that I've come to think of it, and yes, thank you, Abigail, come to think of it, we get a lot throughout the season. We get a lot of the cut-ups of games, on things like Iron Sharpens Iron and whatnot, the videos series they do. And now that you mention that, the shots of the sideline where CJ is being handed the tablet and he's sitting down at the bench, it is Shaplinski, now that you mention it, that's sitting next to him or coming over to him. And the thing I see, too, from people who are nervous about, I think there's 2 things that people are nervous about with this sequence. I'll call it a sequence of moves, Seth, with Gerard Johnson leaving and Jerry Shaplinski getting promoted is, one, that it's Shaplinski's a Cayley guy and Cayley's a Caserio guy. I'm talking about the perception here, that they're all Patriot guys in some reason, and this is Gerard getting squeezed by the Patriot way in some way. That's one. That's the fans saying that. It's not me saying that. And number 2, oh, my God, CJ was close with Gerard. He's known him since high school. He's friends with Gerard. He's not going to like this. People can like more than one person.
That's true. Yes.
It's okay.
I've found that in life.
It's okay for CJ to also be very fond of Jerry Shaplinski, which by most of the, by the footage that we see, it appears that, and by everything we've seen CJ say about Shaplinski, is that, this hopefully goes very, very smoothly. It'll be a nice transition.
And D'Amico was asked that question, I believe, by a Philadelphia reporter. At least that's where the Twitter account I saw it was from, a Philadelphia reporter who, he's interested because Gerard's up in Philadelphia.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, Abigail's awesome. She's I think she lives in Australia, and yet she watches our show. So I don't know what time it is in Australia right now.
She feels like it sounds like a bit of an ombudsman for the show, where she can kind of come in and.
Oh no, she's awesome because even when she disagrees with me, she's super polite.
Yeah, I meant it in a good way. Like she's coming in, going, "Hey guys." This should, like you just said, like she's pointing out things.
That's true, yeah, like she'll fact check her for me or something. Yeah,
that's kind of nice.
She's a Bible study teacher. I don't know if that's her profession or just something she does in her spare time or not. But she's also super cool about, like, whenever I either A, get blatantly sacrilegious, or B, make a mistake when I'm trying to quote some Bible verse or something. She's really cool about it.
Yeah.
She's a cool Bible study teacher.
Those are the best.
She's not one of these fake ones that, you had when you were a kid where, meanwhile, she's the town whore also, but she shows up at Bible study with alcohol on her breath, talking about how, trying to preach to you. Abigail's the opposite of that.
It's a very meta thing we're doing right now. Like, we're pointing out how cool Abigail is, that she's not the Bible study town whore style one, and she is going to stick around and continue to watch the show despite us talking about town whores. And
it's 12:12 a.m. in Kingston, Australia right now.
Oh, she's up all night listening to us, huh?
It's only 11:12 in Canberra.
Okay. It's nighttime, though, for sure.
It's 8:12 in Perth.
Chilling late at night?
No, if she's on Christmas Island, it's 7:12 p.m.
Okay.
A lot of time zones in Australia.
It's a big continent.
It's like the size of a continent.
Go figure. Yeah. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday at the owners' meetings. Asked about David Montgomery. Two things: losing Joe Mixon, but replacing him with David Montgomery.
First and foremost, Joe, think the world of Joe and what he was capable of doing for our team. He's an outstanding player, outstanding, energy provider for our team. But losing him was tough. To be able to come back this year and add David Montgomery. She called him Knuckles. That's good. We like that physical brand of football that he brings, but the consistency. David's a consistent runner. He knows how to get more than what is blocked for. Very consistent, efficient. So I'm excited to work with him. First meeting him, he's all football. Right? He's serious. He's locked in. He's all football, and he's eager for that opportunity, right, to really be that guy, to really carry the load.
So that was from Aaron Wilson, and the reason D'Amico said, "Oh, they call him Knuckles," that's good. Because Aaron's got like a gimmick now where he brings up a player's nickname.
He
all the
does.
time.
He does.
Who did he do it with last year when nobody knew who they were talking about? Oh, it's Chris Jones.
Chris Jones, they call him Stone Cold.
Stone Cold,
yeah,
because he asked somebody a question about Stone Cold,
and he didn't say Chris Jones. He just said Stone Cold.
I think it was CJ. CJ was like, "Who? What are you talking about?"
I'm here for it. I like it.
I like that gimmick.
Yeah.
So D'Amico didn't know that Montgomery's called Knuckles.
He didn't. Yeah.
I like that because that would mean that D'Amico might be online too much if he knew that.
Right.
But he is. I think. This is where I'm not trying to throw shade at Joe Mixon whatsoever, but they're different styles of running backs. I think if there's something about Montgomery that might be better in terms of consistently churning out yardage, even if the blocking isn't perfect in front of him. Montgomery, I think, is a little bit more prone to just hitting the hole and running the play that's called. Mixon would improvise a little bit.
Bounce
and there
it
are times
outside,
where he's trying to bounce it outside where he should just be taking the guaranteed 4 yards. I don't fault Mixon for that necessarily, partly because it was hard to trust the blocking.
That was a survival mechanism for Joe Mixon. Yeah.
So, and he's very capable of hitting those home runs too. And the Texans needed some of those home runs when nothing else was going well offensively.
Yep.
But I think right now where we're still just hoping to get a viable rushing attack. Okay, you're not going to be top 5 in the league. I don't care. Just be consistently churning out yardage. Montgomery's wired a little bit more like that.
Yeah, I think so too. And D'Amico put it really well there, I thought, which is, he gets more yards than the play is blocked for. Those are my kind of running backs, man.
Well, in short yardage especially, too.
Yes,
those various instances, like in the Seattle game or the multiple other instances where the Texans ran the same play 3 times in a row and didn't get any yardage. At the time, you don't want to say, well, gosh, maybe with Joe Mixon out there, they would have gotten that. But it's true. The blocking doesn't have to be pristine if you're trying to get 6 inches and you've got a guy that's a hammer in the backfield.
The Texans had enough failure inside the opposing team's 5-yard line deep in the red zone to where if David Montgomery's on the team last year, they might have gone from being a horrible red zone team to an above-average red zone team. Like, you score 3 or 4 more touchdowns down there, it drastically shifts your percentage of success rate inside the red zone. So David Montgomery's got a chance to be a big difference maker for this team this year. Here's one more from D'Amico Ryans with Aaron Wilson, and at that point there were a few other media members, I believe, peppering him with questions, but just sort of on the state of the team right now.
Feeling really good about where we are. Free agency, I always want to do a great job of just setting the team. We try to fill some of the needs and voids that we have in our team, and I feel like we've done that. The main thing for me, in this offseason cycle is really trying to enhance and improve our offensive line. We've added, a couple guys there. Getting Ed Ingram back was really good for us. Thought Ed had a really great year. Shows he really improved. Coach Popovich did a great job of helping him with that. Adding Evan Brown, Wyatt Teller, Braden Smith, 3 tough guys, experienced guys, been in the league for a while, who can come in and we can go play right now. We're also going to add more guys that enhances the competition, but really like where we're sitting right now.
Okay, so he's saying flat out there's going to be more guys coming into that room, and we know that. The draft's coming up in 3 weeks. I'd be stunned if they didn't take an offensive lineman with one of those 4 picks they've got on the first 2 days of the draft.
Yeah, I think in a lot of ways you can see as they try to maybe replicate the success they've had on the defensive line. The defensive line, since D'Amico has gotten here, going back to Jerry Hughes being in that room, has had a bunch of veteran players, 30-plus-year-old guys, and then you bring in your younger guys and you get them, like Will Anderson obviously is the biggest one, but then guys like Tommy Togiai as well, they really benefit from having that veteran leadership in there. Yep. And I think the O-line is poised to be that way now, where you've got veterans along the offensive line, but there are also guys that are on short-term contracts and in their 30s. And at some point, you're going to have younger guys play this year, really. Because, Braden Smith, Wyatt Teller, Trent Brown, they've all got injury histories.
Yes.
And they're all in their 30s. Somebody is going to play this year in relief of those guys. And you want it to be hopefully a guy that's got a lot of potential.
Yep, that's as we were listening to D'Amico talk about free agency there, and he, you could tell he's cautious, and Nick is the same way. Caserio, they're both in the quotes they've had this week about free agency. Been because Nick was on with Texans All Access. They've both been very cautious about not trying to be over the top about this group of free agents that they brought in. They're very measured in what they're saying. And as D'Amico's talking, Seth, in my mind, I'm going, okay, I'm excited about this class of free agents because of what they've addressed. I think, by and large, the fans seem to skew more towards approval of what they've done in free agency than criticism of what they've done in free agency. So what could torpedo this thing to where this time, a year from now, we're going, man, we way overhyped that. And I think you nailed it. I think it's health. I think if these guys stay healthy, I think we're going to look at these acquisitions as being what we expect them to be, which is a solidifying effect on the offensive line.
Yeah.
No more rotating guards in week 6 anymore. If they're healthy, it's the closest thing we've had to that group of 5 that you just send out there every week and you go try to, hammer in the run, protect CJ, and do offensive line things. And I think when D'Amico says at the end there that they're going to add more guys to that room, if you just look at trends with the Texans in the draft since Nick Caserio got here, if you just look at trends and you buy into trends, the easiest thing to predict is they're going to take an offensive lineman in the first or second round, because in every draft where Nick Caserio has had first and or second round picks, they've taken an offensive lineman in the first or second round. Now, it hasn't always been great. 2022 is Kenyon Green. I mean, there's people driving right now that are probably going to have to pull over because they're going to get sick when I rattle off the names. But it's a fact that they've at least deployed the draft capital that way. Have they deployed it well? By and large, no. But Kenyon Green, 2022. Juice Scruggs, second-round pick, 2023. Blake Fisher, second-round pick, 2024. Ariante Ursery, second-round pick, 2025. They've got 3 picks in the first 59 picks. One of those will be an offensive lineman. I'm almost certain of that.
As far as Nick Caserio and people's skepticism over him drafting offensive linemen, it's very, very fair. The thing I always try to tell myself is that if you got to look at how many guys has he actually selected in the top couple rounds, it's been 4. and try to figure out realistically in a very small sample size what should you hope to get out of those guys. With a second-round pick, on average, you get about a 33% success rate of getting a guy who's going to be just a bona fide starter in the league, an every play starter. Like, it's hard to find stats on this because it all depends on, how you qualify it. In the first round, it's more around 50%. With offensive linemen, that's for all those positions, those percentages. With offensive linemen, people tend to be more successful, and with the first and second round picks have a higher success rate. But it still is only 4 guys, and only one of those guys in the first round. That was a failure. The other second round picks, out of 3 of those guys, if Ariante Ursary works out, that's about the success rate you should be hoping for.
Yeah.
The Kenyon Green one is the one that's hard to get past for multiple reasons, obviously.
Yep.
But I always tell myself that it's 4 players. It's too small a sample size to take a guy who's drafted incredibly well in the secondary and I think really well in all the other positions to say, well, based on these 4 picks, based on 3 of these 4 picks not working out, you're awful at drafting these guys.
Yeah.
I have a hard time doing that.
No, I get it. It's a small, relatively speaking, it's a small sample size. I would submit, too, that with Ursary being the one that succeeded, he's arguably succeeding at the most important position out of the 5 along the offensive line. It's certainly the one that gets paid the most out there on the marketplace, which is left tackle. If you're going to succeed on one, hit on a left tackle.
The interesting thing is that this will be the second year since D'Amico started focusing more of his attention on the offense, and that's what I'm intrigued by. D'Amico and Caserio as a team have done an awesome job of identifying guys that are going to work in this defense. Now that D'Amico's devoting more of his time to the offense and he wants it to look more like the defense, not in terms of style of play and types of guys and everything, I'm hopeful that, D'Amico just devoting that mental bandwidth to this task more so than the defense is going to pay dividends.
Yeah, it's almost like it feels almost like D'Amico, the way you lay it out there, like the offense has hired D'Amico Ryans as a consultant.
Right.
Like he's in the building. He's a consultant for the offense now.
He's their zip recruiter for the offense.
Yes, exactly right.
Been hearing good things about this kid D'Amico Ryans over on the defensive side of the ball. Maybe we should pull him into our meetings.
Let's get his opinion and see what
I'm
he
gonna
thinks
ask
about
D'Amico
this.
about it.
Yeah, let's put him on the spot. Braden Smith, good signing for the Texans. We know that Braden Smith has had 2 things: injury issues the last few years, and also he's had to take time off for mental health reasons. And all the interviews we've seen with Braden Smith since he's come on board with the Texans, he's been pretty open about that and talked about how he's dealt with it, and he's dealt with it pretty well, and he's excited to be a Houston Texan. This was Stephen Holder. This cut got me excited about Braden Smith as well, and the kind of the headspace that he's in as they're acquiring him. Stephen Holder covers the Indianapolis Colts for The Athletic. Braden Smith obviously has spent his whole career up until this point as an Indianapolis Colt playing right tackle for them. Stephen Holder was on with Garrett, who runs the Houston Stressens account. Good follow on social, really good follow on social media if you're a Texan fan. He curates and aggregates a lot of good stuff and some of his own original content, like this interview. This was Stephen Holder saying that the Texans are getting an entirely different version of Braden Smith than the one he was covering in Indianapolis.
You'll notice, and you've probably already heard him talk, he will talk at length now and be just effusive and that's not, or expansive, I should say. And that's not the guy I ever knew. And everybody around him has said he is a completely different individual. So he has, his life has changed. It's changed his life. Getting past this has completely changed his life. And I'm not sure how he played football. When he describes how debilitating this was, I'm not sure how he played through it. And the last thing I would say is that it was so bad that he admitted to contemplating suicide.
All right, so that was Stephen Holder. Yeah, that's a scary. He lays that out. That's a scary thing, man.
It's his OCD was a particular type where he just obsessed and became fixated on, living a holy life, and he was in constant fear that he was going to go to hell for every little mistake or misstep that he had, and it was paralyzing for him.
Paralyzing's the word. Yeah.
He went to Mexico and got treatment, and using a lot of interesting stuff, psychedelic therapy and everything. And he's real open about talking about it, but it set him on the right path.
Yeah.
And I think that the reports on him about his physical toughness, and you can see that in the way he plays and everything. It's everything that you would want in an offensive lineman. He just had this hitch where he was just obsessive about his religion, which I'm always cool with, as long as it doesn't also mean that you're taking over countries or anything.
Right.
He's an interesting guy.
Yeah, no doubt. Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Wednesday. So we just played audio from the owners' meetings. If you're if you're just generally a football fan, there are some takeaways from the owners' meetings. I've got a short list here of things that were either announced or determined or voted on that are interesting. We mentioned this earlier in the week. The big announcement, I would say, is probably the new professional flag football league that the NFL is going to be actively involved in as an investor. I would imagine that there's going to be NFL people that are consulting as part of setting up, maybe not the actual game in between the lines, because as we learned in that round-robin flag football thing Fanatics did a few weeks ago, it's a very different game than actual padded football. But as far as helping set up a league, the logistics of setting up a league, they got a ton of big investors, both institutional and individual, and their plan is to launch. The launch is planned to line up with the 2028 Olympics, in which flag football will be an event for the first time in the history of the Olympics.
Yeah, I think this it makes a whole lot of sense. I don't know if anybody listening, other than people that are already involved in flag football or intrigued by it, I don't know necessarily how much the average NFL fan cares about it, or maybe they see it as a sign of the awful things to come in terms of where the game is headed. It's going to grow the game. I think it's way easier it's a lot easier for young women to get involved in football on the ground, literally on the ground, and actually play football. So in America, you've got more people being exposed to the sport. It become theoretically football fans, but internationally especially, it's anybody in a park anywhere in the world can get their hands on a football and play flag football.
Yep.
Or if they want to be real Americans, aggressive two-hand touch.
Yes.
That's what we need playing. Listen, two-hand touch is a suggestion more than a hard and fast rule.
So we did back in the day. Two-hand touch on concrete. We played in the street, man.
Two-hand shove, two-hand forearm, and get involved every now and then. But yeah.
It's a clunky name, but yes, two-hand forearm.
Well, it's not a clunky name. It's an inaccurate name. But touch can mean a lot of things.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Number two. This is we won't go too deep on this one. This only matters, I think, to Texan fans if the Texans wind up in some of these games. But the rule had been that teams can have no more than two, we'll call them short week games, Seth, the Thursday games throughout the year. Amazon has that Thursday package. Previously, I guess the Friday games, like Black Friday, Christmas is on a Friday this year, those were considered short week games as well. And Amazon was like, hey, whoa. We don't have those games. This means that you're stealing teams from us that could potentially be on Thursday Night Football. So the league is like, hey, settle down, Amazon. We got an owners meeting coming up. We'll just make those Friday games exempt. They get treated like Saturday and Sunday games now. And now teams can play more than, the teams that are playing these Friday games are still available to play multiple Thursday games.
Okay.
Yeah, so it only matters. It's very schedule nerdy. But it's the big story there is the NFL is accommodating Amazon. Amazon's like, hey, man, don't exempt these Friday games.
I like the Amazon broadcast.
I do, too. I think
it's just the camera quality seems to be better.
My
TV feels more high definition than it is.
I like their setup. I like the studio show they have that's on site. I think when the studio show's on site, it always gives a bigger vibe to it because the big networks only do that in the playoffs. So that they do
a big-time college game.
Yeah. They do it every week, so I think that's cool. I actually like the people, the broadcasters, the former players they have on that studio show. I think do a really good job. I think they mesh really well. Richard Sherman, Andrew Whitworth, Ryan Fitzpatrick. Tony Gonzalez is a little bland, but whatever. And I think Charissa Thompson does a nice job steering that. The actual game broadcast itself, we're not getting the elite version of Al Michaels or Kirk Herbstreit on that broadcast, in my opinion.
Well, the elite
I don't want to be mean, but we're not.
That's the problem. The elite version of Kirk Herbstreit has never been NFL color commentator.
Nope.
I hate watching him. He doesn't bring anything to the broadcast at all.
No.
It's awful, man.
Well, he's very good on his college broadcast,
I
too.
like him, but he knows so little about the NFL. Every discussion about the player turns back into something about his college career or something. It's just, and it's not, I mean, it's his fault for accepting the job, but it's not his fault for basically being asked to do, or his job is doing something that's 100% outside of what he's doing the rest of the week.
Yep. Couple more things here from the owners' meeting. The Browns, Seth, withdrew their request to have a vote on the right for teams to fork over draft capital for 5 years instead of just 3 years.
Which everybody, when they saw that the Browns were the ones making this suggestion, thought, whoa, Browns, you guys are not the guy. This is like somebody that's trying to, asking for more credit when they've already maxed out their credit cards.
Exactly right. Yes.
I thought about it, and I tried to picture myself sitting there in the owners' meeting, having somebody from the Browns tell me what they need is to be able to buy more on credit.
Right.
It reminds me a little bit of the way I feel about cryptocurrency, which is, okay, there's valid discussions to be had, and there's validity to crypto as an asset and everything. I don't want to talk about it with my buddy who's deep into crypto.
Right.
Because he doesn't know what the hell he's doing.
Yeah.
But he is the biggest flag. He is carrying the flag
He's
for
the
crypto
Browns. Yeah.
in a very irresponsible way, and that would be the Browns.
Yes.
The Browns, you'd be giving the Browns crypto to play with when they should be worried about paying off their mortgage that month.
Someone got in their accountant got in their ear and said, "Hey guys, settle down on this five."
I know enough about crypto that I stay the hell away from crypto.
Yep.
And that's not me mocking crypto. That's me understanding that the things about crypto, that's not me right now at this point in my life.
I'm with you. The Seahawks will be featured on Hard Knocks in training camp this year. Defending Super Bowl champs. They changed the rules now with Hard Knocks and made it much more, gave NFL Films and HBO far wider latitude, Seth, in terms of who they can request. Now, the Seahawks might have wanted to have been on Hard Knocks, but they might not have wanted to have been. But they've eliminated that caveat that if you made the playoffs the previous year, that you can say no. You can't say no. You can still say no if you have a first-year head coach. That rule still remains. Obviously, the Seahawks don't. So they'll be featured on Hard Knocks. I'm trying to think of the Seahawks. I mean, they were, it was fun watching them whoop ass on the Patriots in the Super Bowl. I'm trying to think how much juice, Hard Knocks juice they have, like a Sam Darnold-led team, or their big personalities I can't wait to see on the Seahawks.
I'm looking through their depth chart right now and trying to figure out who I really want to see a bunch of or whatever, and I can't quite figure it out.
No, I
don't
can't
know.
either.
But usually the stars of Hard Knocks either end up being fringe players,
Charles
bubble guys,
James,
or coaches themselves.
Yeah.
It's rarely the star players who are the stars of the show.
Yeah. The big thing with the Seahawks might be they're up for sale, so they might have new owners by the time Hard Knocks rolls around. So who knows if the owners are a bunch of psychopaths? That could
Paul
be fun.
Allen's sister is his sister that owns
sister,
it right now?
Jody Allen. Yeah.
That'd be interesting because go ahead.
That's okay. Is it interesting what you were going to say?
No, it's not. That's why I said go ahead. Yeah, I wasn't accusing you of interrupting me. You were saving me, if anything.
Okay. Yeah. I heard the word interesting.
Well, the interesting thing about the Allen family and its legacy in Seattle. No, that was
okay. Season 3, Seth, of Quarterback. It's going to be on Netflix in July.
Did they take a year off? It feels like it should be the fourth season.
They did. They went to the wide receivers for a year.
And people hated it.
They didn't like it. Yeah. People like to talk about.
Do we know who the quarterbacks are on Quarterback?
Yeah, I haven't seen yet. Would you like to see C.J. Stroud on Quarterback? I would, just for the content.
It comes out during the season?
It comes out in July. So it's actually,
okay.
You know what?
They would have recorded it already.
Exactly right. So they probably know who it is. I just haven't seen yet who it is. Well,
now that the deal is done and the footage is already, I kind of hope it was CJ.
That would be fun. Yeah.
Because it's not anything that I'm going to be, if they were playing it during the season and if CJ was struggling or something, it's too much.
Yeah.
I would hate watch it. I don't want to, but it would be really interesting if CJ was one of the quarterbacks and we get to watch all of that.
This probably deserves more. We're just going through things that happened at the owners' meeting. This probably deserves more time than the 34 seconds we've got left in the segment. This replacement official thing looks like it's dangerously close to happening here. These two sides are not talking anymore. The NFL voted on a rule yesterday that is going to allow more involvement from the New York Control Center on just correcting calls on the field if there are replacement officials.
Yeah.
So they're like more they've already got input. We know that sometimes New York will chime in and change a very obvious call so the teams don't have to burn challenges because the referees on the field made an idiotic mistake. But this sounds like it's going to be, if it's replacement officials, they are going to have to be, like, they're going to be overseeing these games heavily so they don't have another Fail Mary situation like back in the previous lockout in that Seahawks Packers Golden Tate game back in the day.
I'm for this as a temporary measure, and I think I might be for it. I mean, they've been doing it more. There's been more booth corrections and all of that. The only thing that I get concerned about is the trend seems to be going that way in general, whether it's replacement refs or not, is the consistency of it.
Yeah.
That you just never know exactly when something on the – and for coaches it's got to be kind of difficult too, because you're wondering, okay, are we going to get a booth review on this, or can I throw the flag or not? So that part of it, it's all kind of hazy right now, but in general, I like more oversight as much as possible. Guys from up in the booth or in New York watching on television to be able to make more real-time decisions.
I like getting the obvious calls, the obvious calls that are wrong, right? Like when we start breaking it down frame by frame, that's where I'm like, all right, this is a little over the top. But getting the ones that are obviously wrong, right? I'm all for that.
You remember the Brandon Cooks Brandon Cooks intended receiver interception in the playoffs?
Yeah, against the Broncos.
In hindsight, and it took a while for everything to settle down, but they made the right call.
Yeah.
The problem on that and going back, because I actually talked to somebody in the league office about this, Sean.
Okay.
I went back and kind of watched it again on the TV broadcast. Mm-hmm. By far, I think it was the color commentator that really just made everything worse than it was.
Who was
I wanted to say it was Romo.
It was 3
weeks ago. Yeah.
It definitely was Romo, yeah.
It was 3 weeks ago when I did it, so it was Romo, and it was just kind of, it was one of those, because he just doesn't know what the hell
he
he's talking
confused
about.
the issue with everybody. It's what he does all the time.
He screwed it up with the Broncos the next week, too, on that backwards pass.
Yes.
He got part of it right, but he didn't break the play down afterwards.
And then he just screams for Gene to chime in, and Gene's like, what am I doing here? Mock draft injection time. Ryan Wilson, CBS Sports, 3-round mock. We'll just go through the first and second round of this one. It's not the first round pick. It's the first of the 2 second-round picks that's really interesting if this guy were to fall to the Texans. That's coming up next. But I want to tell you guys right now, Bridgehead IT, AI, those 2 little
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, mock draft injection time. Man, we got so much stuff today. It's really fun watching the replay of the Astros game when they win 9-2 against the Red Sox. That's what I've learned today. It's really fun. They just had that sequence, Seth, in the game. It's where I wish I could have turned up the volume on the TV. They just had the sequence in the game that we were talking about in the first hour where the umpire screwed up the balls and strikes with Cam Smith.
Cam Smith ends up walking after striking out.
Yep.
That's how good the Astros pitch selection is this year. Even after striking out, Cam stayed at the plate and took 3 more balls, even though one of the strikes was called a ball, rule the ball.
Yep. All right, let's get to the mock draft injection here. By the way, John Harris has his latest mock draft just went up this morning on footballtakeover.com. We're going to have Johnny join us live tomorrow on the show to go through his mock draft so that, Seth, you and I can take him to task and tell him over the phone to his face how stupid his mock draft is.
Yeah, we're going to crush him.
We're going to crush John Harris. No, I'm just joking. Johnny does a great job on this stuff. Footballtakeover.com. Ryan Wilson, CBSSports.com. 3-round mock. We're not going to go through all 3 rounds, but I think these first 2 picks at least, especially the second one, very, very interesting. So let's get right to it. With the 28th overall pick in the Ryan Wilson CBS mock draft, Houston Texans select Caden McDonald, defensive tackle, Ohio State. What can we say about Caden McDonald, Seth, that we have not already said 7 or 8 times in this exercise?
Yeah, I think that, and if anything, we talked about this yesterday, it feels very much like both with offensive linemen and with defensive tackles, there are a lot of guys that people are talking about as, well, you might sneak into the first round. He's probably a second rounder, but somebody will probably take him at the end of the first. In situations like that, I tend to think that Nick probably looks at it and thinks, yeah, there's a good chance that if we're at the top of the second round, which we are, but even if we move back into one of the first picks in the second round, then one of these guys will be available, and Caden McDonald might very well be one of those guys. Yeah. I like him just because he's a big dude that makes football plays. He's just got a good feel for the game. I think he's got the appropriate attitude. Seems like a good kid that would probably fit right in with the way that DeMeco Ryans coaches. So I'd feel good about this pick if they do take him at the back end of the first round. But I think there's also a good chance that Caden McDonald gets drafted by the Texans in the top part of the second round.
Yeah, he's been mocked to them in both of the picks, 28th and 38th. The 38th overall pick in this one is one of the more interesting ones that the Texans have had, I will say, fall to them in a while with us doing this exercise. For those new to the show, we do this every day at 7:45 during draft season. With the 38th overall pick, the Houston Texans select Kenyon Sadiq.
What?
Tight end, Oregon. Yeah.
Nice.
The best. I think this is about as big a consensus as there's there's multiple, I think, consensus. There's consensuses developing in the draft. Fernando Mendoza is going to be the number 1 pick. Everybody seems to think that. Jeremiah Love's going to be a top 6 pick, it seems like, or 7 pick. Everybody believes that. The belief that Kenyon Sadiq is the best tight end in this draft seems to be just as universal as either of those two. He's not going as high as those guys, but it's hard to find a mock draft where he's not the first tight end off the board.
It's just interesting because that was the situation we had last year where there was consensus about who the top tight end in the draft was.
Colston Loveland went ahead of Tyler Warren.
Colston Loveland was not that consensus guy, and he ended up going first. So I think that Kenyon Sadiq, though, on average, he's going 15th overall. Yeah. So he's the guy that we've talked about as potentially maybe the Texans like him enough that they trade up from 28 at some point. Remember last year, Nick said himself that they thought about or tried to maybe trade up into the late teens or mid-teens in last year's draft, and I think that Kenyon Sadiq might be one of the guys that they would consider doing it for.
That would be a huge story on Friday morning when we come back in after day 1. If Sadiq is still on the board, I'd imagine he'd be the number 1 best available, and that would be that would be where I don't know who has the 33rd overall pick, the first pick of the second round.
Yeah.
Might be the Raiders. I have no idea. Boy, if Kenyon Sadiq's still on the board, they might get something for that pick if they want it, because the Raiders aren't going to draft, I wouldn't imagine, a tight end. They've got Brock Bowers already,
I wonder where the Vanderbilt kid, did he go already in this draft?
I don't think so. Stowers?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe he did.
Stowers, I have a block on saying Stowers because of Stover.
Yeah.
So Stowers, the former Texas A&M quarterback who transferred to Vanderbilt, is the, I guess, consensus second best tight end. But like we talked about last year, the consensus number 2 guy went before him. That's another one that I'm intrigued by, and I think the Texans might take in the second round.
He's available at 59. Actually, he goes 60.
Oh, really?
He goes 63rd to the Patriots in this mock
guy
draft.
hates tight ends.
He does.
This Ryan Wilson character.
Hey, the anonymous scouts that Bob McGinn curates quotes from. Bob McGinn of Go Long TD, formerly of the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. He does this gimmick every year, and we love it on this show. We love the anonymous scout quotes, especially the salacious ones. He did quarterbacks yesterday, so we're not, as Texan fans, really dialed in because C.J. Stroud's going to be the quarterback. But I think football fans would be anxious to hear a couple quotes about Fernando Mendoza if you got some good ones, Seth.
So usually you and I will read kind of the most negative of the negative quotes about a prospect, and we'll issue disclaimers for it and everything. I'll say for Mendoza, I actually put 5 quotes on here, and I could have put more. Usually there's like 3 or 4 positives and then a couple of snarky quotes. Most of them sounded something like this.
Okay.
Quote, "It'd scare me to pick him in the first round.
Round?
You don't see enough create. You don't see enough driving the ball down the field. Goody two-shoes personality.
Told you.
It's going to be different in that pro locker room. The difference between college and the pros is not the size and the speed. It's the people you're with. I just have this suspicion he's going to rub people the wrong way, the way he talks and acts." That was, okay, now to be fair, that was the most negative of all these quotes.
Yep.
But yeah, you and I have wondered about this. Does that personality in a group of full-grown men on a bad football team, does it weather as well as it does when you're winning a national championship?
So as I'm sitting there eating my omelet at Avalon Diner after the show yesterday, as I always do, I'm texting frequently with Seth C. Payne. And I text Seth to say, what's the position today on Scout Anon? And you told me quarterback.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, well, we won't be as dialed in on all the quarterbacks, but we should definitely talk about Mendoza. And I said to you, can't wait for Scout Anon on Mendoza. You know, some of these old coots think he's a phony cornball. Yes!
That's exactly what it was. One more.
Yeah.
This one starts off positive, like a measured positivity about him, but just listen to it unravel by the end. This is theater right here.
Cinema.
He starts off, he says, you better have a lot around him. So that's not positive, right?
Okay.
Necessarily. But he says, you better have a lot around him. He's going to be good.
Okay.
He's got feel for it. Yeah. Really good eyes. When he gets in rhythm, he's really, really good. Yeah. But when he gets sped up, things don't work out too well for him. He's got enough movement, but if he has to quickly move in the pocket to get out of trouble, he struggles because he's so big and his feet aren't super quick.
Yeah.
We've seen him play great in big moments, but he's had a lot of average games. Even the national championship game, you're not looking at him saying, this is the first pick in the draft. But here we are.
Right.
So that wasn't an overall negative. I think most anonymous scouts or scouts in general feel this way about Mendoza. He's the number 1 pick in the draft because it's the Raiders picking number 1 overall, and it's a really weak class of quarterbacks.
Yep.
But nobody's blown away by him. Somebody else said Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, Drake May, he would be below those guys. I saw them right away as franchise quarterbacks.
Yeah. Oh, man. It's going to be –
Okay, one more.
Okay. Yeah, quickly.
You need brains, accuracy, and wheels. Where are the wheels on this guy?
Yep.
Did you see him on that touchdown in the college football title game? It looked like he was stuck in slow motion. This guy even took one of the greatest plays of his career and pointed out that, all right, good luck doing that in the NFL.
The most iconic play of the season, maybe.
Is a negative
and
for him.
Tore it down. That's amazing.
They hate Mendoza.
That's amazing. Oh, good. That did not disappoint. All right. I have a mini petty cast. That I want to get to in the next segment. There's one thing I didn't get to yesterday. There's a former Texan I'm petty about. And Pat Beverly responded to Dwayne Wade, the petty audio we played yesterday, where Dwayne Wade said, if you weren't better than me, you're not allowed to comment about me. Patrick Beverly responded to this. This is really good audio. We will have that for you coming up next. We'll circle back to the Astros, too. We'll hear from Lance McCullers at 8:25 on the show. Men's Tea Clinic. You're going to hear from me right now about Men's Tea Clinic and how awesome they are. If you are suffering from any sort of, energy levels down, you go to the gym, no muscle, you're not putting on any muscle. In fact, you're getting heavier, you're losing your hair, joint pain. I'm listing all these things that a lot of you guys are probably feeling. Men's Tea Clinic has a long menu of male wellness treatments. They're going to test your blood. They're going to get you answers. Low testosterone, certainly that was the culprit for me. It probably is for a lot of you. I love seeing you guys out there when I go on Friday to the Durham and I-10 location, knowing that you're taking me up on this advice. Go to the Men's Tea Clinic. You'll be happy that you did. They're taking initial consultations on Saturday, and they take most insurance. Find which location is nearest you at mensteaclinic.com.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
If they had a guy on this offense that had the effort mentality, that hated opponents, that had the ability to push the envelope with your own organization, it can be a guy they just brought in. Wyatt Teller, Braden Smith, David Montgomery. Obviously, I'd like them to have some level of play to back it up. I'd put a little wager in on the Texans winning the title in the next couple of years.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
TXU Energy is the trusted provider with plans to help you save no matter how you use energy. Whether that means you're a work-from-homer, a stay-up-all-nighter, a newfound EV driver, a solar panel adopter, or a recent mover, they've got a plan just for you. And a total satisfaction guarantee means they stand behind every single plan. Discover why more Texans choose TXU Energy than any other provider by visiting TXU.com today. TXU Energy. Energy for everything.
Visit TXU.com for more information. Rep number 10004.
Hey, Houston golfers, trade humidity for cool, crisp air of northern Michigan. Fly nonstop Houston TVC Traverse City and conquer Treetops Resort with 5 world-class courses and unlimited golf packages. Book your trip to treetops.com or call 888-TREETOPS.
Coach Sumlin here. The Gamblers home opener. April 5th, Shell Energy Stadium. Houston Gamblers versus Birmingham Stallions. H-Town, stand up. Let's show this league we're all in.
Get tickets at uflgamblers.com. That's uflgamblers.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Vehicle safety starts underneath. That's why the pros choose Napa for undercar solutions that stop safety issues before they become costly problems. Go further with complete repairs that restore stopping, steering, and stability. Then grow your business through trust and repeat visits. With premium rotors, pads, struts, and wheel hub assemblies, Napa has everything you need to keep undercar under control. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how. Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, doesn't it? I tell you, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline, no waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard expert that you're working with, they're all experts, but the one that you're working with will take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home, so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. I'm telling y'all, lock arms with Orchard if you want to do this thing the right way. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Again, no double showings, no waiting, no timelines. I'm telling you, man, buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home. Do it with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit orchard.com to get your free home valuation. Again, that's orchard.com. Y'all can thank me later.
Sick of crashing out on sugary energy drinks? There's a better way. Meet Whip Energy Pouches. No calories, no sugar, no nicotine. Just clean caffeine crafted for smooth, lasting energy. Whether you're up early, grinding through the day, or staring down a workout, Whip is energy that moves with you. Find Whip near you in Dallas and Houston at Murphy USA and Quick Trip locations, or visit WIPWhip.com. Whip Energy Pouches, a better way to energize.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
And you've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, this is normally the time on Tuesdays where we do the Pettycast, and we did yesterday. Seth, even despite the Astros being the best offensive team in baseball over the last 4 days, despite the Rockets now winning 3 games in a row here, maybe figuring some things out, I still got a lot of petty flowing through my veins, man.
Good. Yeah, there's a little bit of flow-over effect. You got to mop it up.
Yes, I have petty flowing through my veins. I've got a thirst for other people being petty still. Mm-hmm. And especially when there's follow-up from pettiness that we played yesterday on the show.
And there's nothing better than petty ex-NBA players.
Oh, it's a great category.
Dwayne Wade is just getting started in this endeavor, and I can't wait to see him when he's 50 years old on a podcast somewhere.
Yes.
You know?
Yep. So right, because he's probably in his 40s now and doing a hell of a job being petty on these podcasts. So
I will remain 100% petty forever about the way he spells his name. I'm cool, and I'm very lenient when it comes to how people spell their names. I'm cool, especially in the age of the internet where it's so hard to even have a name that a million other people don't.
Right.
But there's something about Dwayne Wade's name that I have never once been able to figure out how to spell without Google checking myself first.
Phonetically, it would be Dwayne Wade.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm still cool with that when the things aren't phonetically right or whatever. It's just it's the hardest unconventionally spelled name I've ever encountered.
Yes, yeah.
Dwyane.
It feels like a typo at the hospital the day he was born where his family's like, nah, just leave it.
Yeah.
I don't feel like paying the fee to get it changed.
It's a silent Y in a place that no Y has ever been silent before.
Yep. So here is Dwyane Wade. This was Dwayne Wade talking about he is angry. Pat Beverly had a take that James Harden is a better two-guard. He said James Harden is the number 3 two-guard in the history of the game. Dwayne Wade is number 4, and Dwayne Wade is pissed at Patrick Beverly.
I don't understand how you can have a conversation about me and state facts when you're not as good as me. Pat Bev came out and just talked about me. And James, another conversation with me and James.
James Harden is a better player than Dwayne Wade.
Pat just came out definitive. He was definitive. James Harden is better than Dwayne Wade. Stop. He was very definitive in his answer. And I was just sitting there like, okay, Pat, what's your facts?
Right.
To say that someone's better, or just come out and say what I personally like, the style of play that I like to see.
That's a great way to say
X, Y, and Z. Don't you ever fix your mouth to say nobody is better than me when you wasn't better than me. You can't do that. You talk about a better player, you're talking about every aspect of the game of basketball. You know how good I was at a lot of aspects of the game?
So the silliest part there, Seth, as we both pointed out yesterday, and the part Pat Beverly takes exception to, which we'll hear in a second, is the notion that if you're not as good a basketball player as Dwayne Wade, you're not allowed an opinion on how good Dwayne Wade was versus anybody else.
Look, Dwayne Wade, your very financial value is driven in part by millions of people all across America having debates about exactly whether you're better than this guy or worse than that guy or anything else. So you don't sit on some perch where all of a sudden you've become immune to discussion by those lesser than you.
Right.
You know? Now, if you want to take a shot at Pat Beverly in his career, there's a million entertaining ways to do it.
Yeah.
It's not to point out, and you, sir, are beneath my station.
Right.
And I shall not be hearing it from you.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah.
You know what he's guilty of?
What's that?
He's guilty of boring insults.
Yes. Yeah.
He couldn't come right out and say Beverly was trash because of this or that or something.
And Beverly's put some material out there for people over the last few years, you know? So at any rate, that was Dwayne Wade's take on the whole thing. Here's Pat Beverly responding to Dwayne Wade's bad take.
I listened to it a little bit. He lost me when you said if you're not better than me in anything, you can't speak on it. So by that, you telling me the only person that can really speak on you, Dwayne Wade, is either Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant, if you're number 3 greatest shooting guard of all time. And rest in peace, Kobe Bryant. So only person that can talk about you is Michael Jordan, right? That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard, right?
What's even dumber is
he
Dwayne
was listening to the show yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
He was probably listening on his Odyssey app.
May have been. Well, because
that's exactly what you said.
I think Pat Bev actually still lives in Houston. He might have been listening on terrestrial radio.
Thank you, Pat, and you're welcome.
Yes.
Well, yeah, you ever need any advice on how to take down Dwayne Wade? We're your guys.
Dwayne? Yes. So that was Beverly responding to Dwayne Wade's take. And then Beverly went on. I hadn't heard his case for James Harden, but he went on to reiterate his case for Harden being number 3 two-guard of all time, and Dwayne Wade right beneath him on the list. And number 4, which is nothing, he's still got him top 5, but here we go.
You're the only probably top 10 shooting guard who didn't shoot 30% from the 3 career-wise. Like, you shot 29%. Russell Westbrook, we make names about him. He shot 31. Andre Drummond shot 31. You shot 29, and it's not a diss. I think it's a flex. I think that for you to even be considered top 5, top 3 shooting guards of all time without having a 30 clip is a flex. Like, a guard who can't shoot and still can be like that legendary, that historic is a flex. It's a flex. But the game has evolved. James Harden did play against better players than you played against, right? That's also a fact, right? James Harden has never missed the playoffs. You've missed the playoffs multiple times. That is also a fact. You did it in the East. James Harden had to run into Golden State, the same team that was getting Bron ass up out of there. The same team that was getting, the King James, same team that was getting Bron ass up out of there. It was getting James Harden ass right up out of there.
Okay, so Beverly and Pat, if you're listening,
as far as not playing against the better players because the era has changed,
that part, what he does here, Seth, for me, I think Pat Beverly does this thing in that 45 seconds or so of audio where like, oh, wow, that's a really good point. And then he says something like, James Harden played against better players. That's just a fact. And it's like, okay, is it? No, it sounds like it's your opinion. And it certainly sounds like something that requires more than just a drive-by on it. Because I do think...
Unless it's an Eastern Conference versus Western Conference.
And he brought up Eastern Conference at the end of that, and I think that's a fair argument as well. If you think about it, just forget about the whole pettiness of Beverly versus Wade at this point. It is kind of a fascinating argument because Dwayne Wade obviously has had far more success, ultimate success, in the postseason. Dwayne Wade won a title before he partnered up with LeBron James and Chris Bosh. Yeah. He won one back in 2006. So it's one of the more interesting rings versus stats debates because James Harden statistically is one of the greatest offensive players in the history of the game. He's done things that are just that other, that streak he had where for 32 straight games or whatever it was, he scored 30 or more points.
Yeah.
While
out of necessity, not out of selfishness. He was the only NBA player on the court.
While also within a year of that, leading the league in assists. Mm-hmm. It's just James Harden is one of the greatest offensive players, and you can talk about his style and drawing fouls and things like that. I get it. It's not always the easiest to watch. But it's a fascinating argument. I just think and Dwayne Wade and Pat Beverly are also both, this has been pointed out, Seth, they're both Chicago guys. They're both from Chicago originally.
Yeah.
And so it seems like there's a little bit of that going on there as well, according to some folks. So anyways, I don't know who I am on this. I just know Dwayne Wade's got the worst take out of this whole cadre of pettiness here, which is you can't comment on me if you're not a better player than me. That's silly. I'm commenting about you right now, and I suck at basketball, okay? Okay, a little more petty. This is more me being petty. Let's refresh everybody's memory. This was Braylon Mullins hitting the game-winning three-pointer after one of the Boozer twins turned the ball over in the regional finals for the East region in the NCAA Tournament on Sunday.
Got to cut and run through the ball. We'll do better than this guy. Get it into Boozer. Back for Sarr. Ahead. Boozer. That ball deflected and stolen by Mullins. Caravan, 2 seconds. Mullins tosses it up. Oh! It's good. With .3. UConn goes in front.
right, so there you go. We get to listen to that again, but that's not why I did this set, to listen to that again. Well, partially. Coach K was on the Pat McAfee show the day after that game. And anytime I get a chance to listen to Coach K being sad, maybe I'm being selfish. I got to take advantage of that opportunity. And I think there's a lot of other people that would like to take this opportunity as well to listen to Coach K being big sad about the Duke loss to UConn.
It was heartbreaking. I'm telling you. I haven't coached for 4 years now, but again, it was a great, great basketball game. Not a good one. It was a great game. And I had I could not fall asleep last night. I felt like I was part of that. And then you're thinking about all these individual kids and how you're going to take care of them. And there's such great empathy for our guys. I mean, obviously I'm a Duke guy, and and have concern for them, and still do, because that's a tough one to get over.
Okay,
McAfee's awe of sympathy when he said he couldn't go to sleep last night. McAfee's just
Ben was on the floor dying laughing at that. Ben, play that one more time.
And I had I could not fall asleep last night. I felt like
I mean, that is such pandering.
It's almost like, oh man, the second tower is going down. Oh, this is what the hell, McAfee? The guy couldn't go to sleep. He didn't just find out he had cancer. Yeah. What the, will you quit it, McAfee?
Do you know, McAfee asked Coach K a little later on in that interview how old he is now? I'm going to actually I'm going to back away from the pettiness for a second and give Coach K a compliment. Now, part of this is the dude dyes his hair jet black, so there is that. But how old, if you had to guess, how old do you think?
I know the way my guess is going to be older now that you've said it this way.
Okay.
But let's see, you started at Duke in the early 80s, so 92, I'm guessing he's 73.
79.
Okay.
79. I mean, he's got it together for.
I can't. It's hard to judge anymore. People are aging better.
They are.
I know there's more people now. I know, like, whatever, age of mortality and everything. But there's just more people seemingly that are thriving in their elder years than there used to be.
Yes.
So it's I'm not nearly as shocked as I used to be when I found out Steve Martin's like 82 or something.
Yeah.
And he's still jumping around on camera.
No, he
on Only Murders in the Building like he's a spry young man.
Well, even guys. I mean, like, look. I mean, you and I are in our 50s. I think the ages you and I are at, if we went backwards to the 80s and said, what does the average guy our age look like?
Yeah.
It's much older, I think, than how you and I look right now.
The Steve Martin's 80, by the way.
Yeah.
But part of that, though, too, I get annoyed a little bit when they show, say, who was it? Oh, Archie Bunker. Yeah. Like when he was on All in the Family, he was actually like 46 years old or something. Right. And they said this is what 46 years old looked like in 1985.
Yeah.
They made him up to look a lot older than he actually was.
They did. You know, it's funny, though. Amy and I went to the River Oaks Theater last night, the movie theater there. They were playing the movie 9 to 5. And if anything involving Dolly Parton is going on within a 2-mile radius of my house, I need to go to that event. Mm-hmm. Dabney Coleman was the male star of 9 to 5, and it was one of those things. I'm like, he looks. I bet he's, I bet he is actually much younger than we think in this, because he looks in that movie. He looks like he's definitely in his 50s, that kind of thing. And he's like 46 years old in that movie. It's just people. You nailed it. People are aging better these days. That's all. What did Bills fans say about Pat McAfee?
Oh, I had just thrown that in there. I can't even remember why, as you were talking about something else. I guess because, that's why. It's because Brandon Beane was on McAfee. And I just saw a few different comments from Bills fans. Or like 31 other GMs are hard at work preparing for the draft. Our GM is on McAfee 7 times a week. And they weren't saying in a bragging way.
No.
They're not happy with Brandon Beane in Buffalo.
No, they're not. Yeah.
They're wondering why exactly he's been elevated to czar of everything football in Buffalo. Well, the head coach got fired. And it's not like a lot of these Bills fans wanted Sean McDermott to get fired. Mm-hmm. And yet, when that's the only thing that happened, And when I say only, I mean only.
Yes.
Same coaching staff, same offensive coordinator becomes the head coach, and the GM gets elevated, all of these things. That's pretty much the only thing that happened. They're kind of PO'd about it.
I get it, man. Yeah, like, is this the thing that finally gets us over the hump? Promoting from internally.
Oh, it turns out Sean McDermott was the cancer.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy that got you to the playoffs and championship games after not being in the playoffs for 20 years.
Right. Texter brings up a very good point on the base power text line that Steve Martin, you said Steve Martin's 80.
80, yeah.
Doesn't feel like he's 80. Someone points out, well, his hair's been all white since he was like 30 years old.
There is something to that.
Yeah.
It's kind of the Lawrence Fishburne effect. There's some people who, for their entire lives, look like they're 45 years old.
Yeah.
So Lawrence Fishburne looked like he was 45 when he was 18 years old.
Yeah.
And he got a lot of roles because of it. But then by the time he's kind of emblazoned in your mind as an older man, by the time he actually gets up into his 50s and beyond, you look at him and you think, wow, he looks good for his age.
Yeah.
Like, no, he looks exactly the same he's always looked ever.
That's how he looks. By the way, the final thing here is we do a mini pettycast that on a Wednesday. Normally we do it on Tuesday, and we did. Breno Giacomini, Seth. Remember him?
Yeah.
Breno Giacomini, the Texans.
Pronounced Steve Buscemi.
Starting right tackle for all 16 games of that horrific 2017 season. He is in coaching now. Was coaching the offensive line for the Louisville Kings of the UFL. He went to Louisville in college. Breno Giacomini did. He was fired after 1 week.
Oh, no, a week?
1 week, yeah.
What the hell happened?
I don't know. I've yet to find out, but he got fired after 1 week.
A week?
The picture they
I
had...
thought when you sent it to me, I read a year.
Yeah.
Because my mind went there.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was a week.
Well, okay, so maybe I need to back up. It's 1 week into the season, so I don't know that Louisville as an organization in the UFL was even a thing last year. So maybe I need to look at it. But it is, even if he were to have coached the team last year, it is odd for a position coach to get fired 1 week into a season.
1 week into it. Usually there's something more to the story.
Even if they've been there 5 years, it's unusual.
It could be any number of things, but usually more than just simple football.
Yeah,
Who knows? The picture you sent, I think I know where you're going to go with this. A lot of offensive linemen lose a lot of weight when they're done playing, and you're kind of like, wow, my God, is that guy a triathlete or a former offensive lineman? Giacomini seems to have done the impossible, which is it looks like he's lost a boatload of weight and yet still has a huge boiler. Belly. Yeah.
Dopey look on his face.
Giacomini, I've always tried to be – listen, Giacomini annoyed me partly because he was that kind of guy that would get beat badly in pass protection, but then act like a tough guy by like jumping on the defensive lineman after he sacked the quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
Or giving him a kidney punch as he ran by him.
Bill O'Brien ate it up.
That's what bothered me more than anything, was that O'Brien thought that was the embodiment of toughness.
Tough guy, man. Nobody's tougher than Breno Giacomini.
There's nothing worse than NFL coaches who want to think of themselves as tough, but who can't identify toughness.
Yeah.
It's the same kind of stuff that got Trevor Penning drafted to the Saints.
It sucks,
People
too.
thought he was a tough guy because he was beating up on 220-pounders after getting beat, and now he's one of the worst offensive linemen in the NFL.
And it's the waste of a name of an actual good tough guy. Like Breno Giacomini is a good tough guy name. And that guy was just, man, he'd pile on like a coward.
You know what, though? But I think he was fake. I think he might have been one of those. I can't remember if it was him or another Houston athlete who had a very Italian-sounding name, but was not Italian at all, other than like his great-great-grandfather was the Italian guy,
Okay.
and nobody else in his family was Italian.
All right, text in if you know who.
So I'm guessing he's fake Italian.
Fake
There's
Italian.
no mobster in him, man.
That's right. His name's actually Smith. He changed it to Giacomini when he got to the NFL.
Yeah.
Lance McCullers did an interview during the game last night. Honestly, the one question I wanted to know, and he got asked, and he answered it, how you feeling? Like, literally, how do you feel the day after that performance on Monday? We'll hear that and more from Lance McCullers coming up next.
In the Loop.
How are we feeling about the Astros after one series?
Okay, so
610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
26,930 strong tonight. Ground ball left side. Allen has to move to his left. Cuts in front of Payne. He had a good play to end this one. Nick Allen throws out Marcelo Meyer. And the Astros on back-to-back nights have defeated the Red Sox handily. 8-1 last night, 9-2 tonight. Bummer, a couple of 7-run wins against the Boston Red Sox team that went to the playoffs last year.
Yes.
Yeah, you've got good pitching and you've got excellent offense going right now. The Astros are firing on all cylinders, figuring it out and putting together some good team victories.
Keep it going today, Astros. I don't need to come in tomorrow and have Seth giving me all sorts of heat that I was a jinx going to the game today.
Don't be scowling at the players as they come up to the plate, okay, Sean? You're sitting there 2 rows behind home plate, and if they look up into the stands, could you try to look pleasant and supportive? Instead of screaming, don't embarrass me out there, Altuve, the way you typically do.
Like a dad at a Little League game. Yeah.
Altuve walked for the 8th time last night.
Yes. I am here to pay for Altuve. The things I'm willing to pay for, Seth, to watch with these Astros, a Hunter Brown start, any at-bat by Yordan Alvarez, especially right now. Even when Yordan is slumping, it's still there's still something about him coming to the plate. Carlos Correa playing defense. Pay money to see that. To be very clear, I'm not paying for the tickets I have today. I got handed those tickets. Thank you, Joe Sutton. And Jose Altuve walking. You know what? I'm here for a nice 7-pitch Altuve walk where he's exercising good judgment. Maybe, Seth, this string of walks that he's had right now, you know what? I'm going to do something pretty magnanimous here right now. I am adding Altuve to the green light list. The green light list of guys that are allowed to challenge pitches as a batter in the batter's box. So Yordan, Correa, Paredes, and Altuve. Don't abuse it, Altuve. Use good judgment.
Right.
But you're on the Pendergast green light ABS challenge list now.
This,
you earned it. 8 walks.
Remember last year when Callis would just keep saying, well, we'll see how Myers does once we get out of the month of May. And we're like, all right, just shut up about it, Callis, all right? We don't, going from May to June last year was a big deal. Let's take this arbitrary point on the calendar and make a huge deal out of it. Now with Altuve, I'm like, maybe that was just a March thing. Was that just one of those magical March?
Okay, you're doing what Callis was doing.
He was marching in March, yeah.
Oh, no,
Sean,
yeah.
Altuve is second in Major League Baseball in walks right now.
I would hope so. 8 and 6
behind Mike
games.
Trout.
Okay.
So if Trout hadn't had the good fortune of facing the Astros in the first series, Altuve would be even higher than that.
That's right. Yeah. We blame the Astros pitching staff.
It goes Mike Trout, Jose Altuve, Gleyber Torres, and then Yordan.
Yeah.
No big surprise with Yordan.
No, but, Yordan and Trout are the similar dynamic. I don't think people are pitching around Altuve. They're pitching around Yordan and Mike Trout.
Oh, I'm screaming coward from my couch every other at bat.
Are you Yella?
Yeah.
Yella.
The other thing that I thought you would enjoy last night, and you'll really you're going to love it if you get to see it today, is that you have a long-standing rule that Yordan Alvarez should never slide. Ever.
Right, I do.
The guy who's taking that to heart is Carlos Correa. Had a nice play. He ran home last night, and the catcher ended up dropping the ball anyway, but even if he hadn't, Correa avoided the tag, but without sliding, even as Altuve is vigorously motioning for him to go down. It's the second time that I've noticed Correa ignoring a slide sign so far this year.
I saw that.
He likes the Sean T. Pendergast rule of, hey, man, if you're injury-prone at all, don't slide.
Well, and that we're talking about somebody who had 10-year contracts rejected by 2 teams because of what they saw in the medical. So, Carlos, I have multiple lists when it comes to this team. I got the ABS green light list. I've got the DNS list, the do not slide list, and Yordan. And Carlos, you know what? You get slide immunity as well. You don't need to slide. You don't need to hustle down the line when you're legging out a ground ball, unless it's in a key situation where we need to keep an inning going.
Yeah,
you've got running down the first baseline immunity as well.
I think so. Kind of a two double-edged sword here, but there is an element of this first 6 games where You know, we said yesterday morning, it was like comfort food watching Correa at short, turning double plays with Altuve while Lance is on the mound.
Yeah, it was cool.
How cool that was. I mean, there is a part of me now that the Astros have a winning record and everything looks really good offensively and everything, it was kind of cool seeing Trout back to his peak form.
Yeah.
We saw it early last season, too. So maybe that's what makes it easier to appreciate is I don't expect him to not get injured this year. But it's kind of cool that Trout was in his peak form for the first 4 games of the season. We've seen Altuve look like the classic version of Altuve, and Correa's back making plays as a fielder. It's really, really cool.
Unless the Angels are something that we don't, unless there's something that nobody foresees, i.e. a good baseball team, then I don't mind Trout hitting 45 home runs for the Angels. What harm are those home runs going to do when the Angels finish the season 25 games out of first place? You know? Let him go. He's played 3 playoff games in his entire career. Hit your little home runs over there in Anaheim, Trout. Good for you. Good for you.
Another thing that's nice to see, Altuve, because he made a nice play yesterday. Yeah. Nice little spinning throw to first.
Yep.
At second base. Run value 0.
Defensively,
not positive, not negative.
Defensively, just staying, just cruising along in the meaty part of the curve.
Stay there.
Dude.
You don't have to be incredible or anything. The last time he had a positive run value, run saved was in 2023, and then it was the last couple of years haven't been so hot, but now so far so good.
Okay, good. I am excited to be at this game to see Mike Burrows, who, as you've pointed out, Seth, I seem to be driving the Mike Burrows bandwagon throughout spring training because of his performances.
Yeah.
I think ultimately ended up giving up 3 runs in 18 innings in spring training, which is really, really good, obviously. Excited to see him up close today. I'd sign up for a quality start. 6 innings, 3 runs. I'd sign up for that right now without knowing what's behind door number 2 because this offense is clicking right now. Now, it's Garrett Crochet. So if the Astros keep this streak of 8-run games alive today, then they will. It's already been impressive what they've done. Anytime you score 8 or more runs in 4 straight games, I don't care who's pitching on the other side. In Major League Baseball, that's impressive. If we come in tomorrow and we're talking about this streak still going, that means that they probably shelled Garrett Crochet.
Or as Yordan Alvarez was talking about last night, they've got a better strategy this year and a better mindset in running the starting pitcher off the mound.
Yeah.
So they don't have to take Crochet to the woodshed. They just need to get into the bullpen earlier.
Yeah, good point.
At the very least, and they've been doing a much, much, much better job of that than they have in the last couple of years. So, and I was skeptical of it and cynical as hell about it after the first couple games, but it looks like things are starting to click. And so it just is, as long as they keep making pitchers work and running up pitch counts, it's good stuff.
Yeah. And
if I were to go stat nerd Seth on you for Mike Burrows, is what I would tell you to lean into.
Okay.
His expected ERA, Sean, after this performance, where you pointed out he got Crawford boxed a little bit.
Yeah, a couple times.
His current ERA is what? 7?
It's got to be. Well, he gave up 5 earned runs in 5 2/3, so it's in the 7 or 8 range somewhere. Yeah.
Expected ERA 4.17.
Yeah, it should have been
hard for me to get too enthusiastic about that, just because that's what he was last year.
Yeah.
You're hoping that the Astros pitching crew can get him down to below what he was last year.
Right.
But it wasn't as bad as it looked.
Yeah, and I never said it was great. I just said I think there's probably something too, Seth, that your first start in that ballpark. You got to learn to pitch to the ballpark a little bit. You got to, there's that ballpark's been the same since inception, other than the hill in center field. The Crawford boxes are the thing that's the big thing that pitchers need to kind of work around. The first year, everybody thought that the stadium was going to be like Coors Field because nobody knew how to pitch in it, and then it settled in, and it's more of a normal ballpark now. You just got to, you can't give, you got to be careful about giving guys good pitches to hit over the heart of the plate with a short porch like that in left field.
Yeah.
So
if I were to go stat nerd on you again after one game,
I love it.
I would say it wasn't a great performance. His hard hit percentage, Sean.
Yeah?
27.8%.
How is that?
Historically, he's 42%.
So
that was what he was last year. He's improved by over 25% on his hard hit percentage.
Why are you talking like the guy who told his son, I don't know. Judge is an all-star.
That's because I like the idea of old school Italian New Jersey guy, but he's super analytical, nerdy guy.
I love the voice. I'm just wondering why this particular person.
Sean, his exit velo is at 84.1 right now. I mean, you're looking at the last couple of years, he was never below 89.2. He got an 84.1 exit velocity in 2026. I don't know what everybody's so up in arms about. They got the agita over Mike Burrow's exit velocity, when in fact, the advanced stats would tell you that he's doing just fine.
Vinny from Hoboken has hot Mike Burrow's takes.
I'm a little concerned about his barrel rate. His barrel rate's tweaked up a notch, but other than that, we're doing all right.
The worst caller to WFAN ever, Vinny from Hoboken, calling the Fan in New York about Mike Burrow's first start for the Astros. Yes.
Hey, expected batting average of 231.
There we go.
He's turning everybody out there. Yep. He's turning everybody out there into a glorified version of a late-stage Carlos Beltran.
Okay, text message. If this team shells Crochet, I'll be all in now. Okay. Tough crowd, man. You got to shell Garrett Crochet, the second best pitcher.
That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. No, that's where, there's a lot of people with a healthy skepticism because they'll tell you, because they think they're the stat nerds because they've memorized how many games there are in a schedule. They love to say there's 162 games.
They do. They love that.
They love to pull that out of their wazoo like it's some kind of advanced math or something. There's 162 games.
Last text on the base power text line, and then we'll get to the guys on In the Loop. Did y'all hear the Cubs radio guys refer to Bregman's home run as a Breggy bomb? They can't use that. We coined that phrase, damn it, LOL. If you didn't trademark it, you're kind of screwed. All right?
Look, I don't know if I educate these Chicagoans about intellectual property law and whatnot. But a Breggy bomb, just like Breggy's trash salsa, only goes in Houston.
Hey, does Breggy salsa, we'll bring Reggie Atatula and John Lopez into the conversation here In the Loop. Do you guys...
Breggy salsa is awesome if what you need is to rehydrate.
Yeah.
Because you're going to get a healthy dose of water.
It's super watery. Yeah. No, it's not good salsa. I love Alex Bregman. I don't like his salsa. Do you guys know, because they sold it at H-E-B, right? Mm-hmm. I don't know. I shop at Kroger and H-E-B, more Kroger just because it's closer. And I don't know that they sold it there. I'm not as elite as you guys. But do you guys know that they still sell his Breggy, even though he's not here anymore?
I don't know, but if they have shelf space.
Okay.
If they have shelf space, I know how to fill it.
All right. He managed to make this
about him. That was a mistake.
You did it.
Yeah. I know.
It doesn't show up on their website.
Okay.
No, it's not
Closest thing that comes up is Gabrick's barbecue candy jalapeno barbecue sauce.
Oh, there's John Lopez likes to call it
around that
trash.
Yeah.
Followed by
Give me another one.
H-E-B medium chunky
You heard
salsa.
of Hellman's mayonnaise.
Well, I got to tip my cap to
yeah. Let's not get crazy.
It was Breggy Bomb salsa, right?
Yeah, Breggy Bomb salsa. Yep.
Yeah. Defunct.
It is defunct.
Much like the Flutie Flake.
Okay. Are you literally looking at a web browser right now that has in red font the word defunct?
No.
That would be awesome.
It just doesn't show up.
Like when a restaurant is closed.
H-E-B's not going to tell us where we can go get some Breggy Bomb salsa.
No, that's true. That's true. I just, I don't like this, but I just think of, it's the same question. Like, hey, is that restaurant still open? Then you go to Google, and it's got those ominous permanently closed.
Permanently closed.
Yeah, it's pretty ominous,
That's
man.
insult to injury,
that's
right
pretty,
there.
Permanently, not just closed, permanently. And
I feel like that's stepping outside of where what they can accurately predict or project.
Yeah,
like I know AI is doing incredible things, but you don't know.
You don't know
that it's permanently closed.
Want to reprise it?
Yeah,
come on.
But I do appreciate that because it's not like, hey, this is closed for the weekend. Or closed for maintenance.
Closed
like,
for
hey,
today, or it opens at 4.
I love that. It's like, hey. Don't be expecting it.
Yeah, don't go.
Don't worry about
Don't waste your time.
It's not. There will be an announcement if they come back.
Yes. All right, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station, Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. So what's happening, fellas?
Not much, fellas. I need a little bit of help because, sometimes Bluebell will bring some ice cream up to the station.
The last week they did.
Yeah, and so I, being the industrious young man that I am, took one of the pints to take to the house, right?
I did too, yeah.
Except I left it in my backpack, and I only realized when I was at a Rockets game last night that it was in there.
Oh no!
Thankfully, it did not spill. However,
big goal.
I need to ask you guys.
Yeah.
Should I eat this?
No.
Now?
No.
No. It's got milk in it, man. It's dairy.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Yeah, it's like curdled. You have curdled ice cream.
Yeah.
Is what you have.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that would be a no.
Don't do that.
All right.
Yeah, don't do that. And today's April Fool's Day, so if there were any day for us to if there was any day for us to tell you, yeah, go ahead and eat it.
All you want.
Today would be the day, but I don't want to this is where I get Seth again excessively compulsive about doing something that's not allowed on the radio. Today is a big day of getting warned about things on the radio.
Yeah.
So I'm going to tell Reggie the truth. Do not eat that Brookie a la mode ice cream.
Well, it did.
Now pick the little pieces of brownie and cookie.
Oh, God, no. God, no.
I'll do that.
I'm joking. I'm kidding.
Wait, okay, so are we certain that it's spoiled? Because it melted, but I don't think it's spoiled.
How long was it in your bag and not in the freezer?
4 or 5 hours?
It's spoiled.
It's
Okay.
yeah. Think about leaving.
But it started from ice frozen.
You're, okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Well,
then.
no, it's
You do you.
yeah. You really want to eat this? Why are you even asking us?
Yeah.
You really, you know what?
Because I know that
It's
I know that this
$4 to go get a good one over at the grocery store.
You know
There
the
might
allure
still
of
be
free
some.
food.
There might still be
there's
some in the freezer.
There's probably still some in there.
Yes.
That's one of the biggest mysteries around here is if you go look in the freezer at any given time, there is Bluebell ice cream in there all the time. It's crazy.
But because we get the ones that they bring specifically one that they're not selling in stores, a lot of times they don't have an expiration date on it.
Oh, really?
Because they're bringing us, they're not bringing us necessarily something that is slated. So it hasn't. So with no expiration date on it, you're left there wondering, what exactly do I do?
These are like the cigarettes you buy from the mobsters that don't have the little decals on them. Yeah. His Bluebell came off the back of a truck. I love it. All right, what's the question of the day, boys?
Well, we had it in the back pocket the last couple of days, but other questions of the day took precedent. But the South region, the horn wouldn't go off.
Oh yeah,
at Toyota Center.
God bless Kevin Harlan.
What are the most irritating sounds in life? We're going to hear that, by the way, at 10:40. But what are the most irritating sounds?
What a tease! You ready to hear something irritating? 10:40.
Yeah. Are you going to play a bunch of irritating noises on the air?
No, only one. We'll only play the one, and we'll just talk about.
I will say this: when I hear, and this, it's inevitable. When I hear the battery go low on a smoke detector, I realize that the next half hour to 3 days of my life.
Yeah,
because sometimes you don't find it.
Every 90 seconds.
It's like the next half hour to 3 days, I'm going to be losing.
And you got to get out a ladder, and you got to do the twisting.
And you got to find it.
Pull out the 9-volt battery.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've been known to take a broomstick and just knock it off the ceiling.
You know what? This is a dual one because it's an annoying sound to begin with, but it's also what it used to signify. And kids listening won't understand this. But there used to be a time when television wasn't on all day long, not for all 24 hours. So when they would stop programming, you'd see nothing but this vertical colored bars on your screen, and then a combination of a beeping.
It was a
occasionally
screech.
would go to static and then back to the beeping.
Yes.
And the worst part about it was because usually you would wake up on your couch and realize that either you got too drunk or you had to wake up early, or there was nothing to watch on television or something. It was never a good sound. It was and it was an awful sound to wake up to.
All right.
I never understood why there was an Indian head on that.
Where there was what?
There was an Indian head.
Oh yeah,
on the screen.
Yeah.
Native American.
Native
head.
American. Yeah. That's strange. I've got two. One
it's because we stole "Welcome Back, Kotter" from the Native Americans.
What the hell, man?
But left a broken treaties on the original "Welcome Back, Kotter."
I've got two. The one is Amy and I live across the street from an apartment building that I'm not going to name the apartment building because I'm about to say something negative about it. But it's about a 7-story building next to ours. So our balcony looks over that over the roof of that building, and the fire alarm in that building goes off at least 4 times a week, at least.
God.
And it's an outward alarm that
everybody
and it goes forever. It takes forever to turn it off. That's number one. Number two, anytime Tony Romo groans about something on the CBS broadcaster, he's like,
I see what you're saying, Jim, and I agree.
Yeah,
but I also disagree.
Gene, do you want to get in on this?
That is so good.
Yeah, so that's another noise that bothers me.
The receiver came down with 2 knees inbound.
Right.
I don't know what the rules are on that.
What do you think, Gene? And Gene's like, a third grader knows this rule.
Eventually, his elbow did hit out of bounds, Gene.
Exactly.
Oh, Lord.
All right, well, that'll be good. 10:40 today. I'll be sure to wave to you guys from my seats at the Astros game.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're going to have it on here. I'll text you to make a specific gesture.
Okay, it can't be something dirty.
Yes. Like I'll say, touch both your ears.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Let's
simultaneously.
Because I'll probably be sitting on the end.
People around you are going to be going, "What's going on?
Yeah, what's this guy doing?" Yeah. Oh, yeah, like I'm licking my fingers and rubbing my nipples on TV or something like that. Yeah, let's do that. All right, boys, this was fun, as always. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies in a day filled of hopefully not cursing and inappropriate moments for you.
I hope not. I hope not. Not on the air for sure. All right,
how Sean went bald, everybody. Moral scrupulosity
Stress
over swear words.
Over curse words with the FCC. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Damn right. Happy Wednesday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. He just did the roll call. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig. And you on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. And if you aren't yet, get on it. Let us know what you're thinking, even if you want to berate me for my seeming just insatiable desire to eat ice cream that melted and was in my backpack for a while. People are not happy with me, and I'm not happy with myself, but something within me wants to eat that ice cream.
I'll get you some ice cream.
I just want to be honest.
I will.
There is
Uber
something
eats
within
you
me.
some ice cream.
This is why I asked. I needed more moral authorities to stop me from my worst urges.
Yeah.
That's why I asked you, and that's why I put it in front of the people, because shame is a powerful tool in society, and now the entirety of our listenership will shame me away from that.
Yeah.
Now I also feel a little bit of shame for kind of doubting the Astros offense. I thought there was good reason to. Right? Like we talked about some of the issues that we had seen last year, and then we come out early on in a series versus the Angels that we do not view all that highly, and we don't see, or we see some of the bad things. We see some of the swinging and missing. We see, some of the issues that we had previously seen with the Astros, and we go, here we go again? Question mark?
Yeah.
4 wins in a row.
Yeah.
37 runs in almost as many innings. Honestly, this Astros team is cooking. 4 straight wins for the Astros as they get a 9-1 victory versus the Red Sox. What part of this is the most encouraging? Because all of it is really, really fun to watch.
Well, it is, but the big thing for me right now, and maybe this is just I'm too sinister to whatever. I didn't expect to be having this much fun watching the Astros this soon. I really didn't. I mean, we came into the season, I don't know, this and this and that, and we
were protecting our hearts because last year got a little.
Maybe that's it.
Last year got a little rough.
Yeah.
On the fun scale, regardless of wins or losses, it started getting to where it was not very fun.
Right.
And so
we protect yourself.
Yes.
Emotionally.
As much as you can.
Yes.
My favorite are the 4 times throughout the first 3 months where John Lopez closes the coffin on them.
Yes.
I like my favorite is the multiple times that the season is over for the Astros.
That's right.
John Lopez.
But that's the nature of it
Not
being a
this
marathon.
season, baby.
I don't
Not
know
yet,
if well, anyway, it doesn't matter. But
they're 4-2. We'll never die again.
I didn't think I was going to have this much fun this soon.
Oh, it's so fun.
It's actually just something that is a bit of a surprise. But, the bigger question, to me is this is a team that I think we underestimated, and you've heard the promos they've been running. I think we underestimated that DNA, man. I think we've underestimated just how important it is to have, the Altuve trickle-down effect, the Jordan trickle-down effect, Correa, now McCullers Jr., and even Christian Walker and Isaac Paredes. You can just sense, and what did it for me was Cam Smith talking about it after the game yesterday. Just like there is a direct impact with what they are as veterans and how it's affecting this squad right now. I think that's important.
Yeah,
I underestimated that.
I think it's fair. I think we also, I don't want to say that we fully underestimate all of this because we talked about it. We just could not say that any of these things were guarantees, right? We had so many ifs. You remember the ifs were fists, we all be drunk portion of the program. We had to put a lot of these caveats on, okay, if this happens, if that happens. And what's nice is right now you're seeing a lot of those ifs hit. Yordan Alvarez is an absolute monster. That one felt like one of the easier of the ifs. The if he remains healthy, which we're 6 games in. I don't know what we can do with that just yet. But Jose Altuve, this was an if that I don't even know that we had even put up here, which is Jose Altuve. Incredible eye at the plate. Who could have foreseen?
Yes.
Right. The idea of an old dog learning new tricks. Shout out to that idiom falling by the wayside, because my goodness, Jose Altuve has been incredible. Right. And you could take this all the way down. Christian Walker has been fantastic.
That's what I'm saying. Even Paredes and Walker. I mean, they've been doing the same thing. They're not just teaching the show in the way, is how I would put it. And I think that's been very evident.
All right, so there's portions of this. I'll let you set it up if you so choose. On what feels the most encouraging of all, because it's all very fun. I think that's very well established. And I see you, Joseph, on the YouTube page saying that we're going to jinx this team. I don't think that we have this much power, but you know what? It has already caught us and bit us in the butt once. So who knows? Maybe, but we'll ride. I'm not opposed to riding the roller coaster. I try to kind of remain level. But ultimately, it's going to happen, and I think in the moments, it serves us best to just be where we are, understanding and putting the caveats that we understand where we are. So in this moment, I understand. It's going to be a marathon. It's going to go up and down. I'm still not sure if the Red Sox are a good baseball team.
Well, that too. Yeah, I was right there with you, watching this game. Well, I wasn't with you watching this game, but I was right there with that thought.
If you were, you'd be watching the Rockets game as well.
As I was watching this game. Like, I don't know. I think they might have overstated what the Red Sox are, but nevertheless, you say what's been most impressive. I mean, it's obvious. You talked about it at the very top. Offense, first in runs, first in WAR, first in doubles, first in just about everything. They're near the very top. So it's the offense, and I think that also speaks to what this team has been able to do in terms of approach, as in Altuve. Veterans coming in prepared and playing good baseball just across the board.
Yeah, and you know what's funny when you talk about offense? Bats are there, but I think the approach that it felt like Joe Spada was trying to put into this offense to kind of maybe serve as some level of backstop for the possibility of the bats not being there is also helping, because them getting on the base paths has been really, really nice, right? Better base running just generally, but then also taking some bags. I think that has helped them as well, even to the point of, did you see where Cam Smith struck out but kept swinging?
Yeah.
Right, like even something like that, it started because Joey Lopez-Fito steals second. It causes chaos on the base paths. It also is helped by the Red Sox doing a little bit of the Three Stooges type defense. I don't know why I like to call it Three Stooges defense, but it makes me smile when I think of that in the terms of Three Stooges. But they just get out here throwing the ball around in a way that is not optimal. And then you end up scoring a run. You end up stealing a base. Lopez-Fito ends up on third. And in all of the mayhem, the umpires do not do their job.
Nobody
recognizes that Cam Smith on an 0-2 count happened to swing at the pitch. that happened to get thrown on the second as they try and pick off the man stealing.
Yeah.
And so he gets to get back to the plate. But then even when he gets back to the plate, he walks and keeps the line moving. So, yeah, I think that all of those things are also helping to bring the offense to this place. It's definitely the most encouraging, because also it feels like I subscribe to the idea of like the high water mark, and if you've seen it, then you can get to it again. It's not the end all be all, because then you still have to do the things to get to it again. But we're seeing that this offense can put up 8 or 9 runs consistently.
Yeah.
Now, does that keep being the case? Obviously not. I don't think there's a team in baseball that just scores 8 runs for the entirety of a 162-game season. But the possibility of you being able to do this and do it in a sustainable way. These don't look like fluke 8 or 9 runs or 11-run games. These are games where they're building innings. They're getting guys on, getting them around in a way that feels sustainable.
Well, you mentioned 8 runs in 4 straight, at least 8 runs in 4 straight games. Haven't done that in 5 years.
Yeah.
And so
there's a number of those stats that harken back to, 2017, 2022. You remember what happened in those years?
Yeah, they hadn't done that in 5 years, but the analogy that I always used, similar to yours, is you're as good as your best golf shot.
Yeah.
They are as good as their best golf shot. Their golf shot being this offense, being able to do these things and just making it repeatable, making it something that you can lean into. So offense, I didn't necessarily think pitching was going to be the strength of this team. We talked about it a lot during spring training with some question marks, but I thought the pitching would be good. If you just get good and you have some semblance of this offense, you're onto something. You're onto something. And I think a lot of it goes to Altuve. I mean, you mentioned it kind of in passing, like, this guy, great eye on the ball. Well, that's a 37-year-old dude changing his stripes.
Right.
If Altuve can do that and adapt and show the way, then it just trickles down. I think that's the DNA we're talking about.
And then we at times we talk about baseball as being an individual sport, right? You're just in there facing that pitcher. In fact, I love Barry Bonds, and I know that not everybody has that same feeling, but one of the things he talks about is when he gets into the batter's box, he is just focusing on winning versus that pitcher, because if you think about winning against the defense and the way it's said and all that now you're playing a handicap match, so to say, and you can't win that. And it does feel like we can talk about baseball in that way, but also we know that one batter affects the next batter. It's one of the reasons why we harp on lineups at times, because how does this person protect that? And it feels like, not even feels like, it is evident that when you have Yordan Alvarez and Jose Altuve hitting well, that the next guys behind them show up and like they're handed off something special. Even when you get to the bottom of the lineup, when you have opportunities to get guys on base and to threaten on the base paths, that gives your bottom of the lineup guys a better opportunity to swing the stick and get something productive. So it all builds upon each other, and right now it's building really well. The question that I do have about the lineup that we can't answer just yet, are we settling into a pattern for Joe Espada when it comes to the every other day with Jeremy Payne? How much of that is the injury, and how much of that it feels like a thing that it's a nice way to get everybody involved, everybody's still buying in early, and everybody feels like they have the role that works for them?
I think it's a little early to make any conclusions on that. A lot of teams are going to sit some guys and try some different things early in the season. Now, obviously, it's a unique circumstance here with the guys, but he has a convenient excuse to do that. So I think it's a little early, but it's still going to be there. It's going to be there all season long, presuming they keep the lineup as is.
It would also be very uncomfortable for Jeremy Pena to not play as many games as possible, considering that he might be one of, if not your best players.
Yes, absolutely. But the offense, and you mentioned the bottom of the lineup. I think the roles that these guys have, obviously Yordan is going nuts. Altuve's playing well. Christian Walker, shout out to Christian Walker, has just been really playing well at home, which is important. He didn't play as well at home last year.
No, and that breaking those trends is probably really big when it comes to Christian Walker. Again, 6 games in, what you can do from that, what you can take from that. But breaking some of those trends of last year is really helpful, at least for my personal psyche. Not that that's what he cares about, because there was a downward trend before he came in, and it felt like last year did feel like it fell within that downward trend. Breaking that is nice, so that it's like, all right, we're not in that downward trend. That is not the reason why. Maybe we can go to other reasons as to why last year wasn't as good.
Well, but you mentioned the bottom of the lineup, and they have a different role and a different approach than the top half of the lineup. And that's working, because you're basically moving the conga line as best you can, getting on base, trying to figure out a way to get on base, and then let the other guys. It's classic old school baseball, and it's working. It's absolutely working.
One of the things I thought about during the course of this game, as leadoff hitter Roman Anthony for the Red Sox goes 0 for 4. In fact, there was 3 straight at bats where he goes three strikes and sits his ass down. Hey man,
he looked lost.
He did look lost, one, and he's relatively young, but Hunter Brown, like the way that he is dealing, we're going to be talking about a Cy Young conversation again, especially if he can get this kind of run support where the wins will show up, even though I don't know how much wins still factor in, or how heavily, I should say, into our conversations here. Roman Anthony is one of those guys that you would have loved to get if these two teams did consummate an Isaac Paredes trade, right?
Oh, yeah. Now, that notwithstanding. And by the way, there was a report yesterday that they were very much in talks.
That they're still talking while the Red Sox are here. Yeah, that's the wild thing about it, because you look at that, and I imagine you beat them down bad enough. Now, of course, you're not going to be able to do this in one series, but do they get to a place where they go, we need Isaac, or do they go, we're beyond that, and we're not quite in that place? But it was just kind of
clicking right now, man.
It was kind of funny for me to look up and think, hey, you could have been on the other side of that where Roman Anthony's here is not looking as good. Now, of course, Roman Anthony's still a really good, young, talented player that plays in the outfield, but it feels like your decision, or maybe not a decision, but your inability at this point to get an Isaac Paredes trade, feels like it's working out really well for you in this moment. And that includes the outfield, where Cam Smith is absolutely patrolling in an incredible way. A lot of things going well for the Astros, and it feels good. It's a great time to be a Houston Astros fan here in the great city of Houston. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going from one thing that feels great to another thing that could feel great, but Lopez wants to feel bad about. Is Ime Udoka trying to get this team in the best position to make a postseason run, or is he just trying to be right? Let's break that down next.
The Cougs endured another tough Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
When someone scratches their plate with a fork, that one got me.
That
kind
of drive me insane.
That one got me yelled at a lot as a kid.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's a good one as well. Because like, hey man,
Mm-hmm.
the food is there. You don't gotta try and dig it out the.
Trying to wring it out?
Yeah, come on, it's there. Just eat it. All right, let's go around the NFL here. As we've gotten more and more information and just all sorts of things, as we have league meetings, it's one of those times where you just hear all sorts of different things, and so we're getting more insight into, including that the NFL actually has put into place a couple of rules when it comes to challenging, and one of those is that assist to replace replacement refs. So we've been keeping on this. Obviously, nothing largely new in that space, but it's another step towards. It feels like replacement refs are coming this year.
It absolutely does. Well, the threat is there, and we've talked about how it's going to be. It is. I shouldn't say going to be. It is more of a threat than anything, a warning that they're going to play hardball. I am curious on the assistance from the booth.
Mm-hmm.
I think it should just be permanent. It should just be the way it is, with or without.
I was wondering why. I mean, I feel like that's a good asset to, just the regular refs.
Ultimately, you say, get it right. Get it right.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. But I feel like that's
I don't think the refs want it. The permanent refs, yeah.
Yeah. So once the permanent refs come back, or if they come back, then
I'd like to keep it.
Yeah. Is that gone?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I in theory I'd like to keep it. I'd like to see how it actually works because again, when it comes to these refinements and rules, when it comes to the administration of the game, sometimes something in theory works and you see it in practice. You go, oh, actually this does the complete opposite. Right, like reviewing basketball in particular.
Mm-hmm.
So I would hate for it to end up looking like reviewing basketball.
The reason I like it is how many times have we been watching a game, and they go to Gene Steratore or whomever, the rules expert, and he says something along the lines of, "Well, they can't review that, or they can't change that because it was a holding. I'm not whatever it was. It was something else, a toe in bounds or something." And then you see something else in the course of the play, like a face mask. And they're like, well, they can't do that. Well, they should be able to. That's a face mask or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, use the benefit of the eye in the sky.
Yeah. That's where I think it could come in play.
Sure. I could see that. I wonder, I just wonder if it slows down everything. And ultimately, I find myself in this moment going, hey, I kind of want to see the replacement refs just to see this. But I also don't.
I don't.
I also don't.
I really don't. It's going to get ugly.
It very well could. Very well could. And so we'll watch as they march towards that. Now, one thing that isn't ugly, because the NFL finally realized that this is a small step of the NFL realizing maybe we did a little too much, which I do appreciate, because it did feel like there was going to be no end of this. Just the NFL thought of something, they executed, and they were like, it is good, we keep moving. The NFL has scrapped dual Monday Night Football games.
Thank God.
So we're not going to end up in that circumstance where even with the slight, delay, but you have games overlapping on both ABC and ESPN. Apparently, quote, fans felt like they were conflicted to choose, which
they were.
Duh.
You know why they felt that way? Because they did.
Why
made y'all think this was a good idea?
Why did it take you 2 years to realize that having two games on at the same time made fans have to decide which game to watch?
Yes.
Hey, we work at Sports Radio 610. Let's get another sports station and put it on at the same damn time. Let's see how that works.
Double the stations, double the listeners. That's how it works, right?
That's not how it works. That's not how it works. But as part of this, they decided to change what a work week is.
Yeah.
That ticked me off.
Yeah, so
it flat out made me mad.
Yeah, so they went from obviously this circumstance, which thankfully, we're not going to have the double Monday Night Football. It remains an island game. I think you take away that appeal by having two of them at the same time.
But they're not going to give away primetime games. So what did they do?
Friday games, which they have, there's a few of them, obviously, later on in the season once they move out of the period of the fall where that is college football and high school football's domain. They've made it so that Friday games are no longer seen as short week games. So Thursdays are clearly short week games, and they will accommodate as they see fit. but Friday games will be treated in the same vein as a Sunday or Saturday game, where it doesn't matter if you played on Sunday, if you played on Monday, you will play on Friday with no additional accommodation.
Stupid. Not dumb, stupid. It doesn't make any sense. You're in every other work environment, you work on Sunday and you have to come back and work on Friday. That's a short week. That's a short week. And they're saying, no, it doesn't count as a short week. Why? Because you said so? I mean, and this is not just a work week. This is the NFL. When these guys, it takes 2 days to recover, at least, 2 days to recover.
Yeah, there's one full off day. The second day, in a regular week, you would have, 1 day is recovery, and then the second day is like a full off day. And then we get to work for the 3. I wonder if they go so far as allowing a Monday to Friday game. Where,
I wouldn't be surprised.
That would be the same as Sunday to Thursday.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So that ends up with the same tight schedule, which, again, we already – and it feels like we've moved a little bit away from this with some things, but we already were in a place where Thursday night football games, you expect a lesser quality because of the short week. With these Friday games, it feels like you – especially because the Friday games end up being these tentpole games that are really special at times of the year, whether it's Black Friday or something. It feels like you have a possibility of limiting what is supposed to be a really big game late in the season by not giving the adequate rest to the players.
I don't understand. I don't understand how they can say that's not a short week.
I wonder if they just look at it from the standpoint of we got teams that play on Sunday and then turn around and play on Thursday.
Yeah, but that's a short week.
I know, but I wonder if they just wonder, 1 day more. That's not. I wonder if they just trying to fool folks.
This is just greed. They're knocking off the extra Monday night games, so they're not going to give away primetime money.
Yeah.
So they're like, all right, let's just make Friday a regular work week. Oh, why? Because you said so? I don't understand it.
Yeah. So I saw that and I was like, all right, well. 1 step forward, 2 steps back at times, possibly.
Are they still doing the double headers?
For what?
On Mondays?
This Monday night double headers.
Maybe to start the year they might.
7 p.m. and then a 10.
I think they are actually. I think they are doing to start the year.
I wish they get rid of those.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to watch no football game at 10:30 at night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So at the very least there will not be the dual. I think that might just be like dual Monday games in general. So they might not do that at all if I'm interpreting what the statement was from NFL media correctly. Some other things around the NFL. Jerry Jones spoke, and Jerry be talking, so there was a whole bunch of things. I tried to limit the amount of Jerry Jones that we ultimately bring to the program, but I brought this up because, what is my favorite Mark Cuban quote when it comes to the NFL?
Pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered?
Gotta get you a shirt, man.
Look, I will wear it.
Yeah.
Just bring it to me.
Yeah.
I'll pay you for it too. But Jerry Jones had his response to that earlier on in the week. Obviously, that has continued to be there, and his response was, "When the ducks quack, feed them."
I've never heard that.
I'm not going to tell you what it means.
I've never heard that. Yeah,
Figgy, I would like you to give me a guess. Your best guess.
Say it again.
When the ducks quack, feed them. What do you think Jerry Jones mean by that?
I feel like that's his way of saying that. What's that term? The squeaky oil gets
the squeaky wheel gets the oil. Yeah.
I wonder if he's trying to do something like that.
He's actually saying, "Give the people what they want."
Yeah, so you're basically right. Boy, Fig, way to go.
Yeah.
You have a yellow belt in understanding Jerry Jones. I'm proud of you. I hear him on that though because
is that what the people want?
That's the thing, though, right? And maybe this is so much the people want it in that they will keep eating it, right? But the idea of the demand from the consumers dictating the way that they go about things doesn't feel entirely correct because they've gone out of their way to do things that when you see them, you go, who was asking for that? But people keep showing up. So how could you?
No, they keep showing up because it's there. But have the masses been saying, give me Friday night NFL. Give me Friday night.
Wednesday night.
Wednesday night NFL. Give me Wednesday night NFL. When have we said that?
Who is saying that?
No one. But the NFL.
Well, I wouldn't say that. There are some people. There are some sickos.
But
is there some people that's out there, man? I wish we had a Wednesday night game.
Right.
Man.
Right. By and large, no one. But the NFL says, you know what? We could play on a Wednesday. We could play on a Friday. Twice, 3 times, 4 times.
We trying to take over the universe.
So the ducks are quacking. The ducks aren't quacking. You're just doing it. You're just doing it.
Yeah, the ducks ain't quacking. They just rolling around. And if you throw food at them, they gonna eat it.
I mean, I'll eat anybody's food if they're giving it away. You know, that's squeaky wheel gets the grease, not the oil. Yes. I mean, ultimately the point was made.
I've heard oil too, but yeah, either way.
Oh, here we go with grease and oil again.
I have.
Show.
I have.
Yeah,
Squeaky wheel get the DW, was it WD-40? That's what I heard.
By the way, if anybody was interested in what is the third year of Aaron Rodgers keeping a team held hostage. Apparently, the owner of the Steelers, Rooney, expects a decision for Aaron Rodgers before the draft.
Good luck with that.
So,
good luck.
Entertainment purpose dollars only. You taking the under or the over draft on Aaron Rodgers? Making
the over being after the draft?
Yes.
I'll take the over.
Just inherently.
This is the most predictable thing
He
there's
would
ever
need
been.
to, though, right? Because if
he hasn't.
No, but here's the thing, right? For their circumstances, if he doesn't, and they wait until after the draft, how do they get a quarterback?
Well, I think they get a quarterback anyway.
No, but you think they draft a quarterback regardless? And even though it's not a great year,
right?
Like, hey, Garrett Nussmeier, come in here and we'll see what we do with Nussmeier, Will Howard, and maybe Aaron Rodgers.
I mean, the most predictable thing ever was Aaron Rodgers doing this. Like, not even close.
Yeah,
this bleeping guy.
That's the fullness of your comment.
It's kind of hilarious at this point.
It is.
What are the Steelers trying to accomplish?
I have no idea, man.
Hey, that is a franchise that has fallen very heavily in my mindset when it comes to stature in the league.
No, it absolutely.
The thing is, they in the middle of the pack where they didn't have an awful year where they could draft a high end type of quarterback, but they're just good enough where they're in the middle of the pack where they can't even rebuild.
It's the worst place to be.
Yeah, and they rolling like they not trying to rebuild.
It's almost like it's a mirror on the wall thing, and the mirror's lying. You know, it's that was it Little Mermaid. Something like that,
We're just quoting all sorts of things today.
And like the mirror is telling Ursula, "Oh yeah, you're gorgeous," and no, you're not.
Is that not Snow White?
No, Snow White was the original, but in trust me, I've got some recent experience with this.
Okay.
You saying this Little Mermaid?
Little Mermaid, it was not so much a mirror as some whatever figure saying, "Oh yeah, Ursula, you're beautiful."
I'm quite enjoying your. I feel like now I need a segment at some point in the summer of just Lopez
Disney
explains Disney poorly. So there's this car, right?
Yeah.
And he thinks he's really cool. Anyways,
yes.
All right. So speaking of franchises that have changed their general standing in the National Football League, how do you feel about the Detroit Lions?
In terms of like the coming season?
No, just like their status as a team in the NFL, right? There's some teams that you look at and you go, that's a good organization. Like just like we were talking with the Steelers, where typically you viewed that as a good organization. I don't view that in the same way. Where do you feel about the Detroit Lions? Because at a point they were the laughing stock, or one of the laughing stocks of the league.
Oh, I think they're still in window open mode. I mean, I still think they're a power in the NFC.
But as an organization, it does feel like they had kind of changed their ways, right? Obviously, under Brad Holmes, the general manager, they've done some really good things when it comes to building the team. It feels like they're no longer that laughing stock. I have a little something that gave me pause in that though. And you saw that their former center Frank Ragnow retired last June. Yeah. And it was pretty late into the game, and we had to figure out how are they going to figure out center. But it was like, hey, he's somewhat legendary on that team. Legendary is kind of a tough word to use at times. You wonder if you're using it too lightly. But he was a very good player for them for a very long time. Well, the Detroit Lions are hearkening back to when we didn't view them very well, in that Frank Ragnow was reportedly forced to repay part of his signing bonus to the Lions. In the same way, you remember that they did that to Calvin Johnson?
They did it to Barry Sanders.
Exactly. Barry Sanders, does he still not rock with them behind that?
Well, he showed up to some things.
I think he showed up. Okay, so he's warmed a little. But for a long time, he did not rock with them because of that.
I don't know if Calvin Johnson rocking with them. I ain't seen him there in a minute.
Yeah. So with that being the case, that did make me go, why can't you just let him have his money? Right? I thought that they had learned their lesson from having two of the best players to have ever played for that team. Kind of shun them for a period of time because of this dispute over money, in a way that you've made the money that you're paying them on those players with the value that they provide. And maybe you can not say the same for Frank Ragnow, but I figured that they would have learned. You don't look any good for forcing that dude to pay this back.
Just doesn't feel right.
Right.
I get it. Hey, it's in his contract that if he retires, whatever. Barry Sanders did. I get all that. Just doesn't feel that, especially with all the success they've had recently, how relevant and important he was to that success. At some point, it's more, hey, that's your bonus, and it was just a bonus. You keep it.
Yeah.
It's signing bonus money is what it is.
Yes, and of course, again, it is within their right technically.
Right.
I want to make
I get
this
it. I totally get it.
It is the team within the team's right. So I'm not trying to make it seem like it is not within their right.
They're not doing something illicit.
Correct.
Yeah.
It just don't feel right. And the thing about it is, these are the types of things that you wonder if are things that show up on reports, right? The NFLPA report card, and just the way that people view your franchise, which is interesting to me because Dan Campbell's a dude that is the ultimate players coach in the best way.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like Brad Holmes does a great job organizing that organization, and so it feels like at least I'm trying to figure out how does this particular type of thing weigh for prospective players.
And you also have to weigh, prospective players, but weigh how it affects in the locker room. In the locker room, like, oh boy, because people talk. It's like, hey, did you see what they did to Ragnow? Just sort of the whole mood in there.
It seemed like they just kind of banking off this tradition.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know if they just look at this as a tradition type of thing, especially going back to Barry Sanders.
What a useless tradition.
Mm-hmm. I know. Like to me, that's. I mean, I ain't trying to compare it to the same thing, but when the Yankees didn't allow facial hair, it's just like, come on, man.
Yeah. Somehow the Yankees. Somehow the Yankees made that something that was quote unquote endearing, right? Like this means something. This is about presenting yourself.
No names on the jerseys.
How do you make we don't let you walk with the money that we already gave you?
Yeah.
How do you make that into something that you spin into a positive?
It's a tradition.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe that's something from the owners that's like, hey, if anybody retire early, then they got to get half of that back.
Right.
All right, there you go. You're around the NFL here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to D'Amico Ryans, more of the things that he had from the league meetings. He said that Gerard Johnson, quote, did everything he possibly could do. So what does this then mean about the move in itself? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
In the Loop.
How are we feeling?
Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
How's your week been so far?
Oh, mine?
Yeah.
I've been pretty good.
Figgy, how's your week been so
It's been pretty good so far.
Yeah? Yeah, I think some of our listeners may be having a bad week at work.
Why do you say that?
Why is that?
I just want them to feel better. If you're having a bad week at work, I want you to feel better because of my confession.
Figure this feels like a setup.
Okay.
Like, I mean, I generally want people to feel better, but this feels like a setup.
CB Buckner.
Oh, okay.
He made me search something that I never thought I would search in my life. And that search included the words, has an MLB umpire ever been fired midseason?
Buddy stinks.
He's awful.
He's
awful.
I try not to be that direct about people and their jobs, but he
has a family, guys.
Yeah, he does,
really
and they're gonna need some help.
Oh my goodness!
So this happened yesterday.
Call from CB Buckner is that Jake Bauers missed first base and then was tagged out. Not that he made a move to second base,
right,
and was tagged out, that he flat out missed the bag. And I think that is the horrendous call. Where is CB Buckner looking?
He's not even looking at it. I would even say that.
CB Buckner was not even looking at the play.
No, he wasn't.
Stepped right on top of first base. I'm
Smack
not sure
in the middle of the bag. He stepped square in the middle of the bag.
Well, I'm really excited for him to have the plate tomorrow.
Damn.
Ball's overturned. Milwaukee retains their challenge.
My goodness, that was bad.
Was so bad. I watched it like 40 times. I was trying to figure out what happened.
What could he have seen? Well, apparently he was looking at in the on deck circle, toward the on deck circle.
Yeah, terrible process when you're talking about being the first.
I was
base
like, what was the call he missed? Like I'm like,
you thought it was something like I'm missing something.
Yeah,
here.
I'm like, I'm missing something. The last thing I would have thought was he missed the base.
And for those who don't remember, CB Buckner is the home plate umpire who missed back-to-back calls and was humiliated and angered thanks to the ABS system. And now he does this. And I legit looked it up. In fact, the answer is the last one was decades ago because of gambling. Some umpire was
not performance.
I'm talking like veteran umpires, not like a AAA guy that got called up for vacation or something.
Yeah. But, so umpire never been fired because of performance.
Dude, I think he might. It's bad.
Buddy. We let Angel Hernandez rock for a good.
We
long
did,
time.
but it wasn't like this where there is continual video evidence of you're just bad.
And the thing that I didn't get about this, because I really appreciated that call. I did not hear the call. I just saw the video, and I was like, what is happening here? The thing I don't understand is, all right, maybe you happen to not be looking. We've all been at work not doing what we were supposed to do a little bit. If it comes to you and it's like, hey, now you got to make a call, don't you go with the path of least resistance?
Yes, the guy's off the base.
Right, if I haven't seen it, you just go, yeah, he's safe. Yeah, we're just going to go with the thing. Off the base, you went out of your way to make the call wrong.
Yes.
You're like, I didn't see it, but I'm just going to assume that he ain't touched the base. Why?
Yeah.
You knew that you weren't looking at the bag right then.
And that's the wrong type of call to make, to be honest, because he threw he thrown the ball away.
And you always talk about, the way to get to billionaires is to embarrass them. Well, the MLB as an organization, it's not a particular person per se, or billionaires. And those two managers looked at each other. Did you see this part? They looked at each other across the diamond and started laughing.
Like what you want me to do?
Like each manager's laughing. The MLB is embarrassed by CB Buckner.
All right, so question. And of course, CB Buckner will win on the entirety of his resume. So let's just say just the particular play that we just played, right? Just calling somebody off the bag when they clearly ran through the center of the bag.
Having a bad week, man.
Is that worse? Or is it worse to miss a strike three call and let the batter keep going? like what happened last night in that.
But it's not defensible, but it's almost understandable. Like, truly no one in the stadium noticed because there's kind of a little chaos there.
Yeah, but nobody else in the stadium's job is to know.
Correct. No. Like I said, not defensible, but understandable. Like, he just, like everybody else, like, well, nobody else called him out on it.
Yeah. I think this one is worse because everybody's seen it, and they had to spend a challenge on it.
Yeah.
Well, they got it right.
Back. They got it back, but for the simple fact, we had to use a challenge because of your big, stupid mistake.
And he's calling balls and strikes
and this ain't
today.
And you
Same team.
You was already in the doggone headlines for this anyway.
I think it's unlikely, but I don't think it's off the table that if he continues to embarrass himself in the league like this, they could say, hey, maybe take a couple of weeks down in AAA.
If someone wants to be a smartass, what I would do, and I say this like I would actually do it, I would not. But what I would want to do, if you want to be a smartass, as soon as you step in the box, go ahead and tap your helmet before you even go Just know I'm challenging you. Whatever happens,
I'm coming to play
right
just
now.
going out. Yeah,
I don't believe that you're going to get this right.
Do you feel like he's going to have a quick trigger, too? Because somebody going to make some type of smart-ass comment.
Yeah, man.
Like, oh, did you see that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's fewer instances where they can, and if you went out of your way to, quote-unquote, show up the ref, oh, yeah, you get out of here.
And I ain't talking about just yelling at the ref, just, hey, you see that, right?
Yeah.
Hey, did I step on the bags?
Was that good enough for you?
Yeah. Did you see that?
Yes.
Yeah, you going to have a
dude, I was like, secondhand embarrassment. Like, and I don't even know the dude.
Someone said it feels like we're just bashing the elderly with CB Buckner. Nah, man, he chose this life.
Yes.
He chose this life by being this bad. And I think we usually will give a decent leeway to amount of, like, reasonable human error. This was unreasonable in my mind.
Exactly.
These are my confessions.
I felt bad about the way I handled something yesterday, or really did not handle something. And it was the story of Jaden Ivey. I think, Fig, you brought it up in this segment yesterday, the possibility of can he play guard for this team, just because Jaden Ivey, if you do not know, a shooting guard in the National Basketball Association, had started his career, I believe, with Detroit, ended up with Chicago recently, and Chicago cut him after what seemed, I think for some people, him getting very vocal about his faith. And I think the people viewed it as that way. And I was just like, look, man, don't nobody like talking about their faith.
Yeah.
Don't really want to get into this. But the reason why I regret not talking about this is I think that the faith, if you're just going to go from the faith perspective of this, you're missing actually the issue here with the Jaden Ivey thing, which, I mean, first and foremost, I think the decision that the Bulls made to cut him comes from him having multiple injuries, not playing particularly well, coming back off of those injuries. But also, did you know that, and he said this himself, that he supposedly had considered, what did the kids say, unaliving himself? I think he said 4 times. In addition to that, the reports that are coming out now say that Jaden Ivey was reportedly asking Bulls reporters, mind you, if they had fornicated before marriage. He was taking that same energy all the way around the locker room, asking other dudes, or determining, not asking, but telling dudes who was righteous and who was not righteous. And I'm like, hey, man, we got mental health issues paired on top of you being a bad hang around the office and you not doing your job well. This is all going to come to a head, regardless of if you're talking about religion or not. And the thing that I ultimately want to land on, because I think some of this is funny, but some of this is not, is, damn, I hope that he does. Because I said this off air, I think that he's having a fit of mania. Now, of course, I'm nobody's psychologist to be able to make that determination, but just if in my position, just thinking and watching this, it does feel like that's the case. Again, in the same way we're talking about Tiger Woods, I do hope that he stops and gets some help and he does not just exist in this without help. And that's the only thing that scares me about the decision to cut him rather than using the influence of being his influence, or rather his employer, to help him. But I do understand where you go, hey, man, this is untenable. And I don't think this is just because he believes in God. Buddy, if we're cutting people for believing in God, we're not going to have very many football, basketball players, baseball players.
Yeah. Believing in God, not believing in God, ultra religious, not as religious, doesn't matter. There's simple propriety in the workplace. Hey, you having premarital sex? That ain't proper. You know, that ain't, no matter who you are or what you follow, who you believe. You start asking folks around the workplace, hey, you have premarital sex? Yeah, go ask someone. Go into the hallway, Figgy. Go ask someone.
I'm not asking nobody that.
See how that works
out. Go ask Jesse. Right, and mix. See what she answers.
Yeah.
And see if we don't get a call from HR.
It's simple workplace propriety.
It just, honestly, it sounds like he's just being irritating.
Yes.
Like that. That's irritating to me. Like, take the religion part out of it. Like, you going around irritating people.
Yes. I mean, that it's not a matter of this or that. It's like, dude, you can't do that.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
I kind of wish, man, like I don't wish anything, but kind of wish he would have walked up to me and said something like that.
Yeah.
I would have gave him the weirdest answer.
I'm sure people
ever.
have. You know what locker rooms are.
If he would have asked me that, I would have been like, yep. And that's why we married right now. I would have said something like that. Yep. We going to HELL on hockey, on the scholarships.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So,
on a scholarship.
On a scholarship.
Yeah, so today is April Fool's Day.
Mm-hmm.
So happy April Fool's Day to all the fools out there.
Not on this show.
Yeah.
And outside of the obvious reasons why I hate it, I really hate it. This is my confession. I really hate it on social media, man. I almost got like 3 times today already, man.
Yep.
The first thing I seen was on Twitter, you know how they had the trending stuff on the side? It said, WNBA team in Cleveland, a new name. And I'm like, oh, they picked a new name. So I looked.
Here we go.
And this is from...
They don't have a team anymore, do they?
Mm-hmm.
No, they got one coming soon.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
I forgot
they
about
got
that.
one coming soon. And this tweet is from Dan Gilbert, who is the owner of the Cleveland Cavaliers. This man tweeted, introducing our proposed name for the Cleveland new WNBA team, the Ohio Wolverines. And so he got pictures.
Oh, because of the mission.
Yes.
That's terrible.
Yeah, so he went on a long tweet talking about it and then said, make sure you grab your Ohio Wolverine merch available online at ohiowolverines.com. Within the next 60 days, use the code AprilFools to receive 15%. And I'm just like, man, why is y'all? Why do y'all doing that?
I truly don't like this.
It didn't stop there. I saw something.
He kept
else.
going?
No, not him. Not him.
I was going to say, I was like, what did
this is something totally. This is something totally different that almost got me. Saw this tweet that said Janelle James, who is the principal on Abbott Elementary, will reportedly be leaving Abbott Elementary after the show's upcoming season 6 due to creative differences with the studio executives. I almost sent that to my wife.
Oh,
you was going to ruin her day for no reason.
And I thought about, I'm like, man, this is damn April Fool's crap. And then right above that tweet, I saw a tweet from Popeye saying, our chitlin recipe is almost finalized.
Absolutely not.
I'm like, what are y'all doing, man?
Absolutely not.
Y'all messing up the whole timeline at this point, man.
Well, now you got me wondering if that hot dog pizza is real. Remember you were talking about that before?
Yeah, I bring it up in the mixtape, but I actually saw that, I want to say a couple days ago.
Okay, so it's real.
No.
Okay.
I didn't see it today.
Wait, you said that like you were relieved. Like, thank God I'll have an opportunity to have a hot dog in my crust.
I mean...
All right, Lopez. Hey, so you was wondering why you could hear your heart when you lay down to sleep. I got an answer for you right there. It's all the sodium you having.
When we did bring it up, Lopez did say, ugh.
Yeah.
He said, oh.
I did. I went, oh, really? I'm listening.
Tell me more.
I'm listening.
I'd like to tell you what's not an April Fool's Day prank. We're giving away a 4-pack of tickets to see the Houston Gamblers this Sunday. That's April 5th, mind you, at Shell Energy Stadium to see them take on the Birmingham Stallions, UFL action. All you got to do is be caller number 8 right now, 713-572-4610. You'll see the Gamblers in their home opener at Shell Energy Stadium. And also, there's a special halftime performance by Ludacris will be performing at halftime. So 4 tickets, Houston Gamblers. Be caller number 8 right now, 713-572-4610. All right. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. Coming up next, we do a Wednesday staple. Let's get a little Judge John Lopez going next.
Payne and Pendergast.
The biggest one that worries me out of the 4 guys that pitch this weekend is Christian Javier, because I think
610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Well, all right. It's time for the court of the honorable me. And who doesn't like that? Judge John Lopez here.
Especially the days where I lose.
Y'all have been having some battles here in my court. But all right, let's get to a couple of cases here. First one somewhat ties in with Gerard Johnson, I guess, who's now with the Eagles.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, somewhat ties in there, but there's been a lot of chatter up.
Somebody else to blame over there.
Yeah.
When they don't go right.
From the pot to the fire or something like that.
Boy, that would be unfortunate for Gerard.
The frying pan to the fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why we've been killing idioms on this show today. We've just been massacring those.
But it also kind of doesn't, because he's an offensive assistant. I'm sure he'll work with Jalen a lot, but it's more of a Sirianni Eagles thing. And what was the original story? Help me out on this.
Tim McManus and Jeremy Fowler of ESPN put out another piece entitled Inside of the Eagles' 2025 Friction as Jalen Hurts stands at a crossroads. Obviously, we've seen enough times where Jalen Hurts is kind of in the crosshairs when it comes to what's happening with the offense. Yeah. Why isn't it going? Why is it going? And there's some questions as to whether he's at the center of it.
And Jalen Hurts, 5 offensive coordinators, I believe, or play callers in 5 years. Is Jalen Hurts the issue with the Philadelphia Eagles offense? Is our first case. Figgy?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to say yes. I think at this point he is the issue. And look, we talked about it with the Houston Texans and C.J. Stroud on how they got to change some things up to see if they could get them going, to see if he's the problem or if the system is the problem. With the Eagles, they did that 5 times. Mm-hmm. And I know maybe some might have left for other reasons, all that stuff, but they are going through offensive coordinators like crazy. And I think at some point, man, you got to look at the quarterback, man. You got to look at him. And I just think right now, I think they're going to see what happens in Philly this year to, if he improve and all that stuff, how the offense look. Mm-hmm. But right now, I think they running out of options. And I think right now, you got to look at Jalen Hurts as the issue with this offense. We see all the bickering going on with A.J. Brown not getting the ball and all that. I think at some point you got to look at the quarterback. It's a lot of swings and misses with these offensive coordinators, man.
Right.
I don't think everybody is wrong and he's the one that's right. Mm-hmm. I think you got to look at.
Well,
Jalen
that sounds
Hurts.
familiar. Boy, that sounds familiar. Wow, that's called striking a nerve there.
Yeah,
Reggie.
I guess that's how you land an argument, huh?
You have the unenviable task of saying he ain't the issue.
Yeah, I mean, well, I could go the route that this texter has gone, where you go, the Eagles' successes the past few years had a ton to do with Jalen, Super Bowl MVP, so on and so forth. I won't go there. I will point to there have been issues with this Eagles offense and finding consistency and doing the things that they tend to do well. I feel like it's not the quarterback that ultimately decides, you know what, we're not going to get the ball to our best wide receiver frequently enough. Mm-hmm. I don't think it's the quarterback that decides we're not going to run the football with Saquon Barkley and do it in a way that is successful. I think that there's enough that has happened that did not make sense just purely schematically over this time period to look at the decision makers and go, why have you not found this consistency? And I think that the argument that has been placed a few times in some of these larger reports is maybe like a lack of quote-unquote buy-in or just, wanting to do things
that sounds familiar, too.
I think that the Brian Johnson, you remember the Brian Johnson quarterback coach that time period? That felt like that was, there was one way that they wanted to play it, or at least him and Jalen Hurts. There was another way that kind of the larger powers that be wanted to play, and there was some friction there. I feel like that falls more on the coordinators and, more importantly, Nick Sirianni to be able to bridge that gap and create that buy-in that is necessary, especially when Howie Roseman is given a lot of praise for buying the groceries to give them the opportunities to succeed. I mean, they have one of, if not the best, wide receiver duos, and they just consistently don't make use of it. And it's not that Jalen Hurts can't get them the football. It's that schematically they're not placed in a place to do that. So I don't think it's Jalen Hurts as the issue. I do recognize how maybe he's not the easiest quarterback to work with, but just as Nate Tice talked about when we were at the Super Bowl, yeah, man, that's what y'all get paid for, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead and coach. And I think that they have been a little lacking on the coaching and somehow still found a decent amount of success through it.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong on all your points, but the thing is, I don't think Figgy is wrong necessarily either, simply because ultimately it does come back down to the quarterback. And boy, kind of this whole argument is just making me feel
scary,
bad for Gerard. It's making me feel bad, like, oh, yeah, C.J. Stroud could be a bit of an issue. Oh, you get Jalen Hurts as the reward.
But the thing is, if he go in there and they start playing good,
well, yeah,
he's gonna look like
ride his own
Jesus
ticket.
Christ.
Yeah.
I will say though, how much does seeing this kind of stuff where, I mean, even, all right, I'm reading directly from this piece from ESPN in a segment I like to call Reading, Kellen Moore, the Eagles offensive coordinator in 2024, had tried to implement new offensive concepts that Hurts did not always embrace, per multiple team source. Again, you go, does
Where
that.
have I heard that before?
Right?
Yeah.
The question I have then, does that give you any level of solace maybe to understand that this is not a unique thing if this is indeed something that the Texans are dealing with in-house, right?
It seems so, yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
that this is something that, at least when we see it reported and possibly even beyond some of the reports that we have, that this is something that is a more common, I don't want to say that it's flatly common, but a more common occurrence in the NFL than maybe we give it credit for.
Yeah, no, I think it absolutely is. And I thought your point, I mean, that is why you get paid. But after a while, 5 and 5 years, they were all paid. They all tried.
And these 5 different coordinators that might not been from the same system.
And they all have credentials.
Can I give you the 5?
Yeah.
Doug Peterson, obviously, dating back to 2020. Shane Steichen in the time after that. He ultimately used for a head coaching job. Brian Johnson, who we just talked about. That one ended very quickly. Kellen Moore, who then left for a head coaching job. And then Kevin Petula last year, who they wanted. What was that? Oh, the kid who wanted him flipping burgers or flipping fries, something to that effect.
Yeah. If it, what did I say last week? If it smells like a duck, or whatever.
Yeah.
But if it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. I'm going to side with Figgy on this one.
Okay.
Jalen Hurts is the issue. Got another one for you. A little local flavor here as well. So Tracy McGrady said that expansion seems imminent now, Las Vegas and Seattle, is going to lead to more bad basketball.
Actually, I think we have the audio, T-Mac.
Let's hear it. Let's hear from Tracy McGrady here. I think he was on with Carmelo, wasn't he? It was one of those. But what did Tracy McGrady say?
I don't think we have the talent going around to start two more teams. Now, NBA's looking at this as, add more money, being able to get more money for the NBA, which they are going to do. But I'm just looking at a team like the Brooklyn Nets. I hate to say these teams, the Washington Wizards. Like, these teams are unwatchable right now. Yes, I played for an expansion team. You played for expansion teams. Is there talent coming out of college? There are. But it's just more to me than guys being able to score points. To be able to carry a franchise, that brings a whole different dynamic. I'm not saying there are not guys out there, but when I'm watching the NBA right now and looking at the amount of teams that are tanking, that tells me it's not enough talent.
All right. So, Figgy, where are you standing on this?
Honestly, I think I'm going to stand with him on this one, Your Honor. I think, and it took me, I was kind of going both ways about it, but I'm kind of standing with him on this one, especially with it being expansion teams. Now, it's not just a team that was, been in the league for a little bit, moving elsewhere, just a relocation. These are expansion teams. And I think you might get a little more bad basketball with these teams, starting fresh like that. And we all know how a rebuild go around here, where it takes you some years. Some people stay in a rebuild mode for a long time. So maybe it could be a situation where one of them hit the ground running and be a contender. But I think right now, I think you might see might see a little bit more bad basketball with 2 expansion teams hitting the league and just kind of trying to get to that contender role.
Reggie?
I hear the thought process, and expansion does inherently kind of water down the talent pool. I think that the possibility that exists here, though, is that you can find a level of parity with it. I think the issue is, or the stance that I'm making is, I don't think that you're going to get more bad basketball inherently. I think that it's just you need to figure out the incentive structure, because I think the amount of bad basketball you're getting right now is more in part because of teams realizing that they don't have as good of a chance as others and then tanking. I think that there's still opportunities for a lot better basketball than what we're getting right now because teams have set it up. Like, hell, you look at the Brooklyn Nets. The Brooklyn Nets have intentionally decided that they're going to play a lot of young cats and not necessarily play them in such a way to be as good of basketball teams as they could be. And we've seen teams find a way to, with not great players, because I think the talent is what we're talking about, play good basketball. I think that those things are not inherently as linked as sometimes we try to make it. I'm not going to say that a team like the Brooklyn Nets could contend. They could play significantly better basketball than they're playing, but they're not because they've intentionally decided. So I think that it's not inherently about the bad basketball or the talent that gets you the bad basketball. I think it's more of the circumstances in the system that they have in place.
I think ultimately you have to decide how would you define bad basketball? Is it the X's and O's? Is it a lot of turnovers and a lot of missed shots, or is it just difficult to watch?
Now he did mention some bad basketball teams, the Washington Wizards, who, it's hard to watch them. Brooklyn Nets, and I know it's different reasons because they playing younger people and all that stuff. Yeah, but it's hard to watch. So maybe he's talking about that brand of basketball.
Yeah, I ultimately land on just watchability of some of these games. I think no matter how you define what bad is, can you watch it? Is it entertaining? Is it will it sort of keep you plugged in? And I think initially, so this is kind of a weird way to get here, but I think initially everybody's going to be watching because of the new franchises and the uniforms and the Sonics and all that stuff.
Sure.
I think people are going to be watching, but is the basketball level going to be sustainable? I got to side with Figgy on this one. If it's bad right now, and if you say, by and large, because you made a real good point about tanking. You fix tanking, you might fix the game.
Adam Silver said he's gonna fix it though.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Commissioner Ballhead said he's gonna fix it.
If he does, we may have to revisit this because I think everybody's going to play harder, try harder to win, et cetera. But as it sits right now, I think it's going to be difficult to watch just in a basketball entertainment purpose.
There you go, Figgy. You get that one.
You got to sweep.
Is that a sweep there?
Yeah, you got.
Somebody said I should appeal the judgment there. And then there's some people that are pushing back on the idea that there's anything wrong with the Eagles' offense, and I'm having a hard time with that because I hear you, right. Like there's some level of production there, but I do think that we're a little too tied to the wins necessarily, meaning that things are good. And I know that sounds crazy, but there was clear issues with the Eagles offense, and not just this year.
You could see it
over a little bit. And if you look at the talent they got, man,
right?
Like you got Saquon Barkley, who did he win the MVP? Like you got these.
I think he was offensive player.
Yeah, like you got these type of players. AJ Brown, you had a good offense. You had these type of players, and your offense should not be looking like that. It's going to definitely create some conversations.
I mean, hell, you talk about Saquon. They weren't even able to get Saquon the ball, right? Whether or not you're talking about like the quality of what it looks like, that is, I think there's a dysfunctional offense if you can't get your best players the ball in a way to get and help them be successful.
And some of that though is the quarterback comfort level in that system to get them the ball.
Yeah, and the win. Unfortunately,
it's a complicated thing.
Yeah, and what's complicated is the wins is hiding all that because people, they won 12 games. What's the issue? And it's like, nah, man.
That doesn't look right.
Yeah. Kind of like how Reggie bring up the Pittsburgh Steelers, how they was 11-0 that 1 year. It's like, that's cool, but no, are you watching these games?
That one made me so mad. That's why I keep bringing it up. It just made me so mad.
I was with you on that one.
Can y'all not see what it's right there? It's right there. I felt like I was schizophrenic or something. Like, are y'all not seeing it? Does this not exist?
Yeah.
All right. That's a little Judge John Lopez here on this Wednesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I said that I was at the Rockets game, and I'm not lying about it. And to that end, I would like to give you some passing thoughts from what was a very good Rockets basketball win. We'll do that next.
The Drive with Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Wednesday is going well. We're having a little bit of a good time in here, just a little bit. Don't you be over there having too much.
Everything in
time.
moderation.
That's right. That's right. That's how we operate on this White Boy Wednesday. Been a fun one, and I just said that. So let's just go ahead and get to. I was like, wait, where was I? But yeah, let's go ahead and get to this. As the Astros gearing up to start here in a moment. Mike Burrows will be on the mound as they have the getaway game versus the Red Sox, where they could hopefully make it 5 in a row for the Astros. So
that's a winning streak.
All right. You gonna do that after 4? Like, I don't know about 4, 5. Now we're really talking.
Now we're talking real winning streak.
The entitlement leapt right back up immediately. Like,
anybody can win 4 in a row.
I don't know about these Astros, and now it's like only 4. Get 5, and then we'll talk.
Winning 4 in a row is easy.
Unbelievable. All right, I was at the Rockets game last night where they took on the Knicks, and boy, did they take them on. Almost wire to wire outside of a singular solitary point that the Knicks scored first. Really good game, at least on the court. These are not my lunchtime confessions. What is the damn name of the thing?
Passing thoughts?
Passing thoughts.
Yeah. It's because you didn't copyright it like I did.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Can I play the intro?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just.
It's time for the OG's Passing Thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
I can tell you right now, I did not go in the locker room for fear of whatever that was bleeped out happening. I just wanted to make sure to stay entirely away from that. But I did obviously make sure to get to the game well early to see warm-ups. And I wanted to see one thing. I want to see a few things in warm-ups. But one of the things that I was noticing was I was watching a men warm-up. Mm-hmm. And obviously, that's not going to be a tell, or it should not necessarily be too much of a tell on, how is this game going to be? But one of the things I noticed something about a men's shot. And a men as a shooter, it did not come along as the way people thought this season.
Oh, I see where you're going. You wanted to see just like form and such.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And I think that I saw something.
At first, I was like, look at this guy watching warm-ups at an NBA game. But I see what you're saying now.
Amen Thompson, so athletic.
Yeah. No, I get it now. He is athletic. I was ready to mock you, but I get
news.
I get
He's athletic.
Yeah.
That's not new. You wanting to mock me, nor the athleticism.
Yeah.
I've been trying to work on my shot, so I've been looking into various different, shooting coaches. And one of the things about that I've seen from shooting coaches is when you want to be in closer, you want to have maybe a longer lever, right, higher shots. And when you're further away, you want to have a shorter lever. A man has the same exact shot from inside and out. And I think that's how you see the difference between him taking these mid-range jumpers and it looking really good, and then him getting to the three-point line and it not being consistent. Is I think that he needs to have a separate shooting form in that.
I've always thought that his shot just looked a little funny, not necessarily like crazy, like some shooters that we've seen. Hadn't thought about that.
He has a mid-range shot when he shoots on the outside.
Yeah, hadn't thought about that.
And it's kind of funny because I would have imagined with the amount of focus that he had in the offseason on that they would have worked on that. Or maybe they did and it just didn't stick. But I think that's probably an issue with it. So, because for me, and I wonder if you've had the same thing, if you're talking about form, from the free throw line, if you have a form at the free throw line, you should be able to then shoot from the outside, right? If you can shoot pretty well. And his free throw percentage isn't bad, which makes you think, why has it been so tough? I think that he might need a little tweak, and we might start seeing a Men Thompson. Now, of course, it's a tweak you have to find a way to put into practice and be consistent, which that's the difficult part of it. But if he can do that, I think that a men should have the capability of being at least a corner pocket shooter, which would help you immensely.
Well, at minimum that. It is something that is a little frustrating. I know, we've talked ad nauseum about, point guard and outside and starting the offense, but ultimately you're going to need your shot anyway. No matter where you are, you're going to need to make that shot to have the respect with the defense.
Yeah, and can you imagine? Because one thing you do see when he has the ball, the teams, it's obviously in this case it's the Knicks, very, very concerned about a men getting downhill.
Yeah.
They'll peel in help early to make sure that he can't just have that straight downhill drive. And when he does,
and let him
fantastic.
Shoot.
And so if that shot can come along a little bit, so I'll make sure to try and pass this on to the Rockets folks and see if that.
Well, go to shoot around.
If we can fix it. I'll go to shoot around again, and I'll just hop on the court and be like, hey, with all the other people here, just move out of the way. I'll fix this.
I got
Get
an
out
idea.
of my way. I got you.
Yeah.
Something else that I did see in the course of the game, not shoot around though, was there was a clear and concerted effort to roll hard. Because have you noticed that when the Rockets pick and roll, they don't often roll hard.
It's cursory at best.
Yes, sometimes they'll roll soft, and then sometimes
kind of
they'll
frustrating
pop,
over the course
right.
of the
And
season.
if you don't understand what I mean, right, whoever's setting the screen, sometimes they'll just kind of set the screen hard and stay with the screen, or pop out as to the 3-point line to be a shooter at that point. In this game, it was a lot of Alperin, but Clint Capella came in and did it. Even I think Jabari and Amen tried to do it a little bit, not as well, but Alperin would set that screen, especially for like Kevin Durant, and then coming off that screen, he would drive really hard towards the rim, and that pocket pass would get in there, just a nice little bounce pass, and now kick to the corner, get downhill to the rim, sometimes just have an open space to work. That helped this offense be so much more consistent and so much better in this game, and that's why you saw Kevin Durant with some knockdown, kick-out threes. Tari Eason, who was shooting better, knocked down some threes. I think that if they can keep rolling hard, they open up their offense to be a lot better than what it has been in the last handful of weeks.
I think probably more than just that, but that helps a lot on the perimeter, because I think what else it needs is when you do have that, the guy with the ball in his hands needs to be able to be a threat as well.
Yes.
And so that's where it comes in, the whole offensive concept and back to the old, Amen versus, not Amen, Tari versus Reed Shepherd starting, et cetera. So I think it all ties together, yeah.
And the beauty of this, in my mind, is a lot of times you have Kevin Durant with the ball in his hands. So I think that helps. But the reason why this matters to me is, we talked about this. If you need to create action that forces the defense to respond. Attacking straight downhill, they're gonna respond, and that creates some options. On top of that, and what paired with the rolling hard that helped them, they were real decisive passing the basketball. That ball was whipping around as opposed to the slow movement
processing.
And so those things together, I looked at that and I go, that's why the offense looks so damn good. That's why they were shooting like 75% from 2-point range, 50% from 3 for a majority of the basketball game. Was that it's not that they're terrible at shooting, not good, but when you get open shots, when you get good looks in rhythm, that helps you be better. And I think that those two things, if they can find a way to keep doing those two things, they give themselves a much better chance of being considered as a serious basketball team, especially headed towards the playoffs.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. This is very particular things that you're noticing, which is always good, in terms of the X's and O's. But the bigger picture with the Rockets right now is clearly going to be sustainability, because we've seen hints of all this.
Yeah,
a lot.
Now, another thing. Now, you didn't have to be at the game to know this, but if you saw Ime or heard of or saw the reporting of Ime Udoka's pregame or even postgame, team meeting was had.
Yeah, I saw that.
A team meeting was had. And I think that, for one of the things that with Tari Eason is his energy was entirely different. Clearly, he had an effort to help the team as opposed to finding his own thing, which I think we talked about in him getting back to his form. But also, when we talk about team meeting, I also think that shows up with, I caught Alperin Sengun talking on defense. And one of the things about being on defense is you need someone to help communicate things that you can't see when you're actively defending. I saw Alperin being that guy to some degree. I wonder, and I did not stay attached to that and trying to find other folks, but I clearly saw Alperin doing that, and I go, how much did that help them step their defense up to another level, especially because of one thing that I'm going to get to here in a second.
What is the thing you're getting to here in a second?
Reed Shepherd. There is noticeable improvement in his screen navigation and his on-ball defense.
Yeah.
And I say this, and I slowed that down for a very particular reason. Who has probably been the most harsh on Reed Shepherd and his defense, at least on this show, maybe on this station?
Oh, boy, I'd really have to think about that one.
Hi, my name's Reginald Attitude.
Get out of town.
And so that is something I've been watching. Like, there's a lot of times where I've been frustrated seeing Reed, especially when teams come and screen him, not being able to make good navigation and forcing the defense behind him to then have to do other things that takes them out of the natural position that you want to be fully firm. He was getting through those screens. He was staying on his man, and some of that was, I think, having that person behind him saying, hey, screen coming, get over it, those types of things, the communication that's necessary. And some of it is you're seeing his effort translate into improvement, which is going to be very important for this team, not just for the rest of the season, which I know some people have lost some hope on. That's going to be good for Reed Shepherd as possible starter or at least big minutes getter for these Rockets going forward generally.
Well, the thing about guys like Reed Shepherd that is always important to remember is good defense is not always just man-to-man or blocking shots, or getting up in a guy's jersey or whatever. Off-ball defense is so often underrated. by a lot of people, and he's pretty decent at off-ball defense, and able to read passing lanes. He has a lot of steals.
He does.
He's got a lot of steals.
He's good about getting, coming around and, kind of thieving a little poke at the basketball.
Yeah.
He's good about flying out there and using his hands.
That's all
Did
off-ball
he get a block
defense.
last game? But also, when you talk off-ball, I can also see instances where he ends up floating in the nethers and not finding where he needs to rotate to, and then here comes a skip pass and a shot because he's not in the right place. So off-ball defense, when you say that generally, I'll have a little skepticism, but I will say that obviously the hands are good, the steals that show up, sometimes even the cheeky blocks that he'll get are good. But that on-ball defense, finding that a way for that to be more solid, it's definitely getting there to the point where Ime, who was another critical eye on Reed, had glowing praise for him after this game as well.
Yeah, no, I think there are some things that he does defensively that often get overlooked. Not saying that he's great, on the ball, because we know that that's been something that they've had issues with, but I think he does offer value. Yeah.
Last night was a Legends game. They had Rafer Alston put up a shot. I got to see one of my favorites. Yes, I was just ease.
Yeah.
Ease. I mean, former point guard from back in the day where if you were a point guard, you
he made it. I didn't even ask.
Smooth.
Yeah. It wasn't even fair.
It was beautiful.
Yeah.
I don't even know if he hit rim. It just went smooth through.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of legends in the building. Hakeem obviously was there. Rudy T got a really big pop. Obviously Hakeem got the biggest, but Rudy was one of those. A lot of legends. In addition to that, the Comets got some love.
How
Tina
were they
Thompson,
received?
Cynthia Cooper, Cheryl Swoops, both before the game they were hanging around. Then obviously in the midst of the game they were celebrated during one of the timeouts. Pretty good pop for the legends. And when it comes to Tina, Cynthia Cooper, Cheryl, it got loud in the building. Clearly not as loud as Rudy T and Hakeem, but probably third of those if we're talking about that. The question I asked is, do you think that extends to the ladies at large? Because you're probably coming in with a team that is not as good.
Yeah.
And maybe you'll have some young talent, right? When the Connecticut Sun draft this year, and then maybe when they draft as the Comets next year, they'll have a little bit of young talent in there. But I wonder if that same excitement translates from Houston clearly loves their championship Comets. That's something that I will not argue with. I do wonder how the nascent Comets that are going to be just a regular WNBA team, how much love they'll get. But
I think
basketball fan base, it's there.
I think it'll just be brief. There's going to be a surge early in the season for maybe a month or whatever. But yeah, you can't expect them to compare to get the same reception to those three.
No, and not the same. But obviously,
there's going to be a surge of just people wanting to see the Comets and having that sort of fandom with them. But I don't think it's going to compare.
Bench unit, bench mob, right? This is something that we've been talking about recently, or at least we've looked at recently when it comes to things can kind of fall off. They did a good job of keeping Katie. Katie had like long stretches of breaks in the rotation. 12 full first quarter that he played, then he sat for about half of the second quarter, and then that kind of repeated in the way that he went about it. It was very evident that the communication that they have locked down when it came to the starters, they were really good communicating. Not quite there with the bench, which has changed a little bit. Dorian Finney-Smith didn't get real time, but Jayshawn Tate got time. Aaron Holiday got time. And so the rotation, it's clear that they're still finding a way to meld a little bit, but it is also interesting that they've turned to some different dudes here down the stretch. I think Aaron Holiday probably to give them a little bit more shooting, and then Jayshawn Tate to give you the energy that they thought they were going to get from Dorian Finney-Smith.
Yeah, and this is part of the game, that I was, thinking about as I was watching it. And it ties in with what we were arguing about earlier with Reed Shepherd versus Tari Eason in the starting lineup. They're still spitballing, man.
Yeah.
They're still just trying to let's try this. It worked. It looked like it worked.
In this game.
Yeah. So we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, and this one tonight will be much, much more important. And finally, something for me personally, and it is that I've told you my first professional sports game was watching the Comets. So like I said, I was pre-game down on the court watching warm-ups. Cynthia Cooper walks by, and she stops to make sure to ask me, "Hey, you good? How's everything?" And buddy, 10-year-old me was the happiest person in the world.
Why'd she stop?
I don't know. I have no.
She just stopped?
That's right.
Did you look lost?
I don't think so.
Yes.
But if I was found in that moment. You can't tell me a damn thing in my life because Cynthia Cooper checked
weird.
in on me.
You should have led with that. You're just standing there like everybody else.
Standing there watching hoop, baby. Watching. I think it was still a man at that point warming.
And she stops and says, "Are you all right?"
She said, "Everything good?" I was like, Yeah.
Maybe she saw the ice cream dripping out of your backpack.
Oh, that's what it was. That's what it was.
You left a trail of ice cream, man.
Yeah.
You good?
Great in fact.
By the way, Astros down 1-0, 16 pitches in with 2 men on, and they are about to lose an AB. Well, Boston's going to win. Yeah, they did an ABS.
Buddy, that ball was way off.
Way outside, and the umpire called that a strike.
2.5 inches off the plate, and the umpire called that a strike.
Yeah.
That is rough. Yes, I was starstruck, and I'll say it again.
Mm-hmm.
Love me some Cynthia Cooper. But, yeah, not loving what Mike Burrows is looking like right now on the mound, which is a little disconcerting. I'm sure we'll have to have that conversation if he doesn't settle down and get himself in. But he's almost 20 pitches into the first inning. Sheesh. All right, something that will definitely raise our spirits watching the Mike Burrows experience right now is when we turn it over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, man, I got a story that's been taken off locally with a local judge under fire for a video that showed up, and he was being rude.
Oh,
we're going to go through all of this.
All right. Let's talk about the rude judge, not Judge John Lopez. We'll do it next.
In the Loop.
How are we feeling about the Astros?
In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Been a good Wednesday to this point. I thought that we were going to see one of those big swings that ABS has been providing. Jose Altuve was just at the plate there in the, where are we at? The bottom of bottom of the second there, I think. Is that right?
I think it's the third.
Okay, bottom of the third.
Yeah.
Oh, see, that's what happens when your computer doesn't have. No, it's bottom of the second. I was right. Okay. But Jose Altuve was there. The ball, I think was it 3-2 at that point? Ball really low in the zone. It might have been 2-2. Ball really low in the zone, called as the final strike. Immediately taps his helmet for ABS, 1.5 inches off below the zone. And so he comes back up, and I thought that he was going to get himself a nice base knock. Unfortunately, they get him at first. But Jose Altuve's been good. Been really good using the ABS challenges, which a lot different than what we had anticipated coming in.
Yeah, and you might not have even trusted him to make a challenge at one point. So it's really weird because, like, clearly his eye has been, there the whole career. He just likes to swing at stuff outside the zone.
That's exactly it.
I know it wasn't a strike. I'm just going to swing at it anyway.
I know. I'm doing reckless stuff because I can.
Yeah.
But thankfully, this year has not been the case. Been very, very careful about which pitches to swing at, and he's been pretty good at hitting them to this point. Mind you, scores 2-2 out there at Dyke Park through 2 innings. Burroughs has had. It hasn't been that bad of a go for him.
Bad start.
There's definitely a not as good start. Hasn't had a lot of hard contact, but there's definitely been some contact in there. And then the Astros had a nice little run of moving the chain along when you had Jordan with the double, then Isaac Paredes bring him in with the double, then a fielding error, then a RBI single for Christian Walker. Like it feels like that portion of the order is so damn strong in the way that you would have hoped, which is really cool, even against someone like a Garrett Crochet on the mound. So again, 2-2 with the top of the third is where they're at. Mike Burroughs already has 36 pitches on him at this point.
Both teams have 2 runs, and both could have like 5.
Yeah.
they both had a lot of traffic on bases and not capitalizing fully.
All right. I want to take you back to Arizona for a second. The league meetings happening out there. Yesterday on Texas All Access, D'Amico Ryans talked with Mark Vandermeer, and he talked about a few things. It was kind of light and airy, but one of the things that he talked about, just having talked about some of the new players or just the additions or also the signings that they had made this offseason, one jumped out. And you know that we were both big on this particular signing, tight end Foster Moreau. I was intrigued to see just how interested D'Amico Ryans or how he would talk about Foster. This is how he talked about the addition of the tight end.
Move over to the tight end position.
Yeah.
We're able to add Foster Moreau. Now, Foster is, really jumps off the tape as where we needed to improve was a on-the-line tight end. And that's where Foster has done a really good job in his career. He's tough. He's physical. He's going to bring great energy. I think he's going to be great for the locker room. Really good personality. Right. I feel like he's already dialed in with the guys. He's already connected with CJ, working. So it's a really good add all the way across our free agency. That's the offensive side.
Then he went on talking more about Reed Blankenship, but that felt a little more glowing than I was expecting from D'Amico Ryans on Foster Moreau, especially as a guy who we kind of intimated as maybe we still need to figure out if he'll make the team.
Oh, Foster Moreau?
Yeah.
Hell, I was excited from the days they signed him. I thought he'd be a nice addition. Now, maybe not like immediate plug and play, but he's got some pelts on the wall in the NFL. And what they've missed is, I think one of the things I said is we don't have to worry about Blake Fisher anymore. The number 57 checking in as because you have a guy now that you can plug right in. I'm with you though. Just generally speaking, that is pretty high praise right there. Right out of the chute. From the head coach, but I've liked this a lot just because the role that he fills. Just even if he's not the best in the world, he gives you the option to finally not just assume it's going to be a run when he's on the field.
Yes,
yeah.
But I mean, again, I think a lot of people have talked about this as Foster Moreau comes in, adds to the tight end room. That's not how that sounded. Now, of course, we're in the offseason. We just turned over to April. Maybe this is just kind of the talk at this time.
Sure.
And when we put rubber to road, when we get out to the Houston Methodist Training Center, we get a better idea of what they actually think, right? Because what do you always say? Don't tell me what they say. Show
watch
me
what they do, not
right?
what they do.
But
watch what they do, not what they say.
Right, and so that will ultimately show it. But just the idea, he comes out and immediately on the front end says, we felt we needed to improve at Y. which, how much do you view that as just when he says why, is he just talking about inline tight end, right? Which they clearly needed to do, but just tight end room in general. That does make it feel like, hey, the questions that we have about how much are they believing in Brevin Jordan, how much are they looking at Cade Stover, that interestingly enough kind of puts a little bit of an onus, a little bit of a I don't want to say target because that feels too aggressive, but puts pressure on those guys and makes it seem like they are not operating from a sense of, well, we're just going to run this back with those guys and they'll be healthy and everything will be good.
Well, and especially if they do draft a tight end as well.
You hear where I'm going
if
right?
If they draft a tight end, all of a sudden you're starting to wonder about Cade Stover and Brevin Jordan, period. Just on the squad. But that's a big assumption if they do that But nevertheless, they like Foster Moreau. If they draft a tight end, it's going to put a lot of pressure on those other guys.
Yeah, and the way that he said it, especially if you're looking at this as just inline, my brain started going to, could you see, well, I mean, I think we talked about the possibility of 12 personnel, but could you see some more Dalton Schultz stand-up tight end reps where he's not attached in line in that way, or maybe he is, but, obviously as the second tight or whatever, but could you see some things like that? And how does that then open up the things that could possibly happen for the Texans with Dalton Schultz, where he's not having to put his hand in the dirt per se and can operate in a little bit of a different way?
I think it gives them so many possibilities that they just didn't even consider last year. Whether it's, as simple as an inline tight end that can catch the ball, because it certainly wasn't going to be Blake Fisher, or using two tight ends, the 12 personnel with both in the route. Basically Patriot stuff, the stuff that we've seen with the Patriots for years, but they couldn't even consider that last year.
Yeah, no, I mean with this
between injuries and Blake Fisher,
right?
Yeah,
and so that was a level of glowing kind of response that I had not expected as we welcome in the fellas of the drive today. Luke Morrow, B. Scott in for the fellas. Appreciate you, fellas, and appreciate D&M Auto Leasing is what I need to say for sitting with us. Did you guys hear D'Amico Ryans and what he said about Foster Moreau on Texas All Access?
I did.
All right, I'll play it one more time just in case you missed it, because I was kind of surprised that he had this high of praise for a guy that we weren't sure exactly where he'd fit in on the tight end depth chart.
Move over to the tight end position.
Yeah.
We're able to add Foster Moreau. Now, Foster is, really jumps off the tape as where we needed to improve was a on-the-line tight end. And that's where Foster has done a really good job in his career. He's tough. He's physical. He's going to bring great energy. I think he's going to be great for the locker room. Really good personality. Right. I feel like he's already dialed in with the guys. He's already connected with CJ, working. So it's a really good ad all the way across our free agency. That's the offensive side.
Yeah. No, I thought, was it you guys? I feel like y'all kind of did this a couple of weeks ago where is this the most underrated? I forget how y'all framed it.
I've been high on the Foster Moreau since the day.
Yeah, we were a little spicy with it. Is it possible that this could be the most impactful ad of the season? And
I feel like he validated at least that question at the very least, the notion of it.
But when we asked that, I felt like we were doing a lot. Now I'm like, y'all see it like this too.
Yeah. I saw the vision. When y'all said it, and when I listened to him there, I mean, he's right. Foster Moreau aside, that was the maybe under-discussed, underrated part of the Texans that really needed to improve. We talked a lot about the offensive line. We talked a lot about the running back room with Joe Mixon not playing and them needing more from their rookie Woody Marks and having to step up into another role.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the way the season ended, there's been a lot of focus on C.J. Stroud. But the less sexy but noticeable glaring weakness in the offense was that they did not have that why, as he said. They didn't have that inline blocking tight end.
When Dalton Schultz got hurt in the playoffs, their offense was basically
it fell apart.
Yeah, it fell apart. They had he was such a big part of that game plan. They said afterward.
Yeah. I don't want to overplay Foster Moreau. Because hopefully it does. It gives what it's supposed to be given, right?
Yeah. Certainly.
Hopefully it does exactly what they think and suspect that it could, and I can see the vision.
Now, Luke, did you hear in this, as I was very much trying to read between all of the lines of that really quick clip there? Did you hear this is a Foster Moreau thing, or did you hear this is a full tight end room thing to the point where you could be more interested in tight end possibly being a selection for the Texans here in a few weeks?
Oh, yeah. Good question. I think it's more about Foster. Look, I think, well, for one, just getting back to what you guys just laid out, I'm probably more in line with you two, but maybe not all the way there. I think it is a really good signing. I think it's more than just a throwaway that a lot of people might have looked at this offseason. And I've always liked him, in part because of the last name, even though it's spelled different. It's almost pronounced like my last name.
That's true.
I was like, this guy's pretty cool. I like this guy.
Yeah.
But he's a really good blocking tight end, and so that seems to just fit perfectly with obviously what the Texans are trying to do offensively with this ground game and reshaping the offensive line. And now he comes in and you have that blocking tight end who can also catch a little bit as well. So I think he is a good addition, and I think it's specifically his skill set that would get you excited if you're DeMeco Ryans and the Texans, because he just fits that mold of what we're seeing with this offense and the direction they're moving in.
Nick Caserio, when he talked about him either last week, whatever it was quick to note that he was one of the best on Foster Moreau, one of the best tight ends in the league at one point. So just trying to he even put that level of sauce on it, trying to make you remember when. So they're clearly really high on the move.
No, for sure. And I do remember that now that you said it. For some reason, I stashed that away as, okay, we just selling this. And for some reason, the DeMeco Ryans felt a little bit more sincere.
But you know what? But Caserio doesn't really put extra sauce on players. I feel like he almost goes out of his way to be as even keel on a player as possible. So the fact that he would even go out of his way to say that or to point that out or to want to remind the audience of
football playing Jesse.
Yeah.
So clearly
that's about the extent of it.
Clearly tight end number 2, Foster Moreau. Clearly that's what we heard.
For now.
Yeah.
For now.
And then on the other side of that is,
or maybe tight end 1, who knows?
Cade Stover had an opportunity last year, and I feel like he let it slip away.
Right.
He'll be fighting for a roster spot, fighting for his spot in the league, and they're going to have to kind of move on.
That's what I felt, too, and that made me go, okay. Is it possible that we have a tight end room that does not even include a Cade Stover or Brevin Jordan?
I think that's very possible. And I think it should be in play if they're serious.
Yeah.
All right, fellas, I'm excited to see what y'all got in play. Y'all are 2 of my favorites. Y'all know that. I've told you that a number of times, and I get to put it in practice because there's 4 hours of the drive with Luke Morrow and B. Scott coming your way.
Moreau, that is.
That's, you know what? My bad. Luke Moreau.
Yeah, maybe if I was in Louisiana.
I was going to say, we're going to make him Cajun.
I feel like that's when Luke is trying to really dress it up and make it seem like he's really hoity-toity. It's like, no. That's Lucas Moreau.
Yeah. Or if he's trying to pander, if he's trying to get his Brian Kelly on.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
My family.
Yeah. The day I walk in here with a cowboy hat and boots and everything.
There you go.
Pronounce the name differently.
Would love to see it.
All right. Appreciation again to D&M Auto Leasing for the crosstalk. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you hanging with us here on this Wednesday. Happy April Fools, by the way. We got the Astros and the Red Sox currently going on bottom of the third, tied at 2. So not only do we get to hang out, talk for the next 4 hours, but we get to watch the Astros try to sweep the Red Sox out of town as well here over the next few hours. So it's a good afternoon to be in. Appreciate you hanging with us. You can always join the conversation throughout 713-572-4610. Get to us on the YouTube chat and Twitch as well for the live streams. Got Tyler on the other side holding things down on the steel wheels. And the Astros, the bats, still hot here against one of the best pitchers in baseball in Garrett Crochet. Now, they did just ground into a double play, but they put the first 2 guys on in the third. They've scored 2 runs early on Crochet, and the offense so far, B. Scott, early today, still looking pretty good, still rolling for Houston.
Yeah, this is not an April Fool's joke. And by the way, good to be working with you. When I was asked if I was available for this day, I said, as long as it's not an April Fool's joke, as long as I don't show up and you're like, nah, Clinton Run are actually in, you can go back home. So glad to be here with you, and also glad to see that the Astros bats, man, did they awaken after those first couple of nights, man, and they're continuing it into today. They entered today with the most hits in the league and the second most runs batted in. I either have that flip-flopped, either tied for the second most runs batted in and the most hits in the league.
It feels huge.
And you see them continuing it on. The thing that I really liked about Garrett Crochet being on the mound today is the fact that the Astros, last year wasn't what anybody wanted it to be, but they had some doggone success against Garrett Crochet. He had his shortest start of the season in terms of innings pitched against the Astros last year. And so from that standpoint, I felt like it was a matchup that was in favor of the Astros, especially so given that history and their recent history of how they've been hitting over the last few games, over the last 4 games. Really cool opportunity here, man. So, yeah, 2-2 right now. We'll see how it goes, man. But this is a matchup that I like in favor of the Astros. Now, we can just get You just get Burrows. We can get Burrows right. I'll feel real confident. But I'm liking what I'm seeing from the bats right now.
Yeah, Burrows at least did have a scoreless third, struck out a couple guys. So we'll keep you posted on this game. And we'll get back to the Astros offense in just a moment. But you did mention April Fools, and you mentioned the whole idea of Ron and Clint. That did happen to me once.
Oh, yeah?
Like a year ago, I think it was. Tyler might remember. They were in that room back there, and I walked in, and they were just like, oh, hey, what's going on? Thinking I was just like stopping by to say hi. And I was told I was filling in for Ron, but Ron was sitting in the room, and I was like, oh, like, what are you doing here?
I had forgotten about that, but yeah, I remember.
It was so awkward, and I was like, oh, they told me they told me you were out today. And Ron's like, no, I'm not out today.
Omaha!
I never had any plans of being out today. I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll go home. Good to see you guys. So that did happen once. Are you either of you guys ever been April Fools? Prankster type of fellas?
Ooh, no, I was never really a prankster. I'm sure I've got though when I was young. Like as a kid, I'm pretty sure I got not something serious, but that's the whole reason why I mention it now. Is like there's still an inner child in me, and so I suspect that there's an inner child in the next person who I'm talking to. Right. So I'm like, hey, look, you're asking me to do something on April 1st. I need to be clear. Are we being mature adults about this thing, or are you yanking my chain? So even the boss man, I had to ask him, like, yeah, I'll be there so long as you can ensure me this is not some kind of sick, immature April Fool's joke.
Right.
So
fortunately, I ran into him in the lobby when I showed up today. So he wasn't like, oh, what are you doing here today? So I was like, okay, this is legitimate, not a prank. Tyler, were you ever an April Fool's type of guy?
I mean, I was always kind of that class clown type kid when I was young. So I'm sure when I was a kid, like small kid, that I had my own jokes that I thought were hilarious, but nothing real like prominent comes to mind. No, not in adulthood especially.
Never put the saran wrap on the toilet seat or whatever all these other ones are.
No.
The clear wrap, no. Yeah, I was never much of an April Fool. April Fool's is kind of annoying because, to your point, you have to be on edge. You don't know what's real, what's not. Today is like the worst day to be on social media because people think they're funny and they post these different things on social media. And they're pretty corny, or you get like the fake pregnancy texts from people or whatnot. So April Fool's, not a great day. But we're happy to be here nonetheless. This is not some sort of prank. The fellas are at arriving at the Final Four. They'll be on the air tomorrow.
Good for them.
Yep, from Indianapolis for the Final Four preparations the next 2 days. So we're with you here this afternoon. Let's get back to the Astros offense because, as we mentioned, I mean, they've been hot to start the season. And you asked the question earlier before we came on the air, is this Astros lineup, is it something we underestimate, or everyone around the team and around baseball, did we underestimate this Astros lineup, or is this kind of just like a hot start and they're going to regress to the mean here the rest of the season?
Yeah, it's an interesting question to me and something that I've been sitting with really even before yesterday, but especially after last night's game. It's like, okay, they're scoring. I mean, they score 8+ runs in whatever it is, 4 games in a row, and you got to start really thinking, okay, like I mentioned before, leading the league in hits. I know it's a small sample size, but hits, runs batted in. Jordan, I think that's the big thing, right? The Jordan effect is the part that I feel like I might have been underestimating. I don't think I was underestimating the team overall because they've got a lot of spots where it's proven. Like the question marks are legitimate questions, right? Christian Walker. Okay, what are you going to get from Christian Walker after a disappointing first year in an Astros uniform? That's a legitimate question. It's not to take away from what his back half of the season looked like or what it seemed like he was starting to find toward the end. It's just to say that's a question. They're also going to rely on a couple of really young players in some spots in Cam Smith and Bryce Matthews. How much can you rely on Cam Smith and Bryce Matthews? Jose Altuve being a year older. How much can you rely on Jose Altuve as he ages, right? And so then you start picking apart the lineup and having all of these different question marks. And I think it was all legitimate. How are they going to use Isaac Paredes? How are they going to like try to force him into the lineup, right? And so there was all of these questions. But the thing that I don't think I gave enough credit for was Yordan Alvarez and the trickle-down effect. 2 things, actually. Yordan Alvarez and his health and the trickle-down effect of that. And then what if Jose Altuve is actually like patient and disciplined at the plate? Like what if, and to be clear, I've always said this whenever I had a chance, he is free to be the free swinger that he is because he's Jose Altuve.
Right.
He's got the 3 batting titles. They've won World Series. He's a made man. So if anybody gets to break the plate discipline rules, it is Jose Altuve. But also as the team's leader, if he can actually abide by it, what is going to be the trickle down effect on the rest of the team? And so I think what you're seeing from Altuve is just indicative of the messaging to the entire team and the fact that it's going through. And then, of course, Jordan being Jordan is a major swing for this team. So I think I was underestimating the healthy Jordan aspect of it, because what if he's not? It's hard to trust that because he has so many injury and health issues throughout the years. And then the idea that you're going to teach an old dog new tricks in Jose Altuve and have him buy into this plate discipline, discernment at the plate thing, felt like it could have been far-fetched as well. But right now, so far, 6 games in and, not quite 4 innings into the 7th game, it feels like that's working out so far.
Yeah, let us know on the Base Power text line. Do you think this can be sustained? I mean, not to this level, scoring 8 runs every game. Obviously, that would be historic.
That would be great.
Yeah, but what we're seeing just in general from this lineup, did we underestimate this lineup? 713-572-4610. I'm with you in that I think, Jordan played like a third of the season last year. What a difference it makes just having him in the lineup and having him in midseason form already. That changes the entire lineup. So I think we underestimated the impact having a healthy Jordan would have. And I think, as you touched on, we underestimated Christian Walker's potential in that last year the metrics suggested, and I know no one wanted to hear it, I always kind of defended Christian Walker throughout the year because I did like that signing, and I didn't want to be wrong, so I kept defending him. And the metrics did suggest that he had some bad luck last year.
Yeah.
And then also, I like the theory that someone brought up, and I remember we spent some time on one of the shows when I was in looking up other guys, but the idea of free agents changing leagues and then seeing a whole new pitching staff of all these different teams and the struggles in that first year. Kind of like Juan Soto didn't put up his typical numbers going from the Yankees to the Mets last year, so on and so forth. And so I thought, that's not a bad theory. Maybe now, year 2 for Christian Walker, he's a little more comfortable. He could have a bounce back this year. And boy, has he so far, small sample size, but he looks a lot better. But I think what we really underestimated was just the change in the hitting coach in Victor Rodriguez, which is the overarching theme. You talked about Jose Altuve's discipline in this whole team. But I tweeted, I don't tweet very often, but I tweeted when they made that hire that I like the hire of Victor Rodriguez, because if you go back and you look at his resume, all of his teams get an immediate boost in year 1. Their best year is usually year 1, and then the numbers go down. So if you're the Astros, maybe this is just like a 1-year commitment. Like, thanks for your service, and let's sell while the price at its highest. But his teams always cut down on strikeouts. They have good plate discipline. They hit for average, and we're seeing a lot of that from this Houston Astros team. Jordan finally acknowledged after the game, and we'd play you the audio, but it is in Spanish, so I'll just tell you instead. Jordan finally acknowledged after the game last night that, in our meetings, we're talking about trying to get these starting pitchers off the mound as quickly as we can. Working counts, building that pitch count, get to the bullpen. And it's like, what a novel concept. Where has this idea been?
Yeah.
And I think Victor Rodriguez has had the biggest impact that this might not be sustainable, but the approach, I think, is sustainable. And the Astros right now lead the league in 2-0 counts that they see at the plate. And it becomes a lot easier to hit when you're always ahead in the count. They were far from the top of the league last year. In fact, they were number 1 in the league last year in swinging at the first pitches. Now, this year, they're in the middle of the league. So they're being more patient, highlighted by Jose Altuve. And it just makes hitting a lot easier when you have some of that patience, you wait for the better pitch, you're working counts, you get ahead in counts, you're wearing out the starting pitchers. All of that stuff helps impact you. And the Astros are seeing more pitches this year than they did last year. So I think that's the part that we kind of underrated. Victor Rodriguez coming in, and what he's done with his past teams we're seeing play out so far. Now, again, there'll be some regression to the mean. This offense is going to go through cold spurts. We're only a week into the season. But I think that approach is sustainable, that even if the runs and the hits aren't always as high as this is a good way to go about at-bats that in the long term will lead to success.
Yeah, I think it says a lot about the approach and a lot about what they're doing in terms of like the sustainability. Think about it. 8 runs a game is not sustainable.
No.
But being top 5 in walk percentage or top, even if that's not sustainable, even if it's top 8, right? And so they've been doing what they've done over these last 4 games, scoring all these runs, getting all these hits, on top of being they're 5th right now in walk percentage. 5th, right? So they are among the league leaders in both in on the aggressive side and the passive side, if you will, of the of being at the plate. So their approach, it says a lot about their approach. They were talking about this as well. I got to go to Dyken Park right before we started the show. Got to be around for Joe Espada's media availability, and he just talked about how their meetings are different than they were before. And it wasn't to crap on the previous hitting coaches or anything. It was just to say the meetings with the new hitting staff, new hitting coaches are different. They're conducted differently, and the focus really is on what those particular players do well and really like keying in on that, almost obsessing over their strengths, right? And so I don't know why they weren't doing that before. It doesn't really matter at this point. It's just good that they're doing that now. And I don't think that has shown itself any more than in Christian Walker, right? And it started even last year, so maybe you could give those guys credit too last year. But Christian Walker is really focusing on, like, see ball, hit ball, don't overthink it. One of the things with right-handed hitters who have even just a little bit of power, and obviously Christian Walker is a righty with quite a bit of power, they come to Dyken, formerly Minute Maid Park, and they start to obsess over those Crawford boxes.
Yeah.
And they just feel like, man, they got to be pulling everything and just hitting bombs to the Crawford boxes. And I think the Crawford boxes were in Christian Walker's head. He hasn't said this directly, but based off of what's been said, I feel like the Crawford boxes were in his head a little bit earlier in the year, and he felt like he needed to be pulling everything and he needed to be hitting home runs instead of what clearly is a better approach for him is see ball, hit ball, spread around the field if you have to, hit doubles as he's doing right now. So just a better, somehow I think simplifying his approach has made him a more prolific hitter over the last, certainly to start this season and even, last year as we were kind of seeing him trend upward.
Yeah, that's a good point, too, for Christian Walker. And the team they're playing today, the Red Sox, deal with that a lot with the Green Monster. And you'll hear from guys who go there to go play for Boston, and they'll say the same thing. Like, I was so obsessed with just trying to pepper the monster that it got me out of my whole approach.
Yeah.
So for Walker, some of these adjustments along the way have served him well, it seems, so far this season. On Twitch, someone says, I think I knew things were going to change when I saw the new HEB commercial. The chemistry is back with this team.
Hey, don't sleep on HEB chemistry, HEB commercial chemistry and the impact that can have on a team. There have been times, and we know this, Tyler, there have been times when those commercials have been whack, and there have been times when they've been pretty good.
Most of the Astros commercials, I would say, for HEB have been pretty stellar. When these Texans ones, we got to work on. That's my opinion.
Fair enough.
That's my opinion. I think we need to get some acting classes for, young C.J. Stroud, maybe. Will Anderson wasn't too bad, but the Astros ones are fire.
You know what?
So funny.
There's something about now, because I think so there's an era of Correa ones and an era of Pena ones, and now you get Correa and Pena together. I think there's something to that.
In Espanol.
Right. Yeah, no, I wouldn't sleep on that. The HEB effect.
It's all tied together. The commercials are better now. The approach is better at the plate. Alex Cintron, by the way, is the hitting coach now of the Rangers, so that'll be fun to track throughout the year.
They're doing well, too.
They are, but I will say the difference is their bottom six in strikeouts, or tops, however you want to look at it. They strike out the sixth most in the league, and they have the 10th fewest walks. So it's also kind of, like I was saying, the opposite of the Victor Rodriguez approach now. But, yeah, as Reggie says, there's a lot of ways to cook chicken. The Rangers are scoring a lot of runs, too. So they have a different approach. It's working for them right now. But I think we're seeing the change for the Astros offensively, and, boy, is it really working for them.
Yeah. Alex Cintron say, man, we out here to score these runs, man. Swing that bat.
That's right.
Swing that bat, baby.
However
you only live
it.
once.
If I am nitpicking, though, the one thing is Jeremy Pena. And I guess we could spend more time on this later, but Dana Brown said earlier today, and I don't know if he said this, I don't know if he talked to the media at Dyken Park today at all or anything. I know he was on the flagship, but he said Jeremy Pena was supposed to be in the lineup today, which would have been the first time he plays back-to-back games. And then the lineup comes out, and Jeremy Pena's not in there.
Yeah, something's got to be up with that.
Oh, Pena.
Something's got to be up with that.
And then I think Espada said, maybe this weekend he'll play back-to-back games. And it's again, here's another one. This is what I complained about last year, that Dana Brown always used to go on the radio and say these things of oh, yeah, it's not that serious of an injury. He'll be back soon. And then, then he's out for another month, or they put him on the IL a couple days later. There's always this disconnect, and this is the latest one where I get being careful. It's a long baseball season, but I still think it's odd that they're, for lack of a better phrase, babying Pena this much with this injury, where he played last night, looked fine. Why can't he go back out there today? They say he's going to, and then he's not in the lineup. It just kind of makes him look bad.
We can definitely get into this throughout the show because I've got Pena thoughts as well.
Perfect.
Like I do not like the yo-yoing of Jeremy Pena playing every other day. I don't know how a guy that's that important to what they do is supposed to develop his timing. Not to speak of whatever the actual health issue is. So, yeah, we can definitely talk about that.
Perfect. We'll get to that coming up. Call that a tease. They're tied at 2, heading to, I believe, the 5th inning now at Daikin between the Red Sox and the Astros here in the final game of this series. Astros got a big win last night. So too did the Rockets. It was a great night in Houston, and the Rockets got one of their better wins of the season. Are we coming back around on the Rockets now? We'll talk about it next. It's The Drive.
Let's go, Rockets.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
If they had a guy on this offense that had the effort.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yes, sir. The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott. T. Mill on the steel wheels. And you as well on this Wednesday. April Fool's Day, 713-572-4610 to join the conversation on the Base Power text line. Time for Dirty's Daily, even if Clint's not here. Hold it down anyways. Never did play quarterback collegiately, but I once created myself and put myself on Colorado back in the day before they were all the rage.
There you go.
What about Europe? You play any up there?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
No, Europe. But I have ancestors from Europe, so that's the closest connection I got.
Yeah, see, I ain't even got that.
Yeah.
I ain't play. I ain't got no European ancestry. I don't have none of it in common, man.
And I don't think they played football either, so I don't have much, but nonetheless. Hey, Astros get the win today, 6-4 over the Red Sox. I was at the game the last two nights at Dyken Park. I'm curious, what kind of Astros fan, or even just like what kind of sports fan are you? When you go to the games, how much do you anticipate or how much do you want to spend? I saw this clip online. Now, granted, this is from opening day, and it's always more expensive to go to opening day. I get that. However, not just opening day. The missus was talking to coworkers saying how we were going to the game, and they were shocked to hear we were going to back-to-back games because they're like, oh, you're going to back-to-back games. When we go, it's like $300. Like, what is going on here? And then I saw this video of Astro fans being interviewed at the game talking about how much money they've spent on the game.
I get choked up when you ask that question because it's probably about 500 at least, and we're barely starting. Oh, my goodness.
Well, we've only been here an hour, and I'd say we're at the $600 mark so far. Looking to spend a lot more as we're here.
Too much. At least give or take $500.
Me, I'm like over $500 in already. I bought their tickets. I bought this jersey the day it came out. Yeah, I'm already $500 in.
My cousin, he bought us the tickets, but he's paid parking. He paid like $70. I'm paying for dinner, all the food here, beverages. So,
but it's just going up.
It's going up. Who knows how much I'm gonna spend tonight?
That's wild.
Yeah, as Tyler said in my ear during that, this has to be families. I would hope so. The one clip, I think, was like the second couple. It was an older couple. I think they said 600. It was just the two of them in the video. I don't know if they had like kids with them or anything. But
the more of us from the family that go, the less money we spend. Right? Like if the whole family is coming, we eating before we go.
Got to go to Dollar Dog Night, man.
Or after. Like we're hunting for the best parking. Like we're not doing the $60, $70 parking. We're finding the $30 or $40 parking. Like we're cutting all the corners the more family members go.
Yeah, that's fair.
I would think, at least for me.
I do that regardless. I can be frugal, I guess. I call it cheap. I don't know. I say smart with money at times.
No, Ron is cheap.
And I've heard a reputation around here is that Tyler is one of those bougie seat guys that when you go to the Astro games, you got to sit in the good seats.
Yeah, spend some money on tickets. Yeah, I've admittedly become a ticket snob. I don't think there's much else in life I've become snobby about, but I'm definitely a ticket snob now.
I get that, though. I get that. I mean, you're spending your money. You want to go to the game. You want to be able to see the game, enjoy it. And honestly, I'm not putting this on you, Tyler, but them nosebleed seats, they actually kind of make me a little uncomfortable.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not just straight up.
I got a headache from the AC unit blasting on my head in Game 7 of the ALCS in 2017.
I'm not saying I'm afraid of heights, but I feel a lot more comfortable when I'm closer to the ground. I do. I'm just saying.
Well, because that's where I sit. That's my whole point with these people. So I bought tickets. We got $14 tickets Monday. We got $21 tickets last night because it's hot dog night. So you get 50% increase just for the hot dogs. And I love to sit in either the 300 or the 400, but right behind home. I always think maybe it's because I worked in baseball broadcasting games for like 7 years, so that was my vantage point for 1,000 baseball games. But I think that is the best view that I'll be higher up if I'm behind home. I'd rather be higher up and behind home than down on the first level, like in the corner by the foul pole or something, you know?
Interesting.
Or even up the third baseline. And I've been able to sit front row behind the on-deck circle before. I've had the good seats. Part of it, of course, is money. But my point being, for these people spending $500, like, I enjoy it just as much sitting up in the 300s behind home and getting that all 9 view, all 22 type of view of the action, and you get to see the strike, you get to see the plate really well, you get to track the fly balls. It's nice. $14 tickets on Monday. 14 for me, 14 for her. Spent $28 on tickets. I have the same parking lot I always use. It's $15, and then it's like a third of a mile walk in. It's like a 10-minute walk. It's nice. $15 parking. And then, of course, they hit you with, there's nothing we can do. We get the $20 beers. But, I don't get the families or even the couples that are dropping like $300 on these baseball games. It seems crazy to me.
Well, another thing that I like to do, whether I'm in the game free with a media pass or if I buy a nosebleed seat, I actually like to stand. See, this could be ballpark specific because I like to stand kind of in that left center field area by the Crawford boxes. Yeah. There's just like a good crowd of Astros fans that's standing around there. So, like, seats aside, you can obviously see the game from out there, but also there's just like a good Astros community out there. Everybody's high-fiving or stressed out behind the game or whatever it is. So I might just leave my seat and just go stand there I used to do it on Verlander days.
Yeah.
Just stand out there in the Crawford boxes or in left center and just congregate with strangers. So, yeah, man, but never would I spend $300 or I'm not going to say I've never spent $300 at a game. I certainly have, but that's not going to be typical, right? I'm going to be trying to not spend $300.
Yeah, I would hope so.
I'm going to already have the gear. So the gear that I've had for years, that's what I'm wearing.
Yeah, I'm not buying gear when I go to the game.
What are we doing? You're buying gear at the game? You don't have I don't know if I should do this with if they haven't advertised, but you don't have an academy or a rally house or something like that. Walmart, you know what I mean? Like, there are ways to get gear without having to spend that.
Those team store-like prices, those are not forgiving.
Yeah.
They just aren't.
No. Yeah, that's just as bad as the beer prices.
Yeah, it's true. That's the only workaround I don't have because you can even bring, I don't think people realize this, but you can bring in like the gallon bag of food into the stadium.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So when people complain about how expensive Whataburger is at the stadium, like just go to the Whataburger down the road, put it in the bag, and walk in with it for cheaper prices. But the beer, there's not much you can do. You can bring in water bottles that haven't been opened yet.
Yeah.
Or the doubles of whiskey. Those will get pricey.
Yeah, right. There's just not much. I can't offer you a workaround in alcohol, but if you're trying not to spend money, look, coming from the Northeast, we used to go to Yankee Stadium, Fenway, Shea Stadium, and now Citi Field. Even if you wanted to sit in the bleachers, you're dropping $100 on a ticket. So I love when I go to Dyken Park and I'm spending $14 to get the seat that I still enjoy. I'm not, in the worst seat in the building. I love it. Someone said $100 today for just me. I spent $33 on parking, $40 on hat, $20 for chicken tenders and water. Not bad. $100 to go to the game. That's not bad.
Yeah. The fact that 40% of it, though, was on a hat. I mean, and look, to each his own. I'm just saying that would have been a lot less for me,
Yeah, someone said, I bring my own food and water to the games, especially the decade we had season tickets. Another person said it's ridiculous to spend that much. We take the rail into the stadium. Yeah, that's another move. Best sections to sit are 420 and 320. That's right behind home plate where you can see everything. That's right, 281. I'm with you. That's where I always
first
sit.
Digits.
Yeah, bougie tickets over here. Doesn't like sitting up in the three. Those are good seats right behind home, elevated to get to see everything. I love it. So I love being able to go to the Astro games and spend on parking and tickets, spend $30 just to get in there and watch them play. A pretty prominent team. By the way, while I was there, something else that stood out. Pet peeve of mine, I don't know what you guys think. I don't like when people wear jerseys of players that did not wear that type of jersey. Like when you wear an old player on a current Astros jersey. Like he never wore that jersey. And I saw one, I think, what was it? I can't remember. I saw it both nights. I was there Monday, Tuesday. I saw at least one person both nights with a jersey like that. The one last night was especially bad, and
It's
I wish
usually
I could
the
remember
reverse, though. They usually have like the newer player in the old jersey.
Right. I think that's what the one was last night that I saw.
Because you'll see Altuves and Correas in the 90s blue era Astros jerseys.
Yes.
Those actually don't bother. To me, that's just like a style. Like they're not aiming for historical accuracy, Luke. They're just going for style and swag. You know what I mean? I get what you're saying, though, because it can be confusing. It's like, especially if you remember that era or remember that player, you're kind of like, well, wait a minute. That doesn't seem right.
Yeah.
But it's just swag, I think.
Nah, I don't like it. And Tyler, I know you're a big we're all big movie guys. The other thing I don't like that I would compare it to is it takes me out of a movie when they use a song that was not released yet when the movie takes place.
Oh, yeah, I'm with you there. I do not like that.
I hate that.
I do not like that. Even if it's just like, hey, this is a part of the soundtrack and we're not actually trying to say that this song was out during the movie, it still throws me off. I'm with you on that.
Yeah. Yeah, even if the characters aren't directly listening to the song in the movie, it's just that the soundtrack over the scene, I still don't like it. And the movie that comes to mind first, and it happens a lot, but it was a terrible movie, but Fear Street, Prom Queen, I think it was called on Netflix. They did that Fear Street series. And same thing, the big song at their prom, we were watching the movie. It takes place in 1988. And I was like, wait a minute, this song, it was She's Got the Look, whatever that song is by the rock.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you would know. You know it if you hear it. Anyways, I was like,
the look. That one, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. I was like, this song wasn't even out yet in 1980. It ruined the whole movie. The movie stunk anyways. But
I thought this was a period piece.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah, you got a large enough crew over there. Get accurate with this.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm with you. I do like seeing actual throwbacks though. Like when I was pulling up the other day, I saw these Bagwell and Biggio's, and I was like, man, let's go.
Hell yeah.
Let's get me back in the mode.
Especially with the Astros. And that reminds me, I wanted to ask y'all, as long as we're talking about Astros uniforms and the eras, what is your all-time absolute number one favorite era of Astros baseball uniforms?
Ooh. Yeah, it's the one I was just mentioning, the 90s one, the blue ones.
Navy blue and gold?
Yep.
Those are clean.
But I think it's because of my age and like literally
Killer Bees.
Yeah. And when I come to love the Astros, first started going to the Dome around that era.
Pure nostalgia.
Yeah.
Growing up, I had the the orange hat just because I always liked the orange, the old school ones, like the Astros with the almost those rainbow jerseys.
Yeah,
right?
the rainbows.
Yeah.
Those are the classic.
Yeah.
I think the most commonly viewed favorite, right? Probably the most favorite.
I think so. Yeah. And I've admitted it on this show before, so this shouldn't be news to the Dry family, maybe to you too, Luke and B. Scott, but there's just one, but there's one era of Astros uniforms that I hated then and I hate now, and I will never understand why we did it.
It's the red brick?
Yes.
Yeah. What's funny?
Red brick and khaki are your team colors? What are we doing?
You know what's so funny, too? That's because I thought about this when my girl said it. That, for some reason, is her favorite. She loves it.
Really?
And I was like, and I'm with you. I'm on your side on this, Tyler.
Okay.
I don't think I hate it necessarily as much as you did, but it's definitely my least favorite.
Yes.
Right out of all of them.
Yeah, maybe I don't have that impassioned sports hate that maybe I'm displaying. I really did not like them, but between the brick red and khaki being your main colors, you add in scary-ass Junction Jack, the rabbit running around the ballpark.
It was whack. It was whack.
And then pinstripes. They had the pinstripes with that era, too. Like, what are you doing? You don't need to be the Broncos.
I don't understand what they were thinking, and I don't understand why my girl likes it.
Those are probably my least favorite, the pinstripes. I don't like the pinstripe ones.
Terrible.
Crazy.
Speaking of running around doing crazy things, that was the other thing I did want to mention. I'm sorry to say it, but he's no Philly fanatic. Orbit, the mascot, they do these skits on the video board.
What are we doing here?
We are not going to.
No reaction the last 2 nights.
I'm so glad you waited to the end of the segment for Orbit slander.
Yes.
Orbit's the best mascot in the city.
Right now.
Sorry, Toro. Sorry, Clutch. Orbit is awesome.
When they do these design skits that they record before the game and they show it on the video board in the second inning, it got no reaction. It was. You could hear a pin drop the last 2 nights. No pop whatsoever. You got a bigger pop from these kids flexing for the flex cam. Everyone's going crazy. But they put Orbit up there with some weird skit that he's doing about his laundry turning red last night. And everyone's sitting there like, what is this?
That's the most lovable alien this city has ever seen, sir.
Yeah, man. Come on now.
Dude, Orbit's awesome. I cannot believe you have this tape.
This could be the skit writer's fault. This could be the crowd's fault. But it ain't Orbit. Orbit ain't the problem. Let me tell you that now.
And I'm not even saying what he does in the crowd. That's all good and well, like the mascot stuff. Yeah, I guess specifically these skits that they record before the game that they do in the second inning every night. I saw him the last 2 nights. No reaction whatsoever. Dead silent in there. The skit ends. No one's clapping or laughing. Nothing. Players' walk-up music begins, and then you get the big roar. That was terrible.
Dude. We got to do better. Hey, look, take on this challenge, Houstonians and Astros fans. Do more to support Orbit.
Yeah.
So folks who are uninitiated or don't necessarily have that connection with Orbit don't think that we're out here thinking our mascot is whack.
I sent Orbit to my wife's office once for her birthday.
I do like that.
It was lovely.
Yeah,
he's a great alien. Love that guy.
All right, so let me rephrase. It's not Orbit himself. It's the skits that they pre-record and put on the video.
Yeah, we got to do Orbit more justice because we cannot have Orbit confused for anything other than the greatness that he is.
Yeah, and already my take's getting a lot of hate, which I'm not surprised.
Yeah, man, don't come for our mascots, man.
I do like Rob's idea. Luke should be banned from the stadium until he agrees to be in an Orbit skit. That's right.
Guess Luke wants old Junction Jack hopping around again.
Look, you can come after our pitchers, our managers and coaches, our training staff, health guys, doctors. Don't mess with our damn mascots, man.
Just knock out that skit. That's all. And then we're good from there. My observations from the last couple nights at Dyken Park. It was fun. Obviously, the Astros are mashing, scoring a lot of runs. You can get cheap tickets. But some of the jerseys and some of the skits on the video board, a little out of whack. Got to fix that. Coming up, speaking of these Astros, what can Hunter Brown learn from Lance McCullers Jr.? We'll talk about that next. It's The Drive.
Baytown Badass.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
You my dog.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
If they had a guy on this offense that had the effort mentality,
He knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
It's gonna start a fire!
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Correa drives one deep to left field. Forget about it. 5-2 Astros. CC with a 3-run shot into the Crawford boxes.
Carlos Correa!
5 o'clock fire here on The Drive. You heard it there. Astros won 6-4 this afternoon over the Red Sox to finish off the sweep and get their 5th straight win. By the way, the fellas are out today. They'll be back tomorrow. I'm Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott. T-Mill is on the steel wheels holding things down. You can always text the show 713-572-4610 on the Base Power text line. Astros get another win today. It's the new look Astros. They are seeing more pitches this year than last year. They led the league in first pitch swings last year. They're middle of the league this year. And this season, they lead the league in 2-0 counts at the plate. They've been patient. They've been working counts. They've been waiting for their pitch. And then when they get it, they've been taking advantage, scoring now 6 runs in, 5 straight games during this winning streak.
Yeah.
They beat Garrett Crochet today, and they sweep the Red Sox. Another good win for the Astros this afternoon.
Yeah, man, you got to love it. Got to love what you're seeing from their approach, from the approach to the power that they're showing from that approach. You got to love all of it. Like you mentioned, the counts, right? The selective, being much more selective at the plate. And then their actual bat-to-ball contact, right? Like, all of it is looking good right now. I thought today was a great example of that. And so you just hope you get to see it go, get to see them keep it going. Carlos Correa going deep as we bumped into the segment, man. Like, this is all good vibes, and to get you a sweep as well. That's exactly the type of energy that you want going to the West Coast, playing against an A's team that has not quite arrived yet. They got some young talent, but they haven't arrived yet. Literally haven't arrived. They're still playing in Sacramento.
Yeah.
Like, they haven't even arrived to their actual home city yet. And then, of course, the Rockies after that. So you're looking at this, you've won 3 straight, 5 straight, with another 6 straight against inferior opponents. Hopefully you can kind of catch your stride here early in the season.
I know somebody, at least one person earlier in the text line was asking about Altuve, if he can keep this up. Do you think this will be like a New Year's resolution where by the time you get to February, the gyms are empty again? Like, do you think Altuve specifically, but the entire Astros team, that give it a few weeks and then he'll go back to like his free swinging self? Or is this just the new Altuve and these are the new Astros?
The fact that it's a more of a mental thing and an approach thing makes you feel like it's more sustainable. Like, it's not like, hey, man, he's playing out of his skis or he's doing something that he's really not physically either capable or that good at doing. Like, no, this is a mentality. This is an attitude. This is an approach. So I feel like that should be more sustainable. Just decide, as Jose Altuve, as the Houston Astros, you know what? We have decided that we're going to be more patient and more disciplined at the plate. That's not a thing that they have to overcome or anything like that. Are they just itching to get out of the box? Like, no, you see that it's working. It's been preached to you in the spring. You've seen it carry over into the beginning part of the season. There's no reason why they can't do it. So it would surprise me if they didn't.
Yeah, no, I am with you. And by the way, because I say it every time I'm on these airwaves, Christian Vasquez did homer today, but so too did Willie Abreu. And I'll continue to say, terrible trade. They should have never let Abreu go. This is my Jay Buhner New York Yankees trade with Frank Costanza yelling at George Steinbrenner and Seinfeld. Terrible trade. Vasquez back on the team. He did homer today, but Wilyer had a great series, the only Red Sox to play well this week. He's having a great start to the year. And, boy, would it be nice to have him in that outfield with this infield for the next however many years, for the rest of his career. He's like 26 years old.
Isn't that one of the interesting ones, though, because they go on to win the World Series.
Yeah.
And so you're like, okay, so literally everything that they did in the year that won them the World Series feels like it was worth it. Even if you got things that you want to nitpick that they did that you wish they hadn't done, it's like, okay, well, the ultimate result was World Series. But then you look at every year after that, and you're like, you know what? I could have really used a young, talented outfielder.
Yeah.
Because what are they looking for now? An everyday left fielder. How cool would it have been to have been able to have had Cam Smith and Wilyer Abreu, or if they had kept Kyle Tucker, whatever it may be, but like to feel like you've got that part figured out, like you need an outfielder, and you kind of let one get away.
Yeah, for sure. Young guy, left-handed bat, outfielder. It's too bad.
That part.
Yeah.
You need a left-handed bat. You're too right-handed heavy,
right,
and you've got an open outfield spot.
Yeah,
there he is.
He would have been perfect.
Yeah.
If only we could have a guy like that. Yeah, and I get that point. That's what Ron said when I brought it up the first time. Like, they won a World Series. It was worth it. And I typically get that, but I think they win the World Series without the great 32 starts from Christian Vasquez behind the plate. He was the backup catcher. I think they could have won anyways.
Yeah,
so
I agree with that, too.
I'll continue to be salty.
Boston. 5 o'clock fire.
Rockets beat the Knicks last night. They're back in action tonight at home hosting the Bucks. They're 18-point favorites because, as you mentioned earlier, B. Scott, the Bucks are sitting like half their roster, it seems.
Yeah, 8 guys missing in action in this game. 8 guys. So I'm shocked that they're going to even be able to field a team to begin with, but that's where we are right now. 8 guys out for the Bucks, that is, including obviously Giannis Antetokounmpo, which is the main one. But even Thanasis is out. We don't even get the great value brand Antetokounmpo. Pretty much the whole team is out. So this would be the worst loss of the season if they were to lose this game with 8 guys out. And they've done this before, lost to somebody's skeleton crew. But, yeah, this should be, I hate to even say it, but it should be close to a non-event.
Absolutely.
If it is interesting, that in and of itself would be a crime.
Yeah, we don't get the star. We don't even get the understudy tonight either. Obviously, you follow these teams as close as anybody possibly could. But what type of, are you tuning in tonight? You going to watch this whole game? You're going to watch it for as long as it's interesting? What type of Rockets fan are you? How much attention do you give tonight's game?
Yeah, because I don't necessarily watch just for the opponent or just for the result, but I'm trying to see how guys are. So a lot of the things that we talked about during the Rockets report, all NBA level Şengün, right? Like we saw that against the Pelicans several nights ago, and it didn't really matter to me as much that it was against the Pelicans as much as I was just seeing the right things from Şengün, right? Even a couple of nights before that where he busts his lip to help force overtime against the Minnesota Timberwolves, right? So and that was a night where they weren't playing Anthony Edwards didn't play. So that could have been an easy night to say, you know what, I don't even really need to watch this game. It's an Edwards-less T-Wolves team. They should handle business. That ended up being a compelling night to watch basketball. So you never know what the reasoning is to why a game is going to be interesting. But I got the games within the games to watch. Is Şengün playing at an all-NBA level? Is this a good Reed Sheppard night or a bad Reed Sheppard night? And you can say that for a number of their young players. Tari Eason, Jabari Smith Jr., I obviously mentioned Alperen Şengün. So I'm doing a player-to-player checklist type of thing with every game regardless of opponent.
Yep, I get you. That's fair. Tyler,
doesn't mean that I'm not going to eject early, though. If I see everything that I need to see, I might get out of there early.
Yeah.
I might eject early.
The hell out of there.
Tyler, would you rather watch the Rockets tonight against the Bucks G League team, or would you rather watch Kathy Bates in Matlock?
Oh, Kathy Bates. You know she's a bad bitch, brother.
That's right.
5 o'clock fire.
Tiger Woods. What do you got on Kathy Bates?
It's just funny you say that because almost sort of related. In the break, I got a notification from Apple TV, and Ron, the show Hughley, will appreciate this because he's the one that got me on this show. I get this notification. A new episode of Imperfect Women is now available on Apple TV.
What the hell are y'all doing?
Now, listen, I cannot guarantee you that I won't eject early from this game to go catch this new episode of Imperfect Women. Just kind of going along the lines of the whole Kathy Bates, Matlock. I might want to watch Kerry Washington and her imperfections, if you will.
Sounds like these imperfect ladies might have you ejecting early in some senses for sure. Scott.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I'm just saying.
I've never heard of this show. Would you recommend it?
Yes.
I don't know. That's a no. That's a no right there.
I will reluctant. It's a good show. Ron and I are both
needing an early bird special. No.
Ron and I are both into chick flicks. All right, so we're just gonna put that out there. He likes rom-coms. We both like chick flicks. We were talking about a chick flick we had in common that led us to this one. Right. So like, if you like chick flicks, I'll recommend it.
Oh, okay.
If you're one of those dudes that's like, I ain't watching that girly ass movie or that girly ass show.
I like chick flicks. I thought it was like an older people, no judgment at all, older people show.
Nah, if you like drama, you like chick flicks, you like infidelity in your TV movies and stuff, I would definitely recommend it.
Is it like a real thriller, or is it kind of like a soap opera type of thing?
It's
like, is it legitimately?
So I would say it's more soap opera, but it does involve death. It does involve death and murder. Right.
Oh my God.
So yeah, I think there's some suspense involved. I think. Yeah.
Okay. It's got a sports tie with Kate Mara in the show.
That's right. That's right.
The granddaughter, I think, of the Giants, the latest. Whatever.
The Giants and the Rooneys. She's like a double up.
That's right.
A Mara and a Rooney got together and sough made Kate Mara.
Was Kate Mara in House of Cards?
She was. She was the one that they killed early in the show.
Yeah.
Threw her off the train station or whatever.
Great
train
talent.
Tracks. Yeah.
Great talent.
Yeah, she was in Shooter.
Yeah.
Where it's just like in the tank top.
White tank top, I remember.
Some people ejected early in that movie.
Oh, I think she was in that cool show with
But an eye out.
Brian Tyree, whatever his name is. The I think it was called 2009, where it was on Hulu, and they were police cadets, and they go through their careers in like 10-year increments, and by the end, so you're like present, past, and future, and it's really good. She was really good in it. They kind of look at how technology and AI are starting to enter into the police space and all that kind of stuff. It's really good stuff. She was good in it.
And last thing on the Kate Mara filmography as we go through it here, she was in We Are Marshall, which I've always said very underrated sports movie. Obviously, it's based on a true story, but very underrated when you talk about like best football movies. I always really like that one. McConaughey is the head coach.
Yeah.
It's solid.
Yeah.
Obviously sad, based on a true story, but it's a good movie. We Are Marshall.
Yeah.
Check it out. All right, let's reset.
5 o'clock fire.
Get us talking about movies, man. We'll be here all day.
That's right. Tiger Woods announced he's stepping away from golf to seek treatment. Probably not a big surprise from that news. The story that we got, the excuse, if you will, for the accident was that he was looking down at his phone. And I think adjusting the radio, too, he said. And then when he looked up, the car was stopping, and he was too close to them, closer than he realized, and flipped the car, whatever. I don't buy that story, but also then it got me thinking. The very first car I had was this like Volvo car that I bought when I was or helped buy when I was in high school. And my older brother was home from college and took it to his summer job. And then I got news from my mom that he flipped my car upside down coming home from his job. And his excuse was that he was looking down at the iPod back when they had the dial, thing going through to change the song. And then he hit actually a parked car and flipped. But now that I hear Tiger Woods using this excuse, I think that might have been a made-up excuse all those years ago when he flipped my Volvo as well. I'm not buying this Tiger Woods story.
Oh, no, I totally buy it. Like, I don't think it's a good excuse. I don't think it's a justifiable excuse, but people do this type of shenanigans all the time. Every day, especially in the city of Houston. We're full of distracted drivers.
Good
Oh,
God.
I was just looking down or I was just looking back or whatever it is. I will admit, I've never been in an accident because of it, but even I have been guilty of the look down, look up. Oh, maybe look down a little bit too long.
Yeah.
And,
I've been guilty too, dude. But, man, when I'm driving sometimes, I look next to me. I will literally see a human being not look up from their phone while driving 70 on the highway for, like, minutes at a time.
yeah.
That kind of stuff, man, we got to cut that out.
Well, I don't understand, why don't people just put the phone, if you need it that bad, why can't you have the phone be eye level with the road? So, like, I try to, like, if I'm going to do distracted driving, I try not to ever look down.
Right. Yeah.
Just look maybe over so I can still see what's happening in front of me, right?
Yeah.
So, like, I feel like that's the way to do it if you're going to do it. And the best way to do it, of course, is to not drive distracted.
I think people are just trying to be discreet, and so that's why they still hold the phone down, even though we all know what's going on. But I think people, it's too obvious if they're driving and, like, holding the phone.
See,
up.
I'd rather be obvious. I don't care what the next driver, like, what are you going to do? Are you going to, like, unless it's the police, right, and they can obviously stop you. But, like, just being judged, I'd rather not be dead than discreet. You know what I'm saying? Let's do that.
True. It's true. I'm not saying that what Tiger Woods is claiming is inaccurate. Like, I'm sure maybe he did look down and he was on his phone, whatever, and then he looked up and it helped contribute to the accident. My point being, it sounds though like
what about the hydrocodone pills?
Yeah, exactly. Like, it sounds like, I don't know, an autopsy where you're talking about the contributing factors, but they weren't the main cause. Like, yeah, I'm sure that played a role, but if he wasn't on the pills or whatever, like, he might have had a quicker reaction time that he could have still avoided the accident. I think that's still the bigger cause of the accident.
Yeah.
Is whatever condition he was in
Yeah.
instead of some distracted driving for a moment.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't do any of it,
Right.
but the combination of pills and distracted driving, yeah, it's going to get you that result that Tiger unfortunately got. So hopefully he's going to get himself right and not put anybody else in harm's way.
Yeah, that's the main thing out of all this. He's obviously not in a good place. I mean, he hasn't been for a while. So hopefully he gets the help he needs and he can get back on the straight and narrow and be okay. He's lucky. He's had really 3, if you consider the golf club, the whole thing that ignited everything back in whatever that was, 2009 with his wife. I mean, he's had 3 bad accidents here under the influence of medication. So he's got to get something figured out. But stepping away from golf in the meantime. That's your 5 o'clock fire. Everyone was coming home from work today, and they were thinking this afternoon, what has Kate Mara been up to? So we're happy that we were able to answer that question for you.
Yes.
And go through her filmography. Coming up, let's talk about Kathy Bates' latest project. No, I'm kidding. When we come back, the Astros, at the start of the season, I found it really interesting. The Athletic did a poll amongst baseball fans. How did you feel about your team? Astro fans didn't feel very good about their team. Should we already feel differently about the Astros a week into the season? We'll talk about it next. It's The Drive.
Now, Kathy Bates, that's a bad bitch right there.
I don't know how long.
Payne and Pendergast.
The biggest one that worries me out of
forward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610.
You fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Things have been going great for the Houston Astros, but there's still one thing I don't really like. We'll talk about that here on The Drive. I'm Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott. We'll get to Tyler's best bets here in just a moment. The fellas will be back tomorrow live from the Final Four. Ron and Clint will be coming to you from the Final Four up in Indianapolis tomorrow and Friday, heading into the games this weekend. Should be the men and the women should be good Final Fours. On the women's side, it's all 4 1 seeds, which probably isn't much of a surprise. You get UConn and South Carolina Friday night. Unfortunately, the women, they have the championship Easter Sunday afternoon at 2:30 Central Time. I feel like they could have tried something different. And then the men, the Final Four should be real fun, too. Michigan and Arizona have been two of the best teams all year, and then UConn's been one of the best teams, or they've been the best team the last couple of years.
Is it contradictory to say that the Cinderella stories are cute and all, but by the time we get this far into it, you do want the best teams,
for sure,
the 1 seeds? Like, I think especially in the women's game, and I hope this doesn't come off as patronizing or misogynistic or anything like that, but I feel like in the women's game especially, you want the top seeds.
Yeah.
Because there feels like there's an even bigger gap between the best and the worst in the women's game. So, like, let's not mess around. Let's get the best teams out there, and let's go with it.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. That's what I've always said about upsets. They're fun when they happen. They're fun. They make Thursday, Friday, that first round fun, but then you get to the Elite Eight, and it's like, man, I wish we had Duke here. I wish we had the best teams, Kansas, instead of, George Washington or whoever. VCU, pick your random team.
Right.
And then, that's why you get these great matchups now this time of year with these Final Fours for both the men and the women. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 4 straight days of top-tier college basketball. Should be a fun weekend.
Yeah.
And Ron and Clint are out there for the show the next 2 days. Before we get to the Astros, though, I want to hit the best bets right now so that you don't have to wait any longer and try to make some money tonight.
Yeah, make us some money, T-Mill. Yeah. What we got, baby?
Yeah, last night was our first slate of best bets this week. I was out Monday. We had our first slate of baseball picks last night. Could have gone better, could have gone worse. 2 for 4 on those picks. Got some ground to make up tonight, and I'm switching back over to NBA this evening. With the Astros playing earlier this afternoon, if you're just tuning in, they won that game. They swept the Red Sox's asses out of town. But I got 4 NBA picks for you, including action in this Rockets-Bucks game, and that's where we'll start. I'm on the under in this one. The Rockets and the Bucks both are playing a back-to-back tonight. I am not expecting a whole lot of buckets, especially given that the Bucks are putting their G League team out there on the floor.
Right.
I'm on under 218.5 points between the Bucks and Rockets as they square off. Within that game, haven't done an Alpi prop in a while. Been a little risky, I guess. I got Alpi over on rebounds tonight. Over 8.5 rebounds for Alpi Şengün. Surely he can reach up there and reach over these little short G leaguers the Bucks have out there, as we've discussed at end now. Alpi over 8.5 rebounds. And then an over and an under to round things out. No points tonight, no money lines. We're doing all over-unders. Celtics at Heat. I'm on over 228.5. Celtics at Heat over 228.5. And then the Pacers are playing the Bulls tonight in Chicago. I'm on the under in that one, a very big number, under 248 between Indiana and Chicago. Those are your 4 best bets.
These are good.
Hell yeah. Scott, you make me feel so much better than Ron does.
Yeah, I actually like your overs and unders both in this game with the Rockets and Milwaukee. And then give me the one again. Give me the 2 games after
Celtics
that.
Heat.
Celtics Heat. That was the one. Because on one side, you got the dude that scored. I'm assuming that Bam is playing. You got the dude that scored 83 points.
Yes, he is, as far as I know.
And then on the other side, you got a Celtics team that has been really good and surging since Jason Tatum came back. So I like that end of that bet, the over on that one, and then the under on this game today. Those two specifically are really stand out to me.
Let's ride, baby. Money.
Yeah, and I get the thought process with the two for the Rockets game. Would you rather watch the Rockets-Bucks game tonight, or let's see, on TV we got the Masked Singer. Would you rather watch the Masked Singer or the Rockets against the Bucks G League?
I'm going Rockets on that one. I've never been a big singing competition watcher.
Yeah, I'm going Rockets, but it always does, like when they get a Masked Singer and it's revealed somebody that you like weren't expecting at all, you know. So give me actual Rockets game and give me Masked Singer highlights. Just tell me what happened.
Mm-hmm. Not a bad plan. You also got the Scrubs reboot on TV tonight. And
is it start? Is this the premiere?
No, it's been going.
Oh,
we're like 5 episodes in.
Scrubs, the original, was one of my favorites.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I got to check out this reboot as well.
So you got that tonight, if you don't want to watch the Rockets, or season like 77 of Survivor. That show's on tonight.
Yeah,
yeah.
and also on Apple TV, a new episode of Imperfect Women.
Yep, absolutely.
I wasn't sure. Look, I'm so excited about this because I thought it might be coming out tomorrow. So, you know, we get something a little extra early.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, oh, okay, I was planning for this tomorrow. I can do it tonight. I'm excited. I'm hoping that the Rockets make quick work of the Bucks so I can kind of hurry on to watching this.
Put a face mask on, too, man. Take care of them pores. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, I mean, I actually need to. I hope the folks at YouTube not looking too close into them pores. Actually, now that you mentioned it,
I'm not too manly for that. I can promise.
I was going to say, did you see a blackhead over here or something, man? What's going on, dog? Calling me out.
Yeah, I got to do my nose strip tonight.
There you go.
Hey, Texans All Access is coming up right behind us at 6 p.m. with Vandy and John Harris. And tonight, I'm told Hannah and Cal McNair live tonight on Texans All Access. So stay tuned for that in just over 10 minutes. They'll be on right at the start of the show at 6 p.m. And then you have Area 45 for your late night fix after that from 7 to 11 tonight with Bijani, who's already in the building. Saw him walk by, and then I believe Patrick Creighton will be in with him as well tonight. So that's coming up 7 to 11. So we got you covered the rest of the evening. Keep the dial right here. But before we go, Astros get the win today, 6-4 over the Red Sox. It's not much bad you could say about this Astros team right now. There's still some questions with the pitching, but they're hitting so well right now, it doesn't really matter. But the one thing, and we actually mentioned this in the very first segment today, so we're coming full circle, it's the whole Jeremy Pena thing.
Yeah.
And I get wanting to be careful with a guy like that, and I also get it's the Astros, so we should be extra cautious when talking about injured players with the Astros, and it's a long season, and we're at the start of I get all that stuff. But this just seems to be really overdoing the protectiveness where when he has played, he's looked totally fine out there. I don't get this idea of why he can't play back-to-back games already. And then you get Dana Brown today on the flagship saying, yeah, Jeremy Pena should be in the lineup today so he could play back-to-back games for the first time. And then the lineup comes out, and he's not in there. And they're saying, well, maybe this weekend he'll play back-to-back. I don't get this whole drawn-out thing of being so protective with Jeremy Pena. He seems fine when he's out there. Why can't he play back-to-back days? It's the one thing that's still a little vexing to me.
Well, it makes me question if I know he seems fine, but when you say overdoing it with I don't know if they're over or underdoing it. It's too up and down. Like it doesn't pick a struggle.
Right. Yeah.
Commit. Either we're preserved, because I don't think there would be anything wrong with. Now, obviously, they put him on the opening day roster. They didn't put him on any kind of injured list, right? So no real designation. He's available, but I would be perfectly fine if they wanted to just start him off on the 10-day or give him time to get right, get his rhythm. But I don't understand, it's like one step in, one step out of let's have him play every other day. You know, to me, that's messing with the timing, messing with the rhythm of Jeremy Pena himself, somebody that's supposed to have, 600 at-bats for you at some point this year or throughout, by the end of the year. And then the residual effect. Thank God that you got Carlos Correa, who can just be an infield chameleon and do whatever it is that you need him to do. And, of course, the Isaac Paredes issue is that's sort of taking care of itself, too, with the Jeremy Pena stuff. So, on the back end or on the other side of it, those parts benefit you, but just isolated to Jeremy Pena, I don't fully understand. If he needs to rest, if he can't play back-to-back games or needs to play every other day, Why don't you just rest him for a week or 2 weeks, however long it takes? It's a long season, right? That's what everybody tells me. It's a 162-game season. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Treat it that way and get this guy right.
Yeah, I'm with you. Also, the fractured tip of a finger doesn't seem like the type of thing that, like... You need the extra after playing. Like, now he's gonna need some extra time off after this one. It's not like a muscle or anything,
right? Or exactly. Soft tissue,
right?
Like, are you back or are you not? And I'm okay with either answer. This feels like both. Pick one. Pick one, and I can.